Besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or I
don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Elvis has left the building. It's done.
Bum, 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 bum. Hello, how are we, everyone? Oof. How is everybody? Are they okay? Let me just get this set up first. I've just been sitting here watching to see if Baldwin's going to arrive. He's not arrived yet, so no volume on it, though. Right, hang on, let me put that there. Hello to you all. Sarah P's in the house. There we go, Sarah P, love you. There she is, always with the links. Check it all out. Shake it all about. Stormcat, hello, good morning to you. How are you? Hope you're well. GG, my darling, how are you? I didn't know you were from Phoenix. Arizona. Eddie Haskell, how are you, sir? Yesterday asked Alex, had the only real gun on set? Yes, that's true. All the others were plastic. Yes, he insisted apparently for a real gun. Or real pew-pew. I shouldn't say G-U-N, pew-pew. He insisted on it, allegedly. Alex had a live round in the pew-pew, another live round in the holster. The live ammo didn't come from the prop house per FBI investigation. I'm interested to see where it came from. Do you know what I mean? I don't know anything about this trial, so I'm intrigued to see where it comes from. Mighty Meat, how you doing, brother? Hope you're well, fella. How are things? Jessica, hello, my darling. Have my notifications on. I guess I do have to fold everyone's laundry. There you go. Happy days. Hope you're well, Jessica, and my love to the boys as well. Erin Hack, yeah, so TB, Turlboy was in court this morning, 9 o'clock. I was given discovery, pieces of shit. Discovery that was due June 13th. It was screenshots and not raw data. Case has been continued to... They're messing him about. They're messing Turtle Boy about now. Aiden, I feel sorry for him because if he was doing this to the Commonwealth, it'd be all hell breaks loose. They just need to... I don't know. I feel sorry for him. And he's got another case today, 2 o'clock this afternoon as well. Eastern time, 11 o'clock Pacific time. So, yeah. Poor boy. Poor thing. Nicola, how are we doing, my darling? Free Zachary Anderson. There you go. How we doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, Tucker. Hey, Trucker. Sorry, Tucker. How we doing? Hope you got some rest. No, I did actually. But I feel okay. But I only had like probably 3 hours, 3.5 hours sleep. But I feel all right. It's this streaming business, it takes a lot out of you, is in the time zones. Do you know what I mean? So, Joyce, hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Carol, Disney Queen, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Good morning, good afternoon. How are you, my darling? Hippie chick. How's everything in Indiana? Hope you're well. Quizkill, all right. How we doing? Good day, Sheila. How we doing over there? Put shrimp on the barbie. How are we in Australia? Hope you're well, my darling. Hello, Elise. Good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Glad to see you as well. There you go. There's your wave. Why does that say Google? I did not know what you were trying to say, so I just left it. I didn't even say it, so I just left it. Hello, Dawn. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Spacey Stacy, how are you, my darling? Yeah, Peggy, I know. Ridiculous, isn't it? Hey, Sarah P. Hey, Jobathan, how are you, sir? It's crazy. Hey, Ariana. They said, let's go now. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Help with the laundry, boys. Let's go. We'll see. It'd be interesting to see what happens this afternoon. He's got a court date at 2:00 this afternoon. I think it's the big one this afternoon. So yeah, I think it's a big one this afternoon. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that one. Good morning to you. Hey guys, I'm listening. Erin Hack says, hey guys, I'm listening. I'm smoking weed in the garden this morning before it's hotter than hell. There you go. You enjoy yourself, Erin. You enjoy, Hack. No worries, Elise. That's fine. Jonathan, how are you doing, my friend? Hope you're well as well. Nice to see you, but not seen you for a while. Hey, I did see your message, Jonathan, about the table thing, but I've gone now for a new mic, the same mic, John, and I got the same arm. I've got to put it to the chair. The arm's arriving on Sunday, and my new mic's coming on tomorrow. So those that don't know, if you want to give me sympathy, my mic snapped. Look at it. Where is it gone? My mic snapped. I can't screw the fucking thing in anymore. But anyway, I'm only kidding. I don't need sympathy. I am joking. Good morning to you, Robin. Hey, Robin, I need to look at your message, right? So it won't let me look at it. Oh, shit. It won't look at me. Ugh. Right. Just talk. Come on. You know English. Come on. It won't let me look at it without my VPN on. So I need to... My VPN is playing up on my phone, so I need to look at that. But I will look at the article. Thank you, my darling. Danielle, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Nice to see you again. I'm one sick boy this morning. Yesterday's pizza had rent me. Oh no, man! I didn't even know you had Pizza Hut. Hope you're okay, bud. There you go. The stand one didn't work, mate, because it was too short. It would only come to about here, so it wouldn't have made any sense for me. It's too far away. But I think I sorted it. Yes. So Mighty Meat, yes, Michigan accents, because people are like, oh, you can't do a Minneapolis accent. I was like, I can do it because I sound like Erin Hack. The tubes. I'm from Wisconsin. Like that's Erin Hack. Then Sarah P kept saying like, oh, he can't speak Texans. I was like, I can. Hi y'all. That's Texan. Hi y'all. And they were like, oh, someone said about doing a Michigan accent. I was like, well, I need Mighty Meat to teach me, but you don't seem to have an accent, Mighty Meat. So I don't know. I think it's fine. Good morning, Dylan, everyone. Hey, Susanna. Oh, Susanna. Hey, Susanna. Every day and night. How are you doing, my darling? I give you sympathy as a streamer. Breaking a mic sucks, but it is. But it's my own fault. I mean, I was trying to, my mic's fine. It's just like I gotta hold it. Do you know what I mean? I just gotta hold it like this now. That's all. So it's fine. There's worse things in the world. I'm teasing. But yesterday, chat was giving me sympathy. Well, most of chat, except for the mods, obviously, they were like, piss off, fucking get to work. They had the whip out, go, stop your whinging, get to work. So but it is what it is. It is what it is. Really, that's nothing. A little electrical tape won't fix my guy. Yeah, it's not. I can tell you, hey, potty mouth, how are you do my darling? It just won't. It won't screw in. So this works, but it won't screw. Like, let's get this. They're not that type of screw. It won't go into the. I can't place it anymore. I need to get a new band. The new band costs quite a bit, so it's easier for me just to get a new mic anyway. So then I got a spare one then. So all the connections then I got spare connections. So it's fine. It's fine. It's not a bother. The mic itself works fine. It's just the connections for it. If I could put tape on it, but the arm will work as well on my thing. So first world problems. Trust me. Some of you haven't been here when I've been using the arm and stuff, and I can tell you now, Josie and Sarah people can attest, it used to go flying. The amount of times this mic has gone flown and nearly smashed the window, you wouldn't believe me. You wouldn't believe me. So I don't know how we survived this long. Danielle, Peggy, Aiden's case with Krusty Pants got continued. Yes, he has a hearing for the witness intimidation case this afternoon, and that's the one that's the most important one. Yes, 2:00 today. Some of us might know more from watching Hannah's trial too. Yeah, it will be. I know nothing, Jose. So I know nothing about this case. So it's intriguing, So, which can probably be a little bit frustrating for you guys who know a lot more. But for me, I'm going blind. Jessica, howdy y'all. You see, I can speak Texan. Howdy y'all. Howdy y'all. I'm Texan. I can speak Minneapolis, Texas. I'm not sure where else I can speak. Boston. Park the car. Worcester. Jodie Lee, hello, my darling. How are you? How are you doing? I hope you're well. Rhode Island lady. Oh my God, I'm late. No, you're not late. Don't worry. I started later today because these I want to stream. Oh, here they come. I want to stream. Is this him? No, don't. No. I needed to go back and do morning club properly again. Just yeah. But yeah, nice to see you, my darling. Hello, Kathleen. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Pippi, good morning to you. Lorraine, good morning. Let's start a GoFundMe so I can get a new mic. No, I've done it. We do not need a GoFundMe. I've got it. We're sorted. It's me having a pity party for myself about my mic. It's all good. It's done. I've sorted it. It's fine. Oh, here we go.
Mr. Baldwin, anything to say this morning? Mrs. Baldwin, anything to say?
He's walking like an old guy. I didn't notice that before. He's walking like real slow. Real slow there. I didn't expect that. Heather says, I electrical tape my boyfriend's Xbox headset now on both sides, so it just goes through. Yeah, no, normally you would, but this is too heavy to hang. But it's all good. I got it sorted, though. I was just taking the piss out of my mods because they all literally bashed me yesterday, told me to shut up and get on with it. So which is why I was just winding them up. Wisconsin! It's Wisconsin! Has a number of special words. Special place, Raoul. How are you doing, Raoul? Hope you're well. Good morning, Nikki C. Life is hell. Good afternoon to you, my darling. How do you pronounce New Orleans? New Orleans. Is that right? Boston too. You're parking cars all over Harvard Yard. Yeah, park the car in Harvard Yard, or drive to Worcester, get a cucumber, go to Worcester, over to Rochester. Wicked pissed. Wicked piss. Wicked pissed. Is that the one? Wicked pissed. Hey, Delan. Hello, Cha. Hello, Mr. Conduct. A big belated thank you to whoever. Oh, there you go. Oh, I forget who. Josie and who else gifted? People gifted yesterday. Forget. Crap. But yeah, there was. Thank you to everybody that gifted memberships yesterday. I think we gifted like 25 or something ridiculous like that. So, no, there you go. He looks angry as soon as he gets. He does. Well, I mean, hey, he's looking at 18 months in prison without his beautiful wife. So maybe that's what it is. He's 66, like, so he's, a bit of age on him, but I didn't expect him to be like that. Like, he was that's old. I mean, I thought, he's got a young chick in his arm. I thought, she'd keep him active. But yeah, he's a little bit stiff. I didn't expect that. Did he get the glasses at door store? Could abs absolute weld it pretty simply if you have the right to. Oh yeah, I could weld it. Jonathan could have welded it easy, but I don't have anything to weld it. This is too heavy. This is tho heavy. Who said that? No, you keep yourself here. Luby. Na. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Good day, Sheila. Good day, Luby. Good morning to you, Greg. How are you? Cheese and rice villain. How we doing, sir? Wicked pisser, dude. Good morning, Karen. Nice to see you again. Borden has he got Lyme disease? Is he? Right, okay, I didn't know that. So forgive me, I did not know that. I didn't see that the other day, yesterday. I didn't see him struggle like that. So that makes sense then. Thank you, Karen, for letting us know. Just for something to make you laugh, Lorraine says, my husband turned 40 a few weeks ago and someone had Depends sent to her house last night dressed to. Had what? Depends. What's Depends? Oh, is that something for all people? Or something like that? It must be something with all people. I've never heard of Depends before. Liquors stores are called Packy here in Mass. Yeah, well, so I've heard of that before. Packy shops, yeah. Here they're called. Sometimes they're called that here, but not very. It's not very PC, shall we say? So sweet. There you go. He was walking slow because he's confused. No red carpet. Heather, fun fact: the cat in the hat, Alec Baldwin, was not acting in his roles. That was just him being himself. He's 66. Yes. We don't say howdy. Usually it's hey y'all. It was Donna. So it's Donna and Josie who gave the gifted memberships. I forgot who he was. Donna and Josie gave the gifted memberships yesterday. So thank you, ladies. We don't say howdy. Usually it's hey y'all. I just went because Heather told me howdy. So I was like, hey y'all. See? Texan. I want the hat. The cat and the belt. I do want the hat. And I think that, ma'am. Hey, y'all, ma'am. Because they're quite polite. Ma'am. Let me get the door for you, ma'am. Enjoy your youth. My warranty ran out of 60. With a welding mask on, like, can you imagine? It'd be sparks everywhere. Good morning, LJ. How are you? Hope you're well. Good morning to you, Heather. Nice to see you again. There you go. What? Is he on live tonight? Is he? Of a piece of piss, fucking mic. There we go. So my mic's very delicate. Sometimes he'll just go off and it mutes me. and then have to go back in settings and redo everything. Adult diapers, happy days. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, jeepers. Jeepers. That heats metal strips that you melt into the 2 plastic pieces to... I would not trust him. Depends. I've never heard of it. I'm learning, people. I'm learning. Hope to net. Oh yeah, I know. Yes, that's true. Josie, another one. So there we go. People saying thank you, to you guys for obviously for the gifted memberships yesterday. You and Donna gifted people. So whichever one what it was, but Donna Graves and it's me, Josie 81 were the ones that gifted. I don't think it was anyone else, but if there was, apologies. I did. So I've ordered this I'm a guy that likes consistency. So I've ordered the same mic, I've ordered the same stand, and I've ordered the same arm boom. So I've ordered the same things. My arm boom's broken. My mic is now my mic's fine. But so it's exactly the same setup. So I'll have space. That's my thinking. There you go. There she is, Erin Hack. When he's realized that he was a massive douchebag in that movie. I didn't know the movie. I don't mind. Yeah, that was her bad. She said howdy. Hey, y'all. Ma'am. You only said howdy if you're an Aggie. Okay, I'm not an Aggie. You're an Aggie. There you go, Donna. Thank you, darling. I know. Good morning, Katrina. How are you doing, my darling? Tim, nice to see you, sir. You keep disappearing. I never see you anymore, Tim. How are you doing, y'all? How are you doing, fella? No Aggies here. Well, Sarah P is technically an Aggie. Technically. She lives in College Station. Hey, Christine. You're not one. They do stupid things in Aggie Land, though. I have to go chauffeur. No worries. See you later, Carol. No worries, my darling. See you later. Right, let me unmute this then. Ready. What about the fourth juror now coming out, agreeing with the others? Not good. There's going to be more. There's going to be more jurors coming out. There has to be. I think there will be more jurors coming out. I think we'll get more. Because, I think we'll get more. It just all depends what Bev does. Do you know what I mean? So, what's the phone in the cat in the hat? Dirty ho. I'm sorry, baby. I love you. Lol. I crack myself up. I don't know what you're on about. But to be fair, I never know what you're on about. Take care, Carol. Berkey was sick in time, testified as well as Mello. Yeah, Mello's sick still. There you go. There's now a fifth juror that's coming out. Yeah, there'll be more people. I wouldn't be surprised if all 12 come out. I wouldn't be surprised. So it's fine. Well, even if all 12 come out, it doesn't mean that Bev's gonna do anything about it because she's it's Bev. She's a fucking bitch. That's what she is. So we'll see. Hey, Tracy, how we doing, my darling? Resist the silence or Silence of the Lamb. How we doing, my darling? Obviously, we love you guys over there. Resisted the silence. So I hope you're well. Give my best to Dana as well if he's not around. Dana was messing about yesterday, messaging me. He wasn't working hard. He was messaging me different mics and stuff. That way you'll have it. Yes. I don't know what you're all about. So many broken paths. It's like, but it's all good. I'm lost now. Hey, Tracy, Jinx, Pinch Poke, you owe me a Coke. Or a drink or a line. I love drunk periods. What you all talk about films? I've no idea. You done weed in? You have VR. I called Larry today. He's a riot. I know. No, next week. I'll call Larry next week. We got this. I can't call him today because I got this Baldwin chap today. Do you know what I mean? He started in about 20 minutes. We'll have Larry on next week. I'm waiting because me and Sean's supposed to do a show, I think, next week. So I'll see when we're doing that. and we're doing it over his channel, and then we work around it. We'll do something. Never seen that one. We need the over-under poll regarding fifth juror. Will we hear from a fifth juror today? Also, he has a 2 here, so yes. So 1 at 9 o'clock has been gone. It's been discontinued until August, and the 1 at 2 o'clock is the important one. And I think we will get a lot more jurors coming forward. There you go. Hey, good morning, Jessica White. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Yeah, I mean they're all in a text chat together, so they all know. Do you know what I mean? So this is what I'm like. I don't think it's a big deal. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 12. I mean, is Bev going to actually listen? That's the only question. I don't know. I don't. It's Bev. Who knows what that bitch does? Kimberly, how we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Waiting for 5 now. Right. Just like Bradle just said, they should bring the jurors back as soon as possible. I love it when Dylan doesn't know what you're. Okay, I don't know. I honestly haven't got a clue what you're all on about. There's not a fifth juror, it's just a rumor. But as we say, there'll be more. There'll be more. Bailey, good morning to you, Bailey. Hope you're well. Oh Jesus, Jonathan's back. Middlesbrough, Massachusetts. You guys all got UK places. I love it. I love it. I still walking the line, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I did walk today. I only did a couple of miles because it was pissing down with rain today, so I didn't do much today. But I had every intention of doing a lot more than I did. But no, I did walk. I didn't walk yesterday, but I've walked every other day. So, but thank you, my darling. My pleasure. I know we're spelling the name wrong. I was said in the morning on Tom's channel. Yeah. So we'll just wait until it comes out. As I say, there'll be 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th probably. So it is all gravy, baby. I put the clip in Discord chat. What Jonathan and I were talking about. Fine. Okay. Who knows what the bitch does in regards to Bev? Yeah. Well, who does? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. But who does know? She's a fucking bitch. Let's not mince our words here. Like, we were watching I was watching actually this morning the hearing about Ashley Benefield. The judge there was fantastic. He was explaining stuff to the defendant, treating her like a human being. Bev treated Karen like a piece of shit. So I don't like her. I generally don't like her. Hey Bailey, there you go. Just come down with diabetes and they put me on. On what? Mount Jaro. Is that not a mountain? Mount Jaro. Never heard of that, Mount Jaro. Well, sorry to hear that. Yeah, I monitor my diabetes. My grandmother's diabetic. My father's close to being a diabetic. So, yeah, I do try and monitor every year. I have diabetic things. So, I hope you're okay, my darling. Right. I love you, Danielle. But I just to say, I am not an England supporter. I do not condone their win last night. I will say to them, well done. But yeah, I do not support England whatsoever. Wales all the way. Yeah, Wales all the way. But you meant well, but this is something that Aaron Hack would write. Morning to you, Mary, quite contrary. Rebirth. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing well. How are you, my darling? Photos of countryside. Yeah, I should take photos. You're right. I'll have to do something. I'm not from England. Don't start these rumors. There you go. Hello, Gundran Schomburger. I butchered that. I'm so sorry, Gudrun. I hope I say your first name right, Gudrun. Hello, how are you, Gudrun? My gosh, for the life of me, I can't remember who said it. Don't worry, Pippi. What's up with the guy with the crossbow? What? He's a loopy doopy. There's a manhunt, or there was a manhunt for a guy with a crossbow in the UK. go around killing people. I'm not sure if he's been caught. Jeez. No worries, misconduct. If he's trying to read Manjaro. Okay, never heard of it before. Me, Mojo Rising. Yes, I wish the Netherlands would have won, but it's all good. Rebecca from West Virginia, how are you doing? Hope you're working hard there. I remember paralegal work there. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Seahawks, good morning to you, sir. How are you doing? No, madam. Oh, fuck, now I forget. I forgot if you're a sir or a madam. I do know, because you told me. You're a madam. I'm sure you're a madam. Erin Hack. Hey! Lou knows the score. I don't hate English people at all, but when it comes to sport, I'm not an England fan at all. I'm not an English fan. The trick is to walk in the rain and take your soap and shampoo, get your exercise and get cleaned all in one shot. Happy days. It's all celebrities. I just see you, Sarah P. You're such a mofo. All these mods are fucking mofos. Is a hormone that helps with weight loss. I need some of that then. Delan, you really should support your own country. Such a bitch. Mads, Delan, on a scale from 1 to 10, how obnoxious will your English neighbours be if they win the Euro Cup? They'll be up there. They'll be up there. They'll be up there. Very, very obnoxious. You know, they can celebrate. You know, it's just more of a they just won't let us sleep for years to come. You know, I'm all for them to have your night, enjoy it. If they win it, enjoy it, celebrate it, have a week. You know, then forget about it, move on. But a lot of them won't. That's what makes it harder. Right, Sarah. Geez, you two, stop it. Happy days, Jessica. Check it out, Delan. Okay. Howdy. Gigi, morning, Delan. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Gigi. Hope you're well as well, my darling. Woman, yes. No woman, no cry. Hey, hey. Casey, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Morning, sunshine. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Da, 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 da. I'm not English, I'm Cornish. There you go. You speak a bit of Welsh, I think, as well. Cornish pasties, love it. Kels have to stand together, right? Let's go, Lou. I love you, Lou. It's all good. If you hadn't done it, Erin Hack would have done it, so it's fine. Hey, I still remember the 92 win. I still remember it, Mads. I still go on about that. Schmeichel and everybody. Yeah, it's fine to celebrate it, but every argument will be, oh, but we won the Euro. We won the, you know. I just hope the English fans don't cause. Yeah, no, I know. I have jury duty in 2 hours. You do not. How have you got jury duty, Hamburger? How have you wangled that? Who's going to put you on a jury? Whoever's on the jury, whoever the defendant is, right? I feel sorry for them because Hamburger's going to be there. Oh, I love it. Danielle, you got jury duty as well. Do you know what? It's unheard of. I only know a couple of people that have ever had jury duty. In the UK, it's unheard of. Engaged nutter mode. You know, that will definitely be true. Last day. Dennis Sweeney, my friend, the legend. Morning, big guy. Just got back. Turtle Boys hearing going back to Superior Court 2. Happy days, Dad. Pop in afterwards. Let us know how it goes for 2 o'clock. Because they're not streaming it. So, you know, we don't know what's going on. Obviously, Tom will find out afterwards. But, yeah, I hope it goes well for him. But a shout out to Brenda as well. I need to look at her pictures and videos. I've not looked at it. I'll look to them yet. But shout out to you two. Love you to bits. I hope you have an interesting case. I'm just now taking a 50 milligram gummy. Days of work. He's Jonathan, he's 79. They're gonna know that he's not working anymore. It's how I got off ultimately when they can't make you. Yeah. So yeah, in that area, you guys, $15 a day. Whew. They can be awful and probably will cause chaos. Win or lose on the booze and testosterone. Not a good combo. No, you'll never get accepted on jury. You'll never. I want to steal my future son-in-law's jury duty summons, but not sure I would pass for Vietnamese. I don't know, man. He's short enough. Put a hat on, but you would never get on the jury. Yeah. Who watches true crime? Who watches YouTube? Who watches, um, can't skip it. No, I'm retired and a professional. You're retired. $25 is it in Oregon? It's 15 Boston, wasn't it? But which I think is the most I've ever heard of. Normally it's like $14, $15. So you're going just to get some cash, Dave, yeah? Hippie chicks on jury for a mock trial last month. Oh, okay, so really big in my area. It was really interested. Apparently, it's a thing the attorneys do to see what they should do at the trial. Yeah, like there is mock. A lot of people do mock juries. Alex Murdoch did a mock jury, for instance. I think they did like 3 or something like that. A lot of people do it. It's sensible to do, but it's hard as well because it is hard to do mock jury because yeah, it's always going to be biased towards the defense of the mock will. Let me off for. That'll just be lunch money.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
4
1
3
2
4
1
3
2
4
1
3 4
2
3 4 3 4 3 4. Unless you want to go, I wanted to pretty bad, but I couldn't spare the time off and get behind. $375. Yeah, because it was a mock one, so it would have been defense doing it. I got you though. Yeah, they did. The Channel got a few of them actually. I might do. If I do members only on it, it just means I get kicked off and stuff, so I can't. But there's a trial that I want to, an appeals thing in court. I might play for members only. When I had jury duty, we were only paid $12. This was years ago, though. It's very bad, isn't it? Most places I've heard of $15. I want to go. It's my civic duty. I have my cane and my brain left. Well, you got your cane. Hamburger, you got your cane. Go, Bo, go. Go, Pack, go. Nah, it's good. Well done, Dave. It's good that you're doing it. Right, so we're coming back today. Just remember. Hang on. So Andrea Levy just messaged. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is expected to testify tomorrow morning. We've been telling you that she expected to take the stand, that she is on the witness list for the state and prosecution. An order filled last week stated she was to be transported to the jail in Santa Fe for trial. In a pre-trial hearing last month, the state requested immunity for Hannah. Judge denied the request because the judge indicted Hannah has indicated she would not cooperate. However, since that time, Jason Bowles has filed to have Hannah's released pending appeal. He said they didn't receive Luke Hagg's 31st of August report before trial. Who's Luke Hagg? I don't know. So, interesting. She's testifying tomorrow, and they're trying to get her off immunity. I don't know. Ohio. Yeah, it's normally 15. Yeah, but Boston was 15. 50. I don't know. I think California's like 15. It's good morning to you, Stormcat. I did say good morning, but you left by that point. Hello to you. Yeah, but they're trying to get her released now on immunity, as in get her out. Time served, I presume. Hi, Wayne. How we doing, sir? Hope you're well, my friend. Good morning, Jackie. Yeah, I was surprised with the Boston 50. Right, we're about. Are we ready? So she's basically saying she turned down immunity or whatever. What I'm reading through, and I don't know who Hannah Gutierrez is. I think she got arrested or something. She was in the first case or something. But yeah, they're trying to get her released now, and to be heard, to be given immunity and be like, well, she's testifying against Alex, so basically trying to look for it to be time served, I imagine, because you can't get immunity now. I mean, she's been convicted, so it would be time served, I imagine. Hello, Josie. If you don't see me for a while, you know what I'm doing. There we are, Dave. Good luck, buddy. Hope it goes well. Summons me in for the winter for me to even attempt. Ah, there you go. Okay, yeah, she's the one convicted. There we are, then, Lou. Yeah, so they're trying to get her out just for testifying against Alex. I think the defense had a good day yesterday from what I saw. Yeah, I think they do. Look, I don't know anything about this case, right? And nothing's changed my mind yet. I'm still thinking Alex is not guilty. I know some people be like, no, he's fucking guilty. Look, I got nothing in this fight. There's more mentions of Hannah Gutierrez yesterday than there was about Alex. I'm like, I don't know how he's going to get convicted. So, in terms of that, yeah, they had a good day. There's still plenty of time left on this trial, so we'll see. I don't know which way we're going to go with this trial, but at the minute, I would, if I was voting right now, I would vote not guilty because there's nothing against him. But like we're on day one, so you know, there's loads and loads and loads of time to see what evidence gets put in before then. So yeah. I didn't pay attention to openings yesterday, but to go back and watch Peter's recap, lawyer last night, and the defense has an interesting take on his case. Okay, I haven't watched Lawyers Know last night. Actually, I didn't see it. Please hit the like button, please, people. Still have this. Seeing the evidence, they are going to be more than one person whose actions make them guilty in this trial. Sounds to it does. It's a manslaughter to get another conviction, manslaughter for murder. Yeah, I don't really get it. I don't really understand Mads. Can't stand. I don't even know who Alec. I've heard of the name before, but I didn't know him. There you go, tragic accident. There you go. Just an insane actor. You don't like his? He's the attorney for Elon Musk as well, isn't he? So I don't remember his name, but he is. He looks after all. He's now essentially oversees Twitter or X, or as Boston will say, Twitter. Twitter. Where's little G, Heather? She's not been here today, yeah? I mean, when it boils down to it, it was her job to supply safe prop guns, but she instead provided real ones instead and with real live rounds. Yeah. I came into this thinking he was guilty, but after hearing Peter's take on this, I'm on the fence. Defense says it's not the actor's responsibility to ensure safety. Have to wait for experts to see. Yeah, no, I came into this saying not guilty because he deserves presumption of innocence. But I'm just thinking if I'm an actor, I'm on set, and I've got the armorer, I've got the stage manager, whatever, all saying, "Yeah, guns cold, all good, let's go. Take your shot, it's fine." I mean, boom, boom. I don't know if I would open it and check it. I don't think I would. But there we are. We'll see. No nonsense and makes rulings on the spot, unlike Bev. Yes, I don't like the. I'm not sure which one's the blonde one. The one is really annoying me. The one really annoyed me yesterday. The one that talks so slow, and you'd think we're on like 0.25 speed. I watched Runkle. He's gun expert. His chart said yesterday that defense was horrible. Yeah, I don't know. Or Miss Gold. I thought the three of you were like, inseparable. So we had yesterday Miss Gold and Lil G were here when you weren't here. Then they disappeared. Lil G came back when you were here. And now today's only you, Heather. On set, knew the revolver was a real gun, also not just a prop, considering they were target practicing with it also. Runkle's an expert. And Miss Gold, where in the world is she hiding to? She was here yesterday, to be fair. First thing, then she probably had to leave, I imagine. Eddie says, everyone who handles that gun by law is supposed to check it, including actors. I don't know. Well, maybe it is, but I don't know. I don't think I would check it. But that's just, I'm not in America, though, so maybe it's different. I don't know. Looks like he should have a car in his lap. Now, you point anything aside of a plastic prop because blanks have killed in the back. Yeah, that's true as well. Check the regards of who gives it to you. Yeah. Using a tool to change live rounds into blanks and they got mixed up. I've honestly said Alex is a total douche. Be a procedure. If it is and he just didn't do it, I could say that is a problem. Yeah, if that was procedure, then that would be a problem. It'll all come out because the process procedures will all come out. The law will all come out now. So yeah. I know you are. I know. Whack-a-moles. The three of you. It is good, although the way she questions can be very harsh. 1990 movie, Sean Connery and a young Alec Baldwin, really good. Don't know if the evidence made it to trial, but there's some proof of the fact that Alex knows how to check them and has in the past. Probably won't make it to trial. We'll see. If you know nothing about guns, how would you even know how to check it? You could essentially do more harm if you don't know what you're doing. I'd be one. I wouldn't have a clue. I would trust the process and be like, "Can I? What do you want me to do?" I'll be like, "Well, press the trigger. Is there anything in here? No, it's fine. Just press. Okay, bam, bam." But again, this is not as simple as I know. Movie is The Hunt for Red October. Do you know what witnesses are today? No, I don't. I know Hannah Gutierrez is tomorrow, and we got Marissa Poppell first up today. But that's all I know for cross-examination. Remember, this isn't a regular everyday life. This was just on the set of a movie. I get it. At home, yes. You check the gun, but a movie set should be real ballistic. They would be, yes. No reason for him to check. Guess we will find out. Yes, we're only on day one, so saying he didn't pull the trigger is ridiculous, and his behavior since has lost most people any sympathy for him. There you go. So Alex was acting careless at certain points too with a gun. Okay. They both turned down firearm training. Alec on the crew. On the crew are firing live ammunition for fun prior. Exact revolver. Bang bang. Hey Sally, how are you, the fam? Hope you're well. Alec Baldwin was in the first Thomas the Tank Engine movie. I didn't know that, Joyce. I did not know that. I think I saw that the original said he didn't pull the trigger, but then said he maybe accidentally pulled the trigger. But regardless, he was told the gun was cold. He was. Hey Ruka, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Alex Baldwin's goated. With all the coverage in the background by experts and lawyers, I'm interested to see how much of the relevant information covered up until trial making into the trial. I forget he was in the movie Hunt for Ted October. Yeah, I'm only basing on the actual Red October, fine. The actual evidence, you're all talking about evidence. I have no idea what you're on about. I'm only going by what's been put in so far. So, before this happened, a lot of the crew walked out because of all the chaos going on. Yeah, I think there's something about that coming in, I believe. But yeah, I'm basing it purely on the evidence. So we'll see. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look, see what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? Right, hang on. Ba ba ra 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 ra. Da ra ra. Ba 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 ba. Be-re-re-re. Ba ra ba. Ba ra ba ba. Hey hey hey. Oh hey hey. Oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, 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 oh. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I forget I'm even streaming. I'm looking at something. That's what I'm doing. Oh, 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 oh. Hee, 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 hee. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Da-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da. Yeah. Oh, oh, no, nothing. Fine. Oh, right. There's a few more here. Right. I still think the Thai incident stinks to high hello. Yeah, Jonathan. People say he was rushing the other members, so I guess it was a matter of that time because something tragic would have happened. Who's in charge of overseeing the whole staff? Does anyone know? No. I just haven't read enough about this case. Just a horrendous mistake. Which also, base your opinions, Lou, on what's been put in. I mean, that's all you can do is base it on what's been presented here. I know that he's not been tried as a producer, so that's big. So I'm only going to judge him on what the evidence says. So Alec was in charge. I was he? I don't know. Hi Vivian, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. No, it wouldn't be here. There'd be other people. Yeah. No, there'd be other people. There'd be processes in place for people to be in charge of different stuff. Well, yeah, but hey, thank you. What will you do with a drunken sailor? What will you do with a drunken sailor? That's Sea Dog and Dana. They're not here. That does matter a lot. There you go, Vivian. Welcome back, my darling. The trial, I'm so ready to hear the play out. Yes. Hello, Vanessa. How we doing, my darling? Here she comes. The huckster's in the house. They changed his crime as an actor to the defense took a chance. Said to producer role is irrelevant. They had a good argument actually and won it in pre-trial motions. Happy days, Pippi. We're not here for anything else, just the music. I know. Dalan, my wife asked you what song you were singing. I mean, do you know what? I have no idea. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. I don't know. I made it up. It might be something, but I no idea where it came from. It comes into my mind and I just hum and sing and whatever. So no ideas. Sorry, Wayne. Sorry, Mrs. Scrivens. Do wonder how the jury will handle the case, especially if some are Alec Baldwin fans. Do you have a favorite actor or actress? No, I don't actually. I used to watch a lot of films, but I don't anymore. Oh, excuse me. So no, I don't actually. No, I'm trying to think. No, I like a variety of them. Yeah, it's more relevant. You're right. Drinkers. Hey Eddie, in one of the first interviews, Alec proclaimed he was an expert on guns. Also, he said he never pulled the trigger. Too fast, proven lies. Pippi, we go everywhere together. Hey, beautiful and appropriate. Just checking in. I'll be back. I'll be at the dentist. Oh, good luck. Best of luck to you, my darling. I'll see you later. The Rooker, Vivian, totally fans are on his side. Me, totally admit it. And people who don't like him won't favor him like fans. It's tough. Who wouldn't know a Baldwin, you know? I agree. Crafty Cow, hello to my darling. How are you? Don't worry. It's fine. It's all fine. Good luck with the dentist. Good morning, Toots. Hello to you. Shout, shout, shout at the devil. I don't know that. This trial is not that engaging. Casey, I know. It's not. I agree, Casey. I agree with you. To be quite truthful to those that would here, I'm only doing this trial because there's nothing else going on. And it was just something for some people to come in here if they wanted to chat. So, I mean, there's plenty of streamers out there for expertise. Do you know what I mean? People said Runkle, Sean, potential criminal. They could talk you through all the intricacies of the law. I'm just here for El Chatty, if I'm being honest. If it wasn't for El Chatty, I would not be streaming this right now. So, I very much agree with you, Casey. It's not a stream I wanted to stream or cover. But yeah, here we are. But as I say, here for your El Chatty, just somewhere for people to chat. So it might be a little bit. No, it wasn't that, but it had a mix of that. I agree. I agree. It did have a mix of that. You're right, but it wasn't that. No. I'm here for you and LJ. Thank you, beautiful appropriate. Yeah, I said for you guys. I mean, some people wanted somewhere to go. I was like, yeah, I'll just check it on then. You know, I don't particularly want to watch this. I don't like this trial. It's not something I covered or wanted to cover. But I'm in it now. We're in it. We're in it together. You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we'll fly away. Just remember Rome wasn't built in a day. Hey, 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 hey. I miss the fun. Tons of coverage. Law of self-defense also has some insight. Yes. Hopefully you'll stick around here though. But if you don't, then there's obviously if you genuinely do want to understand a little bit more about the guns and stuff, this is probably not the right place for you. This is more about having fun, chatting away, just talking shit, basically. My dogs and I find it very soothing. Ha, happy days. Casey lol. I agree with you, Ruka. Shout out that there was a famous. Yeah, if I hear the tune, maybe I would, Greg. I just off the top of my head, I don't do song names, titles. But if I saw it and maybe I listen to it, maybe I'd know. That's what we'll come down to. I'm sure most of the people in New Mexico have guns and know gun safety rules. I think I'm going to be doing another trial in New Mexico before long. I think my mods have told me I've got to do one. So is that teenager who left her newly born child in the bin or something in the trash? I think I'll cover that in August, I think. And I watched the Ashley Benefield Black Swan stuff this morning. That's on course. There's a pre-trial conference next Tuesday, and they're on course to start on Monday, the 22nd, or whatever it is. Giggle along. Oh, thank you, Beautifully Appropriate. Appreciate you for that. Thank you. I'm here for El Chatty too, and me, as obviously. Come on, Heather. I couldn't care less about Baldwin Lol, but I love a good dose of El Chatty, however. This is my attitude as well. I couldn't give a shit. I don't know anything about this, but I appreciate that, Heather. Obviously, add my name in next time. Yeah. Look at his wife wearing silver pumps to court. I can't stand her. Such a fraud. Lexi, that's the one. That's the one. I'll be my Josie basically pinned me against the wall and said, "You're fucking covering it. You're fucking covering it." Josie told me. I was like, "Okay, I'm not messing." And then Murph and everyone came in from the sides and going, "If you don't listen to Josie, we're gonna punch you." So I was like, "Yeah, I'll cover it." So I will be covering it. There you go. Yes. Here she is. I told you she's feisty. Josie's feisty. Spicy, feisty. So yeah, we'll definitely be covering it. I need to look into it a bit more though. Thank you. I'm part of El Chatty. Sometimes people forget I'm part of El Chatty, Heather. So thank you for that. Hey, Lady Law, the Gilf is on fire. Let's go, Gilf. Hey, tonight, yeah, we're still on, Lady Law. If you don't, message me. But yeah, if not, I'll see you later. Hey, Nixie, Trixie Nixie, how we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Baldwin's here because he had a bad rep fighting with people. The media, well, hated by most. Okay, it was Murph that pinned you. I just had her back. Not quite how I remember it, but no, it's fine. I'm glad. Yeah, we'll do it. We need to do another thread, and I'll need to actually look at it and time it and stuff, because the Black Swan I think is going to be finished early on in. I need to time it. Do you know what I mean? So that we've got probably a 2-3 week window where we just need to cover different stuff. Okay. Yeah, there you go. So I'll be there. I'll be there for you, my lady low. I'll be there for you, 'cause you be there for me too. Ooh, that's Friends. I don't know the tune though. Yeah, so don't worry if you can't make it. It's fine. But yeah, I'll be there. Yeah, probably. I only know a little bit about it. Here we go. XOXO. XOXO. LSRP. I'll be there. Happy days. As soon as this is done, I'll probably just jump on there, wait for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So if people that don't know Lady Law, you should know Lady Law. She hasn't been on here for ages. She used to come on here all the time. But if you remember, you can see her there. She is the GILF. There you go. And Jonathan's got it before me. That's her. Sarah P. Damn dyslexia. Don't worry about dyslexia. Oh, yes, she is. Little G, we're just talking about you, just speaking about you. Say, Heather's here, Potty Mouth's here. Did you fix your microphone? No, it's broken. I mean, it's fine. It's not broken, it's fine. But I've got a new mic stand coming Sunday, a new mic coming tomorrow. But it's all good. It's not nothing broken. It's fine. But and now I've got spare parts. So, and also sorry for triggering you yesterday. I didn't realize this would trigger you. We miss you too. Lilo, miss you. Nixie, I could listen to you sing all day. Oh, geez, I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that. Are we late or early? Where? Stormcat now this well, they're late. They're late. Where? You know. Yeah, Lil G message to you from Heather. Your years must have been burning. We're discussing you and Miss Gold. You keep missing each other. She called you a mole, whack-a-mole. She goes, Lil G's a whack-a-mole. Bang. How have you been? You're on time, yes. Is that how she holds it? Statue of Liberty. Yeah, we were talking about it because we were talking about if you're here for gun expertise and stuff, don't be here. I was mentioning the fact that I'm literally only streaming this for El Chatty for you guys. I think there's some people here obviously interested. I'm not taking the piss out of it. We'll cover the trial properly, guys. We will. But I mean, I wouldn't be covering this if it wasn't for El Chatty. I'm doing it for El Chatty. Definitely. So I appreciate people for being here. Looby. No, I'm not early for anything. Makes probably do not. With mold probably do that. Hey Vivian, glad you come back. Don't. So Adel G, I'll be honest with you, I've got OCD. I got bad OCD. So yeah, I get it. I get it. Don't you worry. Yeah, it's just Miss Gold. Miss Gold's not coming in today, yeah? She was here yesterday morning whilst Heather wasn't here, and they keep missing each other. So Miss Gold's not been in today. I know. Jonathan actually is our expert. You're right. The tree. Yeah. Look at each other backtrack now. You were like, oh no, Miss Gold and Little G, they're like whack-a-moles. No, you didn't. You said that. You're right. We list. Oh, your dog. Oh, I didn't see that yesterday. Hope she's okay. Yeah, probably. It's probably about 3,000. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, but like 10.6 is a little bit, false advertisement. But yeah, I'll take it. I'm happy. But thank you. Beetlejuice persona. When you have time, look her up how she faked the Spanish. Faked. Jody to put towards new microphone pads. Oh, thank you so much. You don't have to do that at all. I bought it. It's all good. But thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you, Jody. Yeah, thank you very much. So generous of you. So thank you for the super chat, my darling. And it's lovely to see you as always. It's nice to see some of you back because I haven't seen you since Karen Reed, people. So I know some people do pop in and leave, but it's still nice to see people. Waka Wart. There you go. Thank you for the super chat, Jody. Thank you, Seahawks. It helps when you got Sean McDonough coming on as well. He brought a ton of people over. So, yeah, I just hope people come back, and continue supporting. That's all I can hope, That's all I can hope. I'll still do content. I just hope people support. So if they don't, then nothing they can do. We need you. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, darling. So yeah, I mean, this court's second day late again. Watching Halyna Baldwin embarrassed. She's crazy. Oops. She's just super sensitive to weather. Oh no. Happy days. I'm here from Sean and haven't left. Wish us some. Oh, thank you, Jessica. A lot of people are here from Sean. I got so much to thank Sean for. Sean's my guy. I'll say, I think next week we're doing a morning club over at his channel. So we'll see what happens. And then he's gonna be here back for Karen Reid. Hilaruka. Because hey, I've not changed, Jody. If trust me, this is what I do way before Karen Reid. Is this? It's the exact same thing. I don't think I've changed one bit. But yeah, thank you, Jody. I came from Sean. I stayed. Love your accent. Thank you, darling. Listen to it all day. I have that Massachusetts Patka accent. Cucumber. There you go. Dylan should play for us that interview where Hilaria pretends to not know the name for cucumbers. Oh, I'll that we'll have to get Erin Hack onto that. Erin, get on it, Erin. Let me know what that is. Hackster. Literally watching it. I did. I've still got them on the floor here. But I think we've found the winning, even though, Jonathan, you're not happy still. But I think this is the winning formula. Hey, Sean, how you doing, fella? You're aging like a fine wine. Love it. Hi, everyone. Hey, Alicia, how you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Another one from Wrongful Pod. There you go. Thank you, Yara Trucker. There you go. They were asking, Little G was asking if you could play the interview where Hilaria pretends to not know the name for cucumbers. Yeah? You probably know what she's on about because I don't. Genty, hello, my darling. Hi, the lunch cheese and rice. No cucumber, thanks. No cucumber. Cheese and rice. I wore my Travis Rudolph top today. You all probably, some of you might know the Travis Rudolph trial. So this is what they, as a family, wore for his verdict. So I got that. They sent me one for the coverage. Thank you, Erin. Hang on, let me see this. Okay, I have to play that at the break then. I said that Erin would know, didn't I? I'll play you on the break because it's 6 minutes. I'm back. Yes, you Vivian, you're back. Oh, no idea. My boyfriend was supposed to be a witness in the Rudolph trial. I'll talk about him, but never was on the stand. Which one's your boyfriend? You didn't watch it with me, so I don't know who your boyfriend is. Hack. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah. Hack. Okay. Now I got you. Okay. Okay. Alex, wife's cosplays as a Spaniard. Barcelona. Spanish. Hack. They have 7 kids. She used surrogates so her body stayed nice. I think she only carried 1 child. Jeepers creepers. We're learning a lot here. Wicked pisser. Wicked pisser. All right, come on then. What's going on here now then? I don't like the waiting. Why are we waiting? We are suffocating. Oh, why are we waiting for? Oh, I don't know. People don't like her. Ooh, wicked pisser. Park the car. Is it back? Am I? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Joyce. Either cover or run. Those wires better behind you. It's driving me crazy. What? Those wires? It's. I can't. I don't. I don't mess with them. I don't mess with them. They're like TV, internet, everything. They're behind. Can't do much with them, to be quite honest with you. She's from New England. Shut the front door. I thought she's Spanish. I thought she's genuinely Spanish. I never heard her. Oh crap. Oh, now I'm getting why people are pissed off with her. Oh crap. I didn't know this. Park the car. Park the car. Get a cucumber from Worcester. Park the car in Harvard Yard. Park the car. Hey, Alicia. Hi, Erin. She vacationed there and moved there as an adult. Oh, no way! Well, the cheeky bitch. What a bint. I didn't know that. I thought she's genuinely Spanish. Oh, no wonder people are pissed off then. 15 minutes from Worcester. There you go, Nixie. When I come to visit, you'll have to come over. I have to come over and see us. How we say cucumber. Hilaria. She's a faker, Rebecca. Jeepers. Jeepers, jeepers. Yay. Yeah, I'll be, yeah, I'm not sure when I'm coming, but I'll definitely be there. I'll definitely be there. She forgot the word for cucumber in English. How the fuck she forget that? Well, I mean, you could say it different ways. Cucumber. But in between Worcester and Harvard. So, okay, but that, because I know Worcester is, Dedham is down this way as well. Yeah, I know. Sounds like a lunatic. I've never heard her speak. I've seen her, obviously. She's very pretty, but I've never heard her speak or anything, so I'll have to watch that and do the break. She didn't actually forget, she pretended to. She's one of those, is she? Pumps to court, that's all I need to know. Boston, just being cute. Right, Benedict Cumberbatch. Right, what are they doing? Are they taking the mickey here now or what? I mean, we're supposed to start 35 minutes ago. My coffee's cold now as well. Taking a what? From me? Taking a piss? Oh, Mickey. As in taking the piss. Oh, she's taking the Mickey. Taking the piss. As in she's... It's a joke. As in, she is not... I don't know what I said, so I don't actually know what I said, Mickey. But Mickey, oh, Mickey, you're so fun, you turn my mind. Oh, Mickey. Oh, Mickey. Oh, Mickey, you're so fun, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Oh, Mickey, you're so fun, I don't know the words. Oh, here they come. Right, okay. Here we go. Please do, Alicia. Okay. Thank you. Hello. We love it. Thank you. Right, let's go and mute.
Maybe the cleaning people.
We have an empty one in the back?
Yeah, I thought you were in the back too. Steve gave you a sign. After I said you had no. Take more than a bathroom break or whatever, and you just need to be patient. We're trying to move the trial along, okay? So, thank you. All right, and I'm sorry, I don't, this probably isn't the most appropriate time, but media in the war room, or whatever we call it, one more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any liquids of any kind whatsoever. My staff is, and our county people are not going to be picking up trash that you all could pick up. Okay, and that also means downstairs in the jury assembly room. So one more cup, one more water. Let's just have some manners on picking up after ourselves, okay? All right, sorry I had to bring that up right now.
Is this witness still under oath, Judge?
Yes, she's still under oath. Is that okay, or do you want me to?
That's fine.
All right.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, Investigator Poppell.
Good morning.
Judge.
All right, why don't we look at these now?
Okay.
Are you keeping track?
What the fuck is going on? We just started. Trash. She means business. She does not like trash. Jonathan, make a fool out of all us, get hanging around you waiting for her. I know. Life artist, hello to you. Nice to see you. Patricia, hello, my darling. Hope you're well as well. How are you? People, stop being pigs. Oh. Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Is that a song, isn't it? Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fun. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. I don't remember the rest of it. Yeah, to the jury. We're not doing bathroom breaks. Going straight through. Us lawyers like, what the fuck kind of court is this? I know. This younger Baldwin behind him, he looks sulky kid. His brother, I think. That's his brother, Stephen Baldwin. Good morning, Wicked Psych. Hello, my darling. How are you? Thank you. Appreciate your live. Good morning to you. Oh, thank you, Life Artist. Thank you for being here, my darling. Nice to see you. And what the dog, we can see the peak of the dog there. Looks very cute. That's Stephen. Right, let's go. Alicia loves it.
Yeah, that's okay with the court.
Alicia, you're too strict, Alicia.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
So we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide what we do this morning into sort of two categories, the firearm and the ammunition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. As to the firearm, I think where you left off yesterday is ultimately that firearm was destroyed in the test pit. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, the word broken, that I think I heard you use yesterday, it's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I believe it could be put back together with replaced parts. But as far as, in my terms, destroyed meaning no longer in existence, it is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the evidence in this case, the gun will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. There?
Yes.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to executing a search warrant at Seth Kenney's prop house, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he had provided star-line brass, silver ammunition to the set, correct?
Yes.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was star-line brass, silver, and only dummies, or if it was star-line brass, silver, and he also had live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenney kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition, yes.
Right, but you were aware of whether you found the exact correct live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that at a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
Yes.
So I want to take a step back for a second. When you go out to collect evidence on a day like October 21st, 2021, you bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible. Fair?
Yes.
And so you did respond to this scene, and the first item that you collected that ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew that someone had touched it without gloves on, right?
Yes.
You knew that when somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence. Fair?
Yes.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same, right?
I'm just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
And you logged all the evidence you collected in this case?
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you?
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you collected.
Yes.
And one way you figure out as you're going through a scene what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I do not. As part of I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this case, you did talk to Seth Kennedy, right? You're not forbidden to speak to somebody who's at a scene.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversations, yes.
Well, but there are times where a witness could say in your presence, hey, that glove is very important. And they would say it to you and Corporal Hancock, and you would
I object to the hypothetical.
Overruled.
As I was saying, you and Corporal Hancock could be at a scene, and somebody could say, hey, that glove was used, and you, as a technician, would say, okay, that witness is pointing out that glove, that could be important. I'm going to note that, and once I confer with Corporal Hancock, potentially take that into custody, to take an inventory.
Yes,
okay.
That's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you do is, and you talked about this a little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information and decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes.
So in this case, for example, Mr. Baldwin's clothes had red on them, and you tested it for blood, right?
Yes.
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
Yes.
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
Correct.
Right? So as you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart, and you find the shell casing. And I thought this was on just a moment ago.
All right, Joe, come on. We need to fix something.
You're doing what to the document?
And it's a fast.
Oh. So is that her? Is this? Oh fuck! Is this his wife?
It was up there. It was up there that you had a problem.
And I'm putting State's Exhibit 29.
Oops.
I'm just a minute, Mr. Spiro. I'm wondering if you're trying to figure this out right now.
She's a bit fit. She's quite fit, isn't she? She looks Spanish as well, to be fair.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. And I'm showing you Exhibit 29, and in a moment I'll show you Exhibit 28. And this is the shell casing that you recovered in this case that housed the lethal projectile, correct?
Yes.
And so, and in fact, you were able to then recover the actual bullet piece of the ammunition because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Souza, right?
Yes.
And so you were then able to go to the hospital, and we heard from that officer, and collect the other piece of the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test the trigger of the firearm, correct?
I'm sorry. You're asking if I myself tested the.
Trigger, yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that, so it was not completed by myself.
Well, fair to say that because you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence in this
I
case.
object to the form of question. Can we approach?
Okay, whilst I got you here, I just got a message from Kelly Reid. They're doing another popcorn shop. So this is a link towards it. So if you want to help her raise funds for Karen Reid's legal battle, please go and buy some popcorn from Kelly, and 50% of all sales goes towards Karen's fund. Hi, Elsie.
You spoke to Mr. Baldwin at the scene, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And he informed you that he just manipulated the hammer and that impacted your future testing, correct?
I don't recall what he exactly stated on the scene.
Okay. Well, let me just approach you for a moment.
Counsel, I'll need a copy.
Sure. We'll provide you a copy.
Before you approach the witness. We're also going to need, well, while they're looking for that, why don't we approach?
Oh, approach again. Anyway, yes, if you were inclined to do so, please go on to Kelly Reid's shop. Oh, fuck. I'm not sure if you can even hear me. Please go to Kelly Reid's shop and buy the popcorn. Half the proceeds all go towards Karen's defense funds. So, yeah, any support for Kelly would be greatly appreciated. I know she would really appreciate it. So we'll share that for the rest of the week, that link. So, yeah. And pass it around, share on social media, everything like that you can. So, yeah, let's support Karen and Kelly. Stephen looks like Dalma today. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, Erin. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, event's not started yet. Crap.
Page in line, please.
Yep.
Popcorn doesn't start till tomorrow. Shit. My bad.
Page in line, counsel.
Yep. Page 3, lines 9 through 11. And I'm showing the witness. Does this, and as you can see from up here, this is a lapel camera from 1021, a lapel recording from. And do you see this answer here?
Yes, I see it.
And so, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Baldwin told you that he cocked the gun?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. But you don't dispute that it happened?
No, I don't dispute it. I just don't recall it.
So, did But when you made the request,
Objection, let's approach.
Are you fucking kidding me? What the? Why are you? Do you mean this is like? What are we doing? I have Josie has a love-hate relationship with Alexandria. I like him sometimes, and other times he's cringe. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. He's not lost a case in 10 years. Do you know that? Over 10 years. Yeah, I'm annoyed about Morrissey, so I don't blame him. This is too much, though. The judge needs to be like, right, come on, people. Children, stop. See you, Alicia. Sean, he has tried 5. I read an article. I don't know how many he's tried. It just said that it's been over 10 years since he last lost any case. So he must have tried more than 5, unless they just mean criminal cases or something. I don't know. Maybe, Lorraine, then they're gonna have to start doing it back. It's getting a little bit petty. Little bit petty. Yeah, I don't know, sure. I just, I say I didn't see the numbers, so. Oh. It just seems though that she's complaining about some wording or something. Angela Levy, she's there. She's in there today. Oh. Come on, El Chatty. Let's keep it going. Just remember, we're here for El Chatty, not for Baldwin. Hey, El Chatty, keep chatting. You keep me going. I think so, Sean, yeah. She does it to little jurors, yeah. If she does it too much, though, it's probably going to piss them off, though. It's Monty all over again, yes. It's just too much. But it seems to work, do you know what I mean? And also, like you said, I think it makes the defense attorney more flustered.
Just to go back to the spent shell casing for a moment, was the spent shell casing collected from inside of the church or on the cart?
On the cart.
And another question is, do you know if Mr. Baldwin's fingerprints or DNA were on the trigger of the firearm?
I do not know those results off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there a better witness that may come in to tell the jury that?
Yes.
Okay. And, you were interacting, as we were left off, with Mr. Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you, in fact, test the hammer did you, in fact, request to test the hammer of the firearm for prints and DNA?
Same objection. That doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she did.
It's the first question, and then I'll ask why she did or didn't.
Overruled.
Did you, after speaking to Mr. Baldwin, did you then test the hammer of the gun for DNA or fingerprints, or request that it be done?
The request that was made was after a conversation with the lab which essentially was asking them what assistance they could provide. I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Poppell, when you made the request, did you specify, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting that.
And when you got to the prop cart, you could not tell from looking at it whether or not anybody had altered or moved any of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody did, that would be a pretty serious problem in a case like this, wouldn't it?
It would be a problem in any case, yes.
Did you ever interview or review any interviews of Sarah Zachary?
No.
But one thing that you did know at this time for certain is that you were looking for Starline brass, silver 45 ammunition, correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were looking for.
When did you learn that?
That was learned later on once realizing that all of our suspected live rounds were Starline brass with a silver primer.
So all of the live rounds at the movie set were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, right?
Yes.
And this idea came up early in the investigation that what if somebody sabotaged the set and put those live rounds there? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was quickly dismissed in this case as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic. Fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust set. Fair?
Yes.
And so you continue to investigate that as this case proceeds, and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was being investigated.
So, we looked at, and I'm just going to show you Defense A1. And what's this a picture of?
These were some of the rounds that were located loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the cart, I mean, you don't know whether those live rounds were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer, live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
And if we could look at State's Exhibit 27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on the top of the cart.
And so in this box you then collect, which is Defense A2, right? What was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this was the box handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from at the time to load the firearm. I was then placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And can you tell the jury the significance of that round?
Yes, this round with the silver primer was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling through this box and just missed one, do you?
No.
And you also showed the jury that these Starline brass nickel live rounds were found in other places on the set, right? This is State's Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15?
This is a close-up of the gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live round in it.
And was then 15, this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Eccles, another actor on the set, turns out that he, as he acted, as he performed, had a live bullet in his bandolier, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to think Mr. Eccles had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline nickel live and the Starline nickel dummies, is that they could have been easily commingled. Fair?
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct then a search warrant on the church, you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that is. A search warrant is where you go to a court and you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or a location, right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what you'd like to look for. Fair enough?
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of, walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence, one of the things about a search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go, right?
Yes.
So as you're going into execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrants.
And the warrant for the church, it didn't indicate that there was any specific crime you were looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
And so when you went inside of the church, you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anyone who wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the dead, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro that I object to some of these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
no, I think I can just lay it and introduce it.
Well, she said she objected.
Oh, wow! That's Jennifer. That offer is like, why did he not take that offer? I mean, I know some people say big ego. I said, yeah, he must have a big ego because that is a fair deal. No jail time, misdemeanor. You take responsibility. Now he's running the risk of 18 months in prison and a hefty defense, bill. And yeah, I agree with with you. Ego, Because he's a moron. I can't fathom why he wouldn't take that deal. That's a generous deal. I don't. Hey, each their own, but woof, I don't know. I was just like, woof. Why would you not take that? I don't. That's blown my mind. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, though, Wicked, I think he'd rather deal with civil though than take the risk of going in prison for 18 months. He's got the money to pay. I don't know why he would run the risk of going to jail, prison, sorry, for 18 months. I don't know why he would do that. You admitted to a misdemeanor. Happy days. He's gonna have to pay out whatever happens. Oops, tangles. No, Karen shouldn't take a deal. But like, whatever you think, there's responsibility there as a producer and everything. Just take it. He settled out the civil already. Oh, is he okay? He also likes the cameras. Yeah, he might be looking for a book deal. Oh, they're listening in, are they? Very, very interesting. I think we go back to what Jennifer says. Very egotistical. I just can't fathom why you would risk it. Risk it for a biscuit? No. Does the prosecution have a case? Yeah, I mean, they have a case. It's just, I don't know what the case is, but they've decided to bring him forward. So, yeah. Just remember though, he could deal at any point. Like he could deal right up until, like, he might want to go through this and then look at a deal. Kirk's. Oh well, okay. You had to bring it up, though, Jonathan. Why do you have to bring it? Oh, Jonathan, you make my life hard sometimes. I still love you, though. Yeah, and people have said that he's bringing his child in for sympathy. Like not jury sympathy, but sympathy from us lot and the media. I do wonder. Trouble is, the lawyer doesn't really care. The lawyer wants to get paid, so it's different. Yeah, there's different views. Yeah, there's different views. Maybe he thinks he could. Yeah, Johnny come lately says lock him up. Kirk says he's the armorer. So this is why you don't go to trial, because there's different viewpoints. So it depends on what the jury think. Depends on what the jury think and believe. Okay. Mighty meat. Okay. Johnny says he did take it, but then he wouldn't run his mouth. So he could still be offered. Depends on, again, he could be offered the deal at any point up until the jury come back with a verdict. So
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right, jury.
All right, Marissa.
Crap, hang on. Hey, Deborah.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much.
Right, let me hang on. Let me play this video then for you because it did come here and Erin Hackers kindly got it for me. So this is his wife, yeah.
Authentic gas. How to make a very authentic gazpacho. We have Alec Baldwin with us, so tell us, how are we going to prepare this?
It's very healthy. It's very easy. All you need to make sure is that you have really good tomatoes. We have very few ingredients. We have tomatoes. We have how do you say it? Cucumbers. We have red pepper. We have, of course, the critical cebolla, onion, and we have our garlic, el ajo. We have a little bit of salt and pepper, aceite de oliva. We have olive oil, and we have some vinegar. So all of these things, all you have to do is blend them together. So you want to peel the tomatoes, okay? Because the outside part of the tomato is a little bit too tough for the soup. So you want to peel
Also, we're actually peeling it like an apple.
You're peeling like an apple, and I'm sure there's way fancier ways to do it, but this is how I learned in Spain. We do it like this. You can do it over a bowl because as you peel it, it's very juicy. If you have a good tomato, it's very juicy. Now look what I'm going to do. I'm going to core it. So I'm going to cut it in half. And then I'm going to take out the hard parts. The idea basically is you want to make a really nice soup, which you're going to take out all the hard parts so that it can be really, really, really frothy and good.
Now, quick question. About how many tomatoes do we have here?
I mean, it depends on obviously how many you are going to cook for, but this is, you can make about five to 8 tomatoes as you want to get like nice, big, juicy ones, okay? So we have these, and we're just going to throw them into the blender like this. All right.
That's a lot of juicy tomatoes. Los tomates, señoras y señores.
And we take a piece of cebolla. We're gonna put in a piece of garlic. We're gonna put in a little bit of cucumber. Red pepper.
This goes in just the way it is.
It's the easiest thing. Like you can't mess this up.
I like this. I'm one of those that needs things cut up easily. Just put it in there.
Easy. You're gonna put these in. Actually, you know what? I am gonna cut this one in half because it looks like a lot, and I'm going to put just a little piece in. So then you're gonna put olive oil in, and you can use, I mean, when I was growing up, I think we used probably about like half a cup or something like that. Some people like a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. But I just kind of eyeball it. We're gonna put,
Well, I think it's a Spaniard thing because olive oil is in every single dish.
No, if you don't like olive oil, like just you can't go to Spain.
Right.
Never. And then we have white vinegar. So this is the salad dressing. Like I said, it's a salad. We have all our salad ingredients, and then we have the dressing that we're going to put on top. We have some white vinegar that we're going to put on. And then we, of course, put a little bit of salt. Not too much because we're healthy.
Okay.
Yeah. And then some pepper. Okay, we close it all this way. Let's see. Oh, there we go. And we put it on.
And now, do you put this on a high setting, low setting?
We put it on a high side. And let's hope that it blends.
Oh, wow.
Look at the blender.
Yeah, I like this blender.
One thing, I'm going to go a little bit more if you guys can hear me. One thing I have to say is in this country, when I never order gazpacho from the menu because it always has, it's made from canned tomatoes. It's made with Tabasco sauce. It's spicy. It's supposed to be spicy, but it's supposed to be spicy with ajo, spicy with cebolla, spicy with black pepper. And so you can see that there's no extra spice. It's not something that is in the palate of Spain. We don't use these spicier sauces. Sometimes I'll make this the night before, and that will let it, even though it's very easy, if I know that I'm going to cook for a bunch of people the next day, I'll make it the night before and I let it sit in the refrigerator. And as I do that, the garlic is going to start to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And then the next day, everybody has to have it because there will be no kissing otherwise.
Because of the
and we like kissing too, right?
Of course. Oh my God, this looks amazing.
And now, color of gazpacho.
Now, would this be served cold?
Served very cold. So if you are going to make it the day of, make sure to put it, if you can do it a little bit of time in the refrigerator, you can even put a little bit of ice in it, but make sure that you don't have pieces of ice. This is not a smoothie. And so, yeah, you can see we have a nice color here. It should be very frothy. If you're going to have it in the night before or even for a while, you have to blend it again because it's going to separate because of the oil and the water. Now, let me tell you something. One of the traditional things that we do in Spain is we'll take the actual ingredients, and if you're serving them, I'm just doing this for a little bit of show. You'll take the actual ingredients and you put it in little bowls. So a little tomato, a little bit of pepper, a little bit of, I always forget the name, cucumber. All of these things, and then you serve it with them, and people go around with their little spoon and they'll put this is what it kind of will look like. They'll put a little bit on top, and then you have the crunch in it as well. You can also do it in the south of Spain. They'll do it with an egg. You can hard-boiled egg and cook it and cut into little pieces, and then you can put that on top, or a little bit of bread as well. And that's really good. Or even eating it with bread. It's a very easy recipe, but the more fresh ingredients you have, the better it's going to be.
That is amazing. Well, I was about to say, I'm like, the egg sounds delicious.
Really
a hard-boiled egg, some bread. Oh my God! But
it's really
I am going to have to test this out, ladies and gentlemen, because this looks delicious. And I'm definitely going to have some cucumber with it.
Is it good? Can I try it too?
Yes, it's amazing. Oh my God.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
And how we say in Spanish, está delicioso. Hilaria, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much for joining us today.
The fuck did we just watch? She doesn't sound like she can say park the car. Put the cucumber in a soup. Tomato. Where the fuck am I going here? There. She doesn't sound Bostonian. You put the cucumber blender, put it in the blender, let it blend, pour the soup, let it rest, go park the car in Worcester, pour it, put in the fridge, eat it. That did not look nice. If she served me that, I don't think I'd want to eat it. I will be honest, if I didn't know any different, I would have thought she was foreign. Oh, before I forget, hang on. I'll do this now once I remember. This was from yesterday, and I forgot to say it. Sorry, Kyla. Kyla Morrissey bought a coffee. Thanks for streaming. Have a great day. Thank you, Kyla, for that. I'm not sure if you're here, but thank you so much for that, my darling. Thank you. Right. Let me get the court back up. On behalf of the chat, fuck you for saying that. Nothing's been happening in court. They've gone on break, Danielle. Gone on break. Muy buenos. How do you say in English? Cucumber? Pack the car. Yeah, this trial is not. This trial's going to test patience. She is Jennifer. I didn't like that. I don't really like cold soup. I'm not a fan of cold soup. Right, Jesse, you mofo. Right, let's get this back to live then. Right, we're back to live now. Go on, Christine, ask your question. Yeah, so she was like making soup. Cardiff. What's that? Wait, Cardiff. Park the car. Cardiff. Wait, I lived in Cardiff. Lived in Cardiff for 5 years. No, more than that, 7 years. I don't remember now. I did not. Yeah, great. I do not like cold soup. I'll be honest with you. It's like, instant coffee. You just don't do it. Do you know what I mean? She did sound Spanish. Well, not Spanish, but she sounded foreign. And I don't want to say that too wrong. But she did not sound Bostonian anyway. That is for sure. She's not making cucumber in a soup. You're not making that soup in Boston. Let me just tell you that now. You don't go down to Worcester and make that soup. You'd be laughed out of the... if Larry was doing a taste test, he wouldn't be eating that crap, that's for sure. Let's make a poll. I got a poll question. What? Hang on, poll's coming up now. Right. The poll is coming. The poll has been posted, people. The poll has been posted. D&E, I think, yeah. She do with corn chips, not spoon. Mushy salsa. Shout for being from Spain. Yeah, she was. She says she's from Spain, but she's not. She lives there, so man. Like a Native American faking it to me. Anyone without tats.
Our network as we continue our coverage in New Mexico for day 2 of the Alec Baldwin Rust movie set shooting trial. To get you up to speed, Baldwin is charged with involuntary manslaughter after the proper of all.
That's great, thank you. But all these tomatoes, I'd make it spaghetti sauce. Yeah, spaghetti sauce would be nice. I know you said you were doing Ashley Benfield and Churro. Are you going to cover that trial if you can? We do it. I'm thinking probably going to do it. It's going to be hard to cover it though, Christine. It's going to be hard to do it together, my darling. That's the only problem. because I tell you why. Because I'm not going to be streaming it regularly because on the 22nd I've got to have Karen Reid on. I'm going to have the verdict watch for this and Ashley Benefield. So I'm not going to be doing it live, Christine. So I can't do it together because I won't be doing it live. I hope people. So just explain to people. Ashley Benefield starts on the 22nd or 29th, whatever it is. I'm covering it, but on the Monday, my priority is going to be Karen Reid at 2:00 Eastern, and then I'll fit Ashley Benefield around everything else. So just so people know. So yeah, sorry, Christine, I won't be covering it live. Hate it, and I'm here for same here. I'm streaming it, and I hate it. Has never made any sense. I didn't even know she's pretending. I thought she was Spanish. So yeah, Erin Hacker's put great down. I can guarantee you the Hackster put down great. There's no question in my mind the Hackster is one of the people who said great. I am. If I could vote, I would vote literally only here for El Chatti. And I don't normally say that. Because I think if you're watching trials, you should be into it. But there was no other trials, so she's from New England. She's from Boston, from Worcester, from Peabody, Champions Pub in Peabody. I can't wait to try the steak tips in Champions Pub. I really want to try them. Do you know what I've seen yet for a few days? Is Chrissy from Salem. I've not seen Chrissy for a while. I love Judge Boyd. Hang on, I love Judge Boyd. It was just more of a, I thought this would fit in nicely. I love Judge Boyd. Love her. I've not watched her for ages, Judge Boyd. But I do like a Judge Boyd viewing. I do. Oh, hang on. Okay. I'm not sure what I'd rather watch Judge Judy. I'm not a fan. Oh, here we go.
Observe about the jury's demeanor as we enter day 2 of.
Okay, no, that wasn't it. I thought they were back. We're not. Originally from Master Access, pretty good. Oh, thank you. Pack the car in Worcester. You can blame Dana and Sean for this. Ask a good butcher in the UK for rump tips. Offcuts from rump steak. Amazing. Hubby runs meat firm, so I know lots of random things. Yeah, I've just not. Yeah. One of my best friends, he used to, his parents owned a butcher shop, but it's closed now. Where I'm from, all the butchers are closing. All the butchers are closing. Come on, Spain. I agree. Wayne. What is cuddling again? A nut, laughing. Cuddling? What? Are you asking me what cuddling is? Cuddling is, to me, like a cutch. Or do you say cuddling, surely? Or I'm confused here. Hey, lovely people, joining you with my cottage pie. Hey, Emma, how we doing, my darling? How we doing? And a hello to Di as well, obviously. Come on, England. Get out, Emma, get out. Yeah, supermarket prices, unbelievable. Kutch. There you go. Everyone's got it. There you go, Kutch. Pro defense after the Karen Reed trial. This prosecutor is annoying and wants to make a name for himself. Well, I'm always pro defense in the sense of a defendant deserves the opportunity to be perceived innocent unless proven guilty. But yeah, I don't like this prosecutor. But lots of people do. So, lol. Yeah, because nut is something else. Have you just nutted? You know, that's just something completely else. You might get that after a Kutch sometimes, but there you go, Josie. Yeah, I'm pro defendant until they show me the evidence. So instead of show me the money, it's like show me the evidence, and then you know. Here we go. Jessica, yeah, you know what I meant. Right. Where's hey Levy? Hurry up. What's she saying?
The trial in New Mexico. And Jeanette, we'll see you in a little bit. And for us, we're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. But when we come back, our focus is on that Alec Baldwin trial. We'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, they're back, right? No, they're not back yet. I moved it. So yeah, tonight I'm having jacket potato, baked potato, baked beans, and sausage. That's my dinner tonight. I don't know why I said that because I just looked at somebody saying steak tips. I was like, I ain't having that tonight. Yeah, I'm big on that. Always make the Commonwealth prove their case. Always. There's too many innocent people in prison these days. So even and also I hope right that the Karen Reed case is a lesson to everybody to not believe everything you read in the papers and the media and stuff. And even if you look at documents and stuff, don't believe everything until it goes to court. As much as you think somebody, unless you see or they got caught red-handed shooting somebody, and you know, like a Doberman and or whatever his name is, Chad. Anything else, I will always give the presumption of innocence to the defendant, and then if they turn out to be guilty, great, put them to jail, but make them work it. Work it, girl. Have you ever put potatoes on the grill? Potatoes? No. Never put potatoes on the grill. Oh, Jodie, get better soon, my darling. Josie, I agree with you. I agree with you. So let's make the Commonwealth work on it. The media said there's blood in Zach's van. Oh, hang on. Hey! My husband wants to put them in a tin foil on the grill. No, I think people have done it. I definitely know people who've done it. I just haven't done it myself. I'm here. I was just saying, I've not seen you for days, Chrissy. I've not seen you for days, it seems. I was just saying to the chat about probably 10, 15 minutes ago that. How we doing, my darling? There you go. I put the banner at the bottom, you see, so I know some people mentioned they want to go and check it out. Oh, nice. Nice Ruka. Thanks, Chrissy. Missing you as well. Done that. Bananas. Ooh. Super hot. It's getting hot out there, so take off all your clothes. This is Witch Hunt on Alec, my opinion. Some people agree, some people disagree, Elsie. This is the best thing. We can all have an opinion. Hey, Chrissy, how are you? They're good on the grill. Just a baked potato cooked different. Oh, heat makes my MS blow balls. I'm glad you said MS, and don't put that lightly. I'm glad you put MS and not ME. You know, because heat makes me blow balls. I'm like, okay, Christy. No, I hope you're okay, my darling. It's not very nice, I know. Hope you're okay. I don't know who Steven Stearns is. Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff, right, that obviously you know they're going to be found guilty, but it's at what level and stuff like that, you know, because there's a difference. Like, could it be murder one? Is it murder two? Is it have they proven murder one? You know, there's a lot of scenarios, is what I'm saying on it. Thank you, Elsie. Thank you, my darling. Unblock my other channel. What's your other channel? Oh, I thought I typed so many good times. What autocorrect typed sad to me. Thank you for the super chat. I have no idea who you are, Johnny Come Lately. Jerry, no idea. Oh, I didn't know that was you. I Jerry didn't know it was you. Now I know it's you. But till he said that, I didn't have a clue it was you. Jinx, Jinx. Josie and Sarah P. Jinx, Jinx, Jinx. Hang on then. Oh, where's it gone here? Right, done it. I've got to do that as well. I'm on the waiting list for a sleep apnea test. Tracy, we love you, Del Chappie. Yes, we love you. Like and subscribe, jingle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Josie. Um, Okay. Hey, Bugsy Jura. Right, I've done that. Yeah, I know Elsie grown since then. A long time ago. I think there's a court appearance at some point for the thing. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once here. No worries, see you in a bit, Chrissy. Yeah, so the Carriga, I honestly, I've done it. I'm not even kidding you, I've done it. Unless did I save it? Hang on, let me just double check in case. Right, try again. You should, for whatever reason, he didn't do it. No, nothing good. CBD, hello to you. How are you doing? Cindy, how are you doing, Cindy? Yeah, no, I done it. I done it. Yeah, how are you doing, Cindy? Hope you're well, my darling. Fucking come on, court. They're taking a fucking piss now. This is never going to be done in 8 days. They're on break. Well, they're supposed to be back. Lefty. That's the one I should have pressed. Lefty. Cheese and rice. Could they go to? I promise you, I've done it. I'm not kidding. Let me try again. Not 100%. You're not there. Unless I need to refresh. Let me refresh the page then, in case. Okay, I've done it. It's definitely. Try again. I've just done it all again, and you're not there. So Yeah, see, it works. Thank you again, Lefty, for the super chat. You see, so it must have been something. I refreshed it. Maybe it was something on my refresh, but I definitely done it. So there you go. You're back. Did you order a mic stand? Yeah, I have. Mic stand and new mic. Deb K, what's happened? We're just on court going through exhibits. To go through court exhibits. It's just taking forever. We're never going to fucking finish this. Do you know what I mean? You're welcome. Also, because we're really healthy. Thank you for super chat, Lefty. Maybe. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's all good. It's just they're taking the time. I mean, they need to sort themselves out because this is diabolical now. No worries, Deb. It's all good. Don't worry, I got another hairdryer on the way, so don't worry. I got another hairdryer on the way. Yeah, well, Josie, keep an eye on him. He needs to behave. You know that, Josie. We got Josie and Sarah P on you, Lefty. So as long as he behave. I hate all the interruptions. Yeah, it's the prosecution. They keep doing it, man. He did zone out, didn't he? I was gonna say, I was gonna see if you'd followed me on Twitter. I think we could maybe just yeah. I was gonna message you on Twitter. But yeah, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Why is she crying? Is she crying? She's more of a bitch now, Josie is. She's on it. Prosecutor, that's like she runs the courtroom, I know. Thank you for another super chat, Lefty. Okay, yeah, I've done the same to you, Lefty. We're back on X. That's fine. Yeah, I've done the same to you, Lefty. Can you feel the love tonight? When's the Olympics? When is the Olympics? It's coming up, isn't it? There you go. Oh, fuck. Now, that's the only problem now with Lefty being back, is that. Heard Hannah's testifying now. Tomorrow, Prosecutor, tomorrow. There's no deal. Well, allegedly there was a deal and then you go take it off or something. I don't get emotional. It's a song. I don't know. Anyway, don't. 14 days. Okay. No. There'll be more though, Deb. There will be more coming out of the equation. There'll be a lot more, I think. I just get why. Come on, this is. It's in Paris. I didn't know that. I thought she's crying. Come on, El Chatty, keep us going because I've had enough of this trial already. Positive thinking, though. Positive thinking. Who's on the stand? This person. Hang on, I'll tell you now. She's still on there, the crime scene tech. Well, JP, I got 99% of people in the chat saying that there was a deal. So if you don't like it, fuck off. I don't know. It's something to do with exhibits. So I don't really know. I like that I'm positive thinking. Try to be positive. Swimming is quite interesting otherwise. Gymnastics, I never got into gymnastics. America is quite good in gymnastics, aren't they? Well, it's a week and a half normally, isn't it? Hey, don't you even pretend my husband was a swimmer with that. No, you'll be watching for other reasons. Ah, you dirty, dirty Sarah. No, I've still got to do this one because there are people interested in this trial. It's just more of the if the breaks weren't here, objections and stuff, it'll be fine. Just takes forever. There you go, Deb. I wish that guy checked their facts, Deb. Do you know what I mean? I like the track as well. The running bit, the track. Not the long ones, the 100 meters, 200 meters, stuff like that. Hello, Boo Boo. No, Boo Boo. Don't even catch up, Boo Boo. Just start from here. You've missed fuck all. Just start from here, pretty much. Women's track, yeah, I like the women's track as well. No way this trial only takes 8 days with this many interruptions and sidebars. Just told the jury 3 days this week and 5 next week. Then the case. Yeah, I think she's been very adamant to both sides. You're not going over. It's 8 days. I think she's going to have. Well, she's going to have to make a decision because if she wants to keep in 8 days, she's going to have to limit some testimony and not just wait for the defense to limit it. She's going to have to start putting provisions in now. He's last I heard, Sean's on vacation. He phoned me on Monday, and we're supposed to do a stream together before long. But he's good. He's just tired, but he's could be back tonight, I think. Carmi, nice one, Super CBD. Nice one. They have another sidebar or something. Hey, buzzing for truth. How we doing, my darling? What are we doing, people? Happy Bunny. How old is she? Because he's 66. How old is she? I do wonder. This trial's going to break me, I think. Like, I blame Erin Hack for us watching this as well, so... Oh, the jury are coming back in. Is that what it is? Wait for the jury. Okay, fair enough to say we're waiting for the jury, we are. Fine. She's 40. Okay. 26 years apart. We'll be sorry. I'm just grumpy. I just like, yeah. It's just, I don't like this kind of bullshit.
I don't have it.
Fuck. Here we go.
Can't let the switch over there. No, this is your.
You may be seated.
Still, good morning. We are, okay. Good morning again. So I'm just going to, we're going to tap issue, or this is on there. Okay. We left off.
So he's not publishing it yet. I'm just telling him he's going to publish it.
Right.
Well, you have to move for admission.
Okay. So I'm now moving for admission for A3 and A11.
I think he needs to, I'm sorry, I think he needs to go ahead and lay the foundation.
I'm going to lay for the foundation.
Yeah.
As you stated on direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. If I could publish that, it's in evidence. As you testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Okay, offer them as evidence.
I don't believe that's an adequate foundation.
What more do you want him to do?
But what we discussed at the bench, but I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now publish A3. And can you read that last sentence?
Russ Colt cocked quietly now.
And I'm now going to publish 811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom in focus. Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm going to pass it up to the witness. If it's not, oh, it works like this, I guess. I don't know, does it? So it's supposed to focus on its own. It's supposed to autofocus, so this is not my fault, just so you investigate. Permission to approach.
Macro on hammer as thumb cocks it. And then line 6 is frontal slow push in on rust, his hat down, motionless.
Thank you. And you found and photographed these documents in the church in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was, I don't recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look at states 21, I'll have that up on the screen just for a moment. When you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
When I photographed them, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. When you photographed them. And the reason you thought it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time and that it actually described what he's doing, right?
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I've stated.
And you indicated that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know
Objection,
exactly.
Foundation. Sorry.
So you have laid the foundation?
Yeah. Did you believe at the time that what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church?
Yes.
You also recovered Ms. Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French and the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right, so, right, the bandolier that we were talking about before?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So while you're now then leaving the church, and we're going to move on, okay, you have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were
For
called
the sheriff's office.
For the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps, but there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Okay, you need to report that. I think, what are we thinking? Do you think that was picking up? Okay, go ahead. Yours is on though, right?
Yes, it is on.
Okay.
Thank you. You understood that there should never be live ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing you 812. It's in evidence, right? And those have a like a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? And I'm showing you 811. That's in evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always, no.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex rounds.
Yes.
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
Yes.
And those were Seth Kenney's dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have 1 BB or 2 BBs in them or 3 BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone, no.
And some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively is to send them to the FBI and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round?
Yeah.
Or the ball bearings?
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition.
Yes,
right?
that would be the comparison, yes.
And so one of the questions that I've been asked you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. And so as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenney.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes, he had the combination too.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were a dozen plus actors, extras, stuntmen that used firearms on the set of Rust?
Yes.
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13, was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show A14 for completeness. And inside the prop truck, there were boxes, right?
Yes.
Boxes of ammunition.
Correct.
And these boxes are sort of, a lot of them are the same shape, make, model, white box, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in State's Exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at A22, can you tell us what that is?
Out of context, no, I can't.
Okay, well then we're going to look at A23.
Can you move it up? Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay, and you see that they are Starline brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a Starline brass nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
So we're in the prop truck and you have Starline brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Correct.
And you don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
Right.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag, do you?
No.
And on the prop truck that housed all the ammunition, was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Poppell. Did that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
Yes.
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them, right?
Yes.
And they're housed originally in the prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so you go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, well, I mean, the search warrant for the church that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is States 30. You said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies like look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
But if you look at the picture of the Seth Kenny box as it's being opened, right? How many rounds are in there?
So there are 17.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
If I can refer to my report to refresh my memory.
It's fine with me, Ron.
Yeah.
It is right. Are you able to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes. So I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22 rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defense A26, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one, A27, right?
Yes.
And I saw you counting.
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
Fair enough. No. I think that's a good way to. That's how I figured about it. That's from the right one, though, right?
Yes.
And there's something important about this picture, isn't there?
Yes.
Doesn't that Seth Kenny round look exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Well, I don't know about suppose it could. I mean, we'll look at the shell casing, Exhibit 28. And we'll go back. A27. We can go back. States 28. Don't you think they look an awful lot alike?
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
Well, I mean, you're a trained investigator, right?
I'm trained crime scene tech, yes.
Even more than an investigator or crime scene tech, right?
Correct.
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
Yes.
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
Yes.
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
No.
You turned in your report. In this investigation, Hancock signed off on it, correct?
My supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zook?
At the time, yes.
So we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement were trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition, right?
Yes.
Okay, you remember that, right?
I do.
That was Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious at all of that?
That was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you if after this point, Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that
Asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to be or not. I'm just asking when the man showed up and just presented ammunition to the precinct, did that make you suspicious at all?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
No, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and now you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth Kenny. All right. And he gives you two different types of shell casings or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass. He gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes.
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot and they were spent shell casings, right?
If I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page.
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
Item, set, I think 215. You're going to be better at determining these reports than me.
Yes.
Okay. And he brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starline brass, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Because you were.
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kenny's motives are.
No, I don't. I don't.
What he's
Overruled.
I mean, you know that if Seth Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenny, right?
It's worse for whoever provided it, yes.
I agree. So, but as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found, true?
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Kano waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Kano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury, how long did you wait to execute the search warrant at the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yes.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay, so that was a month and a week, at least, right, after the incident in question.
Yes.
Okay. And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kenny.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could give us a sense, did you find it to be more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they were probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not, that a dummy round can be turned into a live round and a live round can be turned into a dummy round, correct?
Yes.
So a person with spent shell casings or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient, right?
Yes.
And you knew as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenny, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much, but other than, I'm going to find it too, on the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box that said JS. Right? I'll just show you A2. Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even found out that the day before Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust, he had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall it being the day before, or having that information personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline Brass Nickel Primer Live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously. Well, let me just ask you. Did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according, is this still, what is that? Did I do something? No. Oh, it just goes to sleep. Talking too much. And because you've told this jury now that you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of Rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19. Is that one of the rooms inside of the prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay. So can we agree that you didn't search the boxes at the top?
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
Right, well, we talked about it. It was Kana was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, tell the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property. Yes.
Well, what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So, are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to, when you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement, I know from the movies. Okay. I'll move on. Well, why don't you tell me, what's a grid search?
A grid search is usually conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
Okay, and well, why don't you tell me, what would have been, if you wanted to be certain, the best way to search this room if you had unlimited resources and time?
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched.
Divided it how?
Meaning myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you at best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Weren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
A20. What are we looking at here, Investigator Poppell?
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay. And what do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of, here, thank you, sir. What's on this table? What is this?
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay. And as we talked about before, the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you know what all these tools are? Do you have familiarity with these tools?
I'm not, no.
Okay. You don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We did not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time or did you split up?
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
And of course, Seth Kenny was there and being helpful again, right?
Yes.
He told you that there were no 45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom, and you found them, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in all of those bins, yes.
Every single...
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
Right, and?
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in it.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at? States 19.
Yes, it is similar, yes.
And that box that had the live rounds in it, there were a couple things that you found at PDQ. This handwriting is getting worse. Right? At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house. That's the name of the prop house, right?
Yes.
Okay. You found, bless you, Starline Brass Live, no nickel, and you found nickel primer lives, no Starline Brass, right?
Correct.
Every time you were with Seth Kenny, you got close to finding something that matched the scene, Starline Brass, nickel primer live, but it was always one off, wasn't it?
Yes.
And as you continued on your search, you found the green ammo can, right?
Yes.
And again, it was helpfully labeled, right?
Yes, I believe it was behind that box. I think you weren't able to obviously see it.
I see. But it also had a helpful label on it, didn't it?
Yes.
It said empty, right?
Yes.
And it looks a lot like the handwriting in States 19 and the helpful handwriting at A21 that says live, right?
Yes.
And it was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and you said to Detective Hancock, you know, this is taking a long time. We really need to spot that.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant? What's relevant? Does it have any more tendency to?
Sure.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too long to search every box?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
No.
And there are times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
I'm confused. Is he refreshing or is he impeaching?
It doesn't matter. It's just a video. It's not a statement.
No, it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you deny in parts of your search just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook or not? Do you deny that?
No.
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or a commingled group, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of what you believe the armorer to have done. Commingled, live, and dummies, right?
Yes.
And yet at the search being conducted to find the source of the lethal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set, right?
Yes.
And when you left that search, you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every live round, are you?
No.
And actually, if you look at the boxes inside of that location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
I don't recall the exact words that I stated.
Well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
An investigator, I understand you were prepped before you testified today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews, where you're interviewed and the defense can be there to watch you be interviewed, right?
Yes.
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the vast majority of times you speak to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you and I had never met before today, or yesterday, I guess, correct?
Yes.
So, you just said, when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as defense Z and just approach this quickly.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame from the hill? Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you going to mark that? Well, she's going to identify it and then you're going to.
I'm just going to see the refreshes.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about the?
No, it doesn't.
Take it back. And I'm going to pass you the warrant and ask you, this is DX23, if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to.
X23?
Yes.
What?
Yes, Your Honor, DX23. Oh.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I need to know.
No, we need to refresh.
It's just a refresh. I can make it DX.
So, but why are we marking it?
Yeah, why are we marking it?
And I will mark it.
Yes.
Unmarked.
Yes.
Okay. Not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage? Number 6.
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
Of surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, can you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you would comply with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking for surveillance footage.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And because you didn't, right?
I don't recall.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, you would agree with me it didn't happen, right?
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right, you agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo can got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it have?
Possibly, yes.
And so you didn't take it. You did not voucher any of the surveillance footage.
I do not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you vouchered in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance footage, correct?
No.
And you never spoke to any witnesses, you yourself, about what you found at PDQ later, did you?
No.
And you testified on direct examination that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Hall's, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Halyna Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay. And what about prints? Fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. From Halyna Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kenny?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kenny?
No.
Did you take the DNA of Seth Kenny?
No.
Everything that you did take into your custody, in law enforcement's custody in this case, is in your supplemental report. Is that fair?
Yes.
And most importantly of all, it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got on a movie set. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, this trying to solve that question, did you ever solve it?
I do not have any physical evidence to show where the live rounds originated from.
And I was asking you questions earlier about how come the search happened at night, right?
Yes.
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Cano stood outside?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't the truth that you were just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No.
You personally believe Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Isn't that the truth?
No.
Your Honor, please, can we approach?
Don't do that. I'm going to strike that question, okay? I'm going to strike the question. You're going to disregard it, okay, and the answer.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin brought a live round onto set, correct?
Correct.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Wasn't a good question. As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you, Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
Okay. And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection. I'm going to find it. And while I'm doing that, you did assist in the taking of the firearm withdrawal. You were involved in the requests coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions that you made. Of what you would test, fair?
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
Yes.
So when you were at the church, the day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
Yes.
And then, when you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, when you say occasionally, Investigator Poppell, what do you mean by occasionally?
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness. Yes, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
You're looking at, I don't know what line you're looking at. You told me I have a copy of the previous transcript.
This, again,
Page
is
and line, please.
the body worn camera from 10/21/21.
Page and line, please.
Page 3, line 1.
Same objection, Your Honor. Ms. Poppell is not in this transcript.
Well, he's what are you doing? Asking her to refresh her memory?
She was there. I'm asking if it refreshes her recollection.
All right. Overruled.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene?
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you saw the video from the lapel camera of you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listen to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Bob?
I'm not denying that these statements were made, but I do not recall all of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
Oh, fucking hell. This fucking witness is a wow. And they're laughing and they did a shit job, obviously. And that prosecutor, page line. Oh, I'm getting grumpy again now. I'm getting grumpy. I don't like that woman. I don't like this witness either. I wish I'd have watched it now at the rain because I never would have played this. This is ridiculous. All of this is ridiculous. It's like pulling teeth.
Investigator Poppell, are you willing to watch the body-worn camera, the lapel, from 10/21 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, it may refresh your recollection, true?
Yes.
Okay. And whatever information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition, or words to that effect?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
You and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test, I think you call it the drop test, on the firearm in question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well destroy the gun, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, well, let's, I can't put anything on her screen, so I think you guys can do that. I'm going to show you an email in a minute. But you do agree with me that you were involved in the team's decision to send that firearm off to the FBI for that testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier in my examination was something that you were entrusted to keep track of and to protect, right?
Yes.
A piece of evidence that you knew was critical in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the FBI told you in no uncertain terms that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. We're going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you on the screen, I don't think. You can? Okay. We can show you on the screen, apparently. As I understand.
Is there a reason you can't just walk up and just
Well,
do
You
it?
can find it. Listen, you can look at it too, so just come up here before,
I have it, right? Okay, we have it.
they have it.
Are we doing it?
I'm just going to pass up.
Okay, but I need to look at
It's just, you know.
it. No, there's a.
Jennifer?
Hey,
Wait,
I have
she's
not
has to-
reviewed this. Okay, can I have a second?
Yes.
This motherfucker. Oh my fucking god. This prosecutor's doing my fucking nothing.
What's the portion that you expect to refresh your memory?
She's on the email.
Yeah, but what is the
Hey,
portion
Murph.
of the email that you expect to request to refresh your memory?
Do you all want to be on the recording for this? Let's just,
Point out to me how this is
well,
supposed to
first of all, just, if she can look at the whole document and see if it refreshes her memory, okay?
That's exactly what I was
Move on.
And you see your email address on that email?
Yes, I do.
Let her, see if she can refresh her memory.
Of course, I just wanted to point out her email.
This prosecutor's doing my nothing. She's doing my nothing the way she is. Oh fuck. Hang on. Oh. I don't like the witness either. I don't like her.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Take it back. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is true, right? You're on this email, correct?
Yes.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing. Can we approach?
She can have my copy. I'll take yours then.
Hang on. We need to approach. May we approach?
Yes.
This is. I'm about to lose my microphone because this is rude, Murph. She's done this countless times now. Oh, it's getting to the point now that I'm even rooting for Alec Baldwin now. I'm like, fuck this bitch. I don't even know if he's guilty or not guilty, but fuck this bitch. Oh, she's a fucking. She's too much. She's just too much. She's just too much. Put her in the place. Do not throw later. It must be his strategy again. Yeah, well, it's getting under my skin. I'm normally quite calm, but she's pissing me right off. I think everyone agreed that Halyna was guilty. She was. Yeah, I mean that's a different trial. Obviously, that's a different thing. I didn't see that, but I from what I've heard, I agree. Ah, man. Hey, it was so good, Murphy. You had to say it twice, didn't you? It's so good she had to say it twice. I mean, this is like getting really, really, really now annoying. What would you think if you're a defense team here? Like, you got to be able to say the judge, this is inappropriate. Alex is not getting a fair trial right now because she keeps interrupting my flow. She keeps making all these objections. They're not relevant. Fuck. Hello? Where are my keys? Hello? I love you, Lando. You're crying with hello. Nice to see you. I don't think you've been here before. If you have, I don't remember the name, but hello, welcome to the channel. Thank you. Wow. Case of lawyer.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the exact same question. Please.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search. Oh, I'm so sorry. And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI for accidental discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm.
Sorry.
But you motherfucker, you mofo, sit the fuck down. What are we doing? Now, this is getting too far now. This is getting too far now. It's this mofo, I'm telling you. She needs to be put in her place. Morrissey needs a muscle. Hey, Lisa, how are you doing, my darling? Not at the minute. Well, welcome.
At the time that this testing was ordered, you knew that the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and please don't come back until 2 o'clock. Okay? 2.
All rise to the jury. Jurors, please take your passes.
All right, we're in.
Did you just say 2 o'clock?
All right, we're in recess. Council approach.
Your Honor, as I indicated,
Housekeeping.
we're just gonna provide a laptop to investigate the break. Thank you.
Some of the, your excuse, thank you. See you at, 2 o'clock.
Do you want to stop something?
Actually, you're probably going to tomorrow. So,
What's right? So 2 o'clock. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock my time. Hey Jesse, piss off before you come on. Fuck you, Jesse. I got you before you came on. Unlucky fella. So, but they must be coming back before that because there's no way that they just taking a 2-hour break for themselves. So they must be coming back doing something before 2 o'clock. The jury coming back at 2, but they must be coming back way before that. Murph, don't you press my buttons today, Murph. Don't you press them. I love the Murphy. No, it's just that attorney just pisses me off. Jesse, Peter Tragos, that's who she likes. Hey, Selby B, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. I don't mind Jesse, but not when he interrupts me. Oh, this attorney really winds me up. Oh, maybe I'm going to go for a break now, I think. I'm going to put Tragos on, I think. You're good, bud. Good to see you too, my darling. Murph loves his hair. It's not long enough for her to grasp it. If she'll talk to counsel. Oh, hang on then. Let's see. Bear with me. Oh. Deb, more like 2 hours, but yeah. I just can't handle her. Not on this one anyway. I don't know what's wrong. Like, it's just the attitude of it, and like, it's if she's doing it to piss off the defense, I think it's working. I do think it's working. But Larry DY guy was like, "Oh, the jury love her." I'm like, "No way can they love her. No way." Tragos can't stand her either. Oh, happy days. I'm in good company then. I'm in good company. All right, what's he doing? Tragos, everyone loves Tragos. Everybody loves men and women. We got, hang on. All right, brother.
What's up, my friend? You just said no, and then you sent me a link. So I was like,
well, no, I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure if I couldn't figure out was it an hour 10 minutes or was it 2 hours 10 minutes? It's 2 hours 10 minutes. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna go and get some food or something. Do you know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. No, don't worry about it. But yeah, I might as well do it now. Do you know what I mean? For a little bit if you got time. So
yeah, I got a couple minutes. Wait for my next meeting. So I was like, might as well say hi. So
what do you think so far? You've been watching it.
So I'm on the other side of it. Like, I think this defense is shady as shit, man. Like, I don't know. And of course, we're not seeing what's in the sidebars. I think prosecutors taking it a little too far.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't know. He just seems like he's a little bit slimy to me, and I think that's some of the reason that we're encountering this. I just think they're slimy. So.
Lefty thinks the same as you. He thinks they're scumbags as well.
Okay.
Hey Amanda, how we doing, darling? Trying to jury nuts as me and you, Dylan. I know. Hey, Baxter, shut. What? Dylan's not himself today. He hungry. This woman, honestly, mighty, right? There's not many people that get under my skin, but this woman's got under my skin, man. She really has got under my skin. The prosecutor. Woman, she's pissing me right off.
It's okay.
Yeah, which is fine. It doesn't matter. It's just more of a, well, that's why I'm angry. Hey, Joyce, thank you so much for the PayPal, and I will do that now for you. Joyce wants me to gift some memberships to people, so I will do that on her behalf now. Bear with me. How do I do it? I don't even know how the fuck I do it. Oh, I know how to do it. I have to open another thing here. Bear with me. I'll do this now. Thank you, Joyce, for the PayPal, and I will now purchase it for people, memberships. This is on behalf of Joyce, everybody. Just so you know, she's paying for this. There you go, 5 memberships. There you go, Joyce. It'll come through now for you. Bye. Bye, bye, Miss American. Bye. It's loading, Joyce. It's loading. It's loading. It'll come in a second. There you go. It should have. There you go. Thank you. This is from Joyce. So thank you, Joyce. She sent me £15. So I just spent the £15 on 5 memberships. So thank you. Yeah. So you think that just your opinion, do you think he's going to be found guilty then? I'll put it like this, right? Would you find him guilty, as in from what you know? Not if you're going to think you will be. Do you think you would find him guilty?
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that he is, because I'm not a big fan of him. So personally, there's been a struggle between I know our justice system's so screwed, and hoping for a conviction is what a lot of people do. So I've been trying to get into that mindset. But yeah, if there's anybody I would ever like to see spend time in jail, it'd be this guy. But on the other side of that, the equal administration of justice, I haven't seen anything yet. And you know how I like to take these. I like to take what's there and not everything else I know. I think a big portion of that is keeping the testimony that he was in control of the set. It was his set. It was his crew. It was his. He was the decision maker on the staff. I think that cripples the prosecution, and where they can't bring up a lot of stuff that I maybe think that should be in this. So I think that definitely was a win for the defense, and it's going to be interesting how it plays out. So far, no, there's not a single thing that I would vote guilty on, but
no.
No.
Well, I mean, I'm saying I don't know anything about these things. So the big question that I have, I'm not a pew guy, yeah. So, like I said earlier on, right? So this is just me being naive, I'm from the UK and stuff, So, oh shit, hang on, yeah, fine. If I'm an actor, right, and I come out to America, right, and somebody says to me, hey, there's this, I suppose it's a bit different. There's this gun, we want to play it. We need you to pull the trigger, reenact it. I would say, well, is it loaded? What? Because I don't know how to do guns. Obviously, he may, but they say, oh, I need to pull the trigger. I'd be like, well, what the fuck? Hang on, is it empty? Is it what is it? And if they said to me, oh, it's fine, there's nothing in it. Don't be stupid, whatever. Pull the trigger, it's fine. And I pulled it. I feel like a right, like what? I wouldn't like on my own. I'd be like, well, I don't even know what to do. As in, I would have thought it was safe to do so. Obviously, he maybe doesn't have the same excuse because he probably knows how to handle guns and stuff. Does that play a factor, do you think? Or like, would it still be my fault, even though I haven't got to do?
So, a couple things. One, Murphs, thank you. Yes, please subscribe to Mighty. He's trying to get to that 2K at some point, so I appreciate it. Secondly, if I was on this jury, and if I was impartial, which I couldn't be because I don't like Alec Baldwin that much. Where
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be on this jury because again, I don't think it's fair. But if I was, given that I am a gun owner and user, and I spend a lot of time around guns, I have one on my hip currently right now,
Yeah.
like, and always do. That was the most insane. I legitimately in another context with another defendant, probably from the opening, and I know openings aren't evidence and blah blah blah, but again, we're talking about juries, they're people and they get turned off by certain things. From the opening where he said something to effect, he's just an actor and actors act and blah blah blah, and he's not responsible for gun safety like anybody else. I would vote guilty just on that. That's honestly, I mean, that was the most frustrating thing. Anybody that's ever handled a gun, there are rules. You don't point it at something you don't intend to destroy. You don't have your hand on the trigger. And it always pointed in a safe direction. You check. It it seems ridiculous, but you labor home the check procedure. Like you open the slide and you check. You hand it to the next person. They open the slide and they check. It's just so ingrained in you. And if that procedure is not followed, then there's a significant issue, and that's how it should be. Guns are dangerous. So that alone would have got me a guilty vote if I was on this jury and impartial to the defendant.
Yeah,
and you think
interesting.
you're above it,
Interesting. Yeah, as a layperson, I don't blame him. As in, but this is my ignorance coming into it. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't know guns. I'm from a country that thinks, well, but I get the point, right? I do think there's a distinction, though. What a lefty said it here as well about it's a real gun. I do think there's a distinction here between a dummy gun and obviously why would you hand me a real gun? That it's just you should never hand me a real gun because I've never done it before, so I wouldn't know what I'm doing. But yeah, you get a dummy gun, obviously that's fine. So it's yeah, I don't know. I'm just where I sit on it is a little bit more like again, people can shout me as much as they want, but it's like I don't see the same liability as what you see. What you say makes total sense, by the way. It makes total sense. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. It's just from my mindset is I do see it a bit of a he's an actor. They want the armor did it, then somebody else checked it, then somebody else checked it. It's like how many checks do you need? Probably a lot more checks.
Every single person.
Yeah, probably
every time you touch it. Yeah,
probably. Yeah, you probably do. But as a layperson, I would have thought, hang on, that's enough checks. I mean, should have been caught by now. Again, I'm being ignorant. By saying all this, I am being ignorant by saying all these things. So I'm not right at all here. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying that you shouldn't check it. You are 100% right. You should check it. I'm just saying how I would think as a non-gun holder. But again, I'm not on the. Most people on the jury probably have got a gun or something. It's just I just find it interesting because I don't understand. As you know, I don't understand the culture of guns. So yeah, it is interesting.
And it's like I've had the opportunity to a certain little fuzzy teddy bear from a country that doesn't exist, taking him the first time to the range. So I've done it. People that have never touched a gun, and you just harp these rules home that they are dangerous. You check them. I've taken other non-gun people to the range before. These rules are not something to mess around with. I mean, they're dangerous weapons. They are, and they deserve to be treated with respect. So.
No, I know. This is interesting because Wayne is also from the UK, right? Because obviously we don't use the guns. It says sad that this guy thinks he needs a gun on his hip, but it's a different culture, though.
I don't think I need a gun on my hip. I'm going to, and always have, and always will. And I retired from law enforcement. I've grown up every single day, like putting my belt on or putting them on my shoes. I clip a gun on my hip.
It's human nature, though, isn't it, for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wayne's not having a dig at you, by the way. It's just more of a
Yeah.
we live in a culture. There's there's guns here, but we don't have that kind of environment, So this is why I'm trying to say it's hard for me. This is why I do want to cover this trial because psychologically it's hard for me to understand this trial in full. That's why I don't give any commentary on it because I don't understand everything, and I think it's wrong of me. That's why I told everyone go watch Runkle, go watch Potential Criminal. They know the stuff about guns. I don't. I'm only here for chat, so somewhere you can just chat away. So I'm speaking to you quite freely here, but I do feel stupid speaking about it as well. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't have that knowledge. So, but I still think that some people maybe in chat that don't understand. The same as I don't, maybe. So it is good to have the conversation, but I try and shy away from it because it's such a toxic conversation as well. I mean,
It is
for different countries. I mean,
right, and it's a culture. It's a culture here in the United States. I get that other people choose not to, and that's their prerogative. But it's a culture here in the United States. Like I said, I would not leave my house without it ever, and I don't think I'm ever going to need it. I've pulled it defensively one time in my entire life. One time. Not on the job because I did get shot, but let's not talk about that right now. So, not in uniform, not on the job. I have pulled it a grand total of one time ever.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, again, as I say, it's just something you're used to, isn't it? And you got processes, and if you do it the right way, like I remember we had this conversation. We were watching Kyle Rittenhouse, who said that you're teaching your children and stuff like how to use it as long as he's taught to use it properly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I suppose. That's half the battle. Kathy said, what does that mean? It's a culture here in the US. What I mean is a culture in the US in the sense of in the UK, there's no guns. I'm not saying that everyone's got guns. It's more of a recognized thing in the US. In the UK, it's not a thing. Obviously, you can't carry guns anywhere or anything. So maybe culture is the wrong word, but it's a case of it's legalized in America where it's not in the UK. If that's what I said, I don't know what I said, to be honest. But that's what I meant, Kathleen.
And it could have been me too. I think it is a culture. Like I grew up on guns. I grew up as a child around guns, respectful of guns. I know many people in my area that also grew up around guns, and my family, my area, my style of life. It is a culture. We go to the range. We shoot competition. It's a culture. It's a activity. It's a pastime. It's whatever. So
yeah. Well, Kathy said it depends where you live. It's probably different.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's because in New York, I believe you can't carry guns or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Well, I don't know. Jonathan tells me stuff. I don't know. I listen to Jonathan. Sometimes that's not always a good thing to do. Deborah said, this is torture. I know, but the trial will get better. Deborah, it will get better.
Yeah.
Or Lefty says you can carry in New York. I didn't know that. Or maybe you can conceal carry. I don't know. I'm not going to profess to know.
I can't. Illinois, California, and New York. 3 states that I cannot carry my firearm.
Okay. New York, it's hard to get CCW New York than it is in Texas. Texas, probably everyone could do in Texas, imagine. Do you need any license in Texas? I'm not sure.
I think so. I think so. I would assume so, but
yeah, a bit of tongue in cheek there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is interesting. I don't know. I think somebody said it. It might be Murphy. I'm not sure who said it, but if there's anybody on that jury who are gun enthusiast or understands guns, I don't think they're going to find him not guilty.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think it's more likely. I presume this might be a hung jury, possibly. Because you might have somebody like me on there being like, well, I mean, I don't think he's done anything wrong, in essence, potentially. And then you got people like you will be on there, well, no, last line of defense is you check everything, so we're speculating. Obviously, we haven't got a clue what they think. Look at Karen Reid. We thought one thing about Karen Reid, and it ended up being something else. So I've no idea. Wayne says, I do respect my teammates. Cool.
No, absolutely, and no disrespect or anything towards you, Wayne. I think we've had this discussion before, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we have.
It's just a different thought process, and I respect yours. I respect mine, and I'm not going to change what I'm doing ever. I've 17, 18 years. I've had a gun every single day of my life. I have not left my home without it ever in 18 years. So it's just it becomes second nature. It becomes something that you do every single day. So
just to clarify, he's not 18 people. He's had a gun since he's about 18. So yeah, that's what he meant. Just
I'm double that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just some people. Some people might think you're a toddler with a gun going pew pew.
Oh, yeah. I'm not cute enough to look 18 anymore. Damn.
No, you look fucking about 50 years old at least. We got hang on. What have we got here? Amanda Sterling said 100% agree with what you're saying. Surprisingly, both of you. Well, you should always agree with me, Amanda. I'm always talking sense. He doesn't, but I do. We don't understand guns here in the UK, but in the US, it's just the norm. You grow up with it and have the knowledge. And again, that's key. It's you remember you banging this to me before, saying you grow up with it, but you also teach it. You teach people how to handle it and stuff like that. There's a difference, you know. So,
like. So for example, my children, my wife is liberal. I'm very conservative. I'm a gun owner, carrier, holder. She shoots and owns some now, but was not keen to the idea. We have 2 children. The rule that my wife and I made is when they turn 10. Before 10, they're in the house. Like, I'm not irresponsible. I'm not leaving them out. They're all safe, locked, blah, blah, blah. Except for the one that's on my right hip. But that's always there. But it's going to be around. So you have to make your children aware. You have to make them that it's dangerous, and you have to make them respect it. So once they became 10, took them to a gun safety course, and they shoot at the range. They shoot with me and shoot range and competition. They're 10 and 11. And it's a very safe environment, but they're here. They have to know, what is going on with them. I feel like there's more if you just hit them and told them no, bad, you can't even get close to the room that they're in. I feel like that makes them, not as I think it's a much better option to go the route I did, where they respect them. They know what they're capable of, and they've done safety courses and stuff like that. So
yeah, because I was going to ask about age and stuff, because Lefty says he was 7 when he started. He was taught to handle it, So yeah, I mean, there's a few. Liz, I don't disagree with you, Liz, but I think in some movie sets it's like dummy guns. Why can't they just use dummy guns instead of real guns? Potentially in the movies. Let's screenshot this. Thank you, Amanda. I think everyone should agree with that.
Rebecca, I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid. I've been shot. It burns like hell. I'm not afraid. I'm just going to always protect my family, 1, and 2. It's become so second nature that
But also, you're law enforcement. You're ex-law enforcement,
right?
So you're used to it anyway. When you're out, when you're out working, so it's nothing new to you. Where for a lot of
people, I meant the next one down. By the way,
no, I know. I do know. I do know. I just wanted. That's what the first one was, and then gotcha. I'm just not that afraid. But if she's from West Virginia, so I would be probably packing in West Virginia.
Oh, it's a beautiful area out there.
Is it?
Is it? Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know if I'd carry in West Virginia. Like,
there you go. See, it was Rebecca. You see, depends where you're from. Sarah P said that as well. She goes, "How you feel all depends on where you are. I grew up with skeet shooting teams. A part of a high school. It's about education.
They pull a clay and a clay floats through the air and you shoot it with the shotgun.
Jeepers.
Yeah, it's fun.
I was just like that. Hey, Sarah P, she must have been on her ass. She's tiny, Sarah. Sarah is. So she must be poof, gone back.
I think a local high school still has a competition shooting team. They were in the state finals recently. So
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. But also, people need to be mindful as well. You're living in Detroit, so I mean, you know, there's a little bit of difference in Detroit.
Number one
downtown.
murder rate in the world, baby. Like,
Yeah, because everyone's packing like Mighty just down the street. Oh man, I don't know. But again, it's interesting. I want to ask you a question as well, because I did ask you this before, but I want to ask you again. But in terms of, you know, obviously you had a draft day and stuff, but like you were carrying. But what was that? Did you have any issues carrying around when the draft was on and stuff? When the NFL draft, sorry, I should say.
I'm going to defer that question because the NFL is a no carry zone. So of course I followed the law and
okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I got you. Next
of
question.
course I followed the law.
Next question. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I didn't think about that, you know.
No, of course I followed the law.
Kathleen, you don't need to be nervous. It's just parcel of it, I think, Kathleen. It's just we're just trying to learn. I mean, there's some people who want to learn a little bit about guns and stuff. It's intriguing for me. I don't know much about it, especially for this case. It's what this case is about. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, I don't know.
I just wish they could do something a little bit different because we have all these, you know, external special effects. We have, you know, they don't do the explosions anymore. Like most of it is CG or effect generated. Why couldn't they do something like that with firearms? There's no reason to have to put somebody in that situation where you're pulling a firearm and aiming it. I've always been uncomfortable with that, just from what I know about, you know, firearms and how I've been raised with them. I don't know that I could ever do it, whether or not it was for a movie. So
yeah, you'd think that they could do that by now, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's in the UK. The problem we got in the UK is not guns, but knives is our main problem. Do you know what I mean? So every country's got problems, you know. So ours is knives. Knife crime is on the way up. It's, you know, horrible, you know. So, but yeah, so I don't know. Oh man, I don't lunch till 2. Well, I don't know if you need to jump off, mate. I need to go get some lunch anyway. So,
yeah, I got to run to a new meeting, but I appreciate you having me as always. Sorry, chat, for pissing off some of you. If I did, I apologize. I truly, I'm just I'm passionate about the topic. Like I said, I have knowledge on the topic and I like to share it when possible. So
there we go. That's fine. I'll always welcome on you a bit. So yeah, no, it's fine. Well, you could dart off and then I'll catch you. The lad MM called me a cheater. What's this about?
I did not. Well, I did, but then I stopped. You won fair and square because my computer was broken and I couldn't check it.
Oh, don't piss off the hackster. If you
I know.
piss off the hackster, you're done for. Do you know what I mean?
That was my apology. I'm apologizing.
That's a good apology. All right, mate. I'll catch you later, buddy. All right.
All right. Take care.
Sorry, bud. Right, Wayne, what you've done? Can you say hello to my Akita called Bear? Hello, Bear. He watches you. Fucking hell. Right, I think that's the reason we don't say "Long live the king." Yeah, no, I don't even say that. Let me trust me. I do not say "God save the king" or anything. But there we are. Right, let's have a break then. I know that I believe some of you might want to go and what 3, 4, 5. Actually, I think let me just double check before I tell you to go there. And it's not working. Crap. Where's that gone? No. Nope, not that one. Just trying to find this. Bear with me 2 seconds. Right. Here's Alexa's watching. So all I'm going to say to you was because Turtle Boy's in court, so I know he's on now. So I think the Glera is watching it. I just checked the Glera's covering it, so you might want to pop over there during the lunch break. Hopefully, come back though at 2:00 Eastern. I'll put that on the banner here now. Lunch break until 2:00. Is it 2:00 Eastern? No, 4:00 Eastern. Motherfuckers. Let me put this on then. 4 p.m. Eastern, which is 9:00 UK time. And then I don't do Discord now. I'm rephasing everything. That's why. See you a bit, Joyce. Yeah, yeah, Discord. I'm not, but I got to redo everything. Discord. I've only got the mods on there at the minute, so that's why everyone's out of it. So, right, I will be back. Oh, did you buy a membership, Lefty, or something? Oh, you were gifted one. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you, Joyce, again for the gifted memberships. So yeah, oh, thank you. It didn't come up. I've not seen. All I got in my back is Jody, Johnny, come lately, Lefty, and me gifting 5. I didn't. It didn't come up that you bought one, so I don't know. That's weird. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, 2:00 their time. Yeah, so it's 5:00. Yeah. Yeah, 2:00 their time. So it's 4:00 Eastern, Sarah. Okay. Happy days. Right. I'll see you all at 2:00, 4:00 Eastern. See you in a bit. It's 3:00. 3:00 Central. Unless they come back before that, but it's 3:00, I think.
And then they put tape or something on the ground for the actor to be in the right spot when they ultimately shoot it later on, film it later on, excuse me. So I think that he was taking direction from the director and or the director of photography
better be able to hear it.
on what he should be doing. And I think you hear some of that in some of the video where you hear the director telling him to draw the weapon again, draw the weapon again. Why it was pointed in that direction, that's hopefully going to come out in some of the testimony of people that were actually in that church when that happened. But obviously with tragic consequences. But he was taking direction from somebody on set into how to do that, how to pull the gun out, how quickly, where to point it, and things like that.
John, I want to take this question over to you, throw this one to you. It comes from YouTube as well, at JCC8651. Why was the director excluded from these charges and largely forgotten about in the media? He was shot too. I think that's a good question because Joel Souza was shot. He was wounded. The round ended up in his back. So why did the prosecutors only charge Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter for the death of Halyna Hutchins, but not for wounding Joel Souza?
That's a really good question. And there's so much about the prosecutorial decision-making in this case that has puzzled a lot of people. I don't know the answer. No one has ever addressed that, as far as I can tell, from the special prosecution team. As a former prosecutor, I don't know why it wasn't charged as far as that. But I mean, generally, the involuntary manslaughter charge relates to an unintentional killing, an unintentional act, and that's what Baldwin is charged with. No one's saying that he intended to do that, but I think the fact that they excluded the Joel Souza wounding, I mean, they had an actual, tragically, they had a death that the prosecutors wanted to address through the charging process. But that's a really good question.
So John, I'm going to follow up on that with my own question, because we were kind of talking about this out here yesterday. Alex Spiro, one of the defense attorneys for Alec Baldwin, keeps focusing on, and he focused a lot in his opening statement on Alec Baldwin may not have intentionally pulled the trigger. And he's saying this because Alec Baldwin has denied pulling the trigger. But intent is not a part of these charges. So why are you even bringing that up? Why do you think he's doing that?
Well, and that gets back to Alec Baldwin making statements to George Stephanopoulos on ABC that as a defense lawyer, you're just kind of shaking your head. That's why you don't want your clients making any kind of pre-trial statement. So they have to deal with that. But in a way, it's sort of a red herring or a straw man, because the gun, the trigger, I mean, is the jury going to be focusing on this, or are they going to be addressing the bigger question, which is, why is Alec Baldwin even charged in this case? I mean, can the prosecutors prove that he was acting negligently on a film set where everything's artificial, everything is fake, it's a real gun, but they've got to establish that he had some reason to think there was something in that gun that could hurt someone.
I'm going to send this question over to you, Safa. It's from Twitter, from X, I guess is what we're calling it these days. At Jushilin Hiri asks, how expensive is this defense team? So I want you to give us kind of a ballpark answer there, because these are expensive attorneys from New York, the Quinn Emanuel law firm. Alex Spiro's from there, plus Luke Nikas, and a whole host of other attorneys behind the scenes, paralegals. Then you have local counsel from Albuquerque as well.
Well, I certainly don't know for certain how much the defense team is, but you're absolutely right. This defense team is from New York, a very high-profile defense team. If I'm not mistaken, Alex Spiro has connections to Jay-Z and Rock Nation and some other high-profile celebrities that he does represent. So pretty penny for the defense in this case, but of course can't say what it is.
Mm-hmm. John, what do you think? Ballpark. I mean, are we more than $1 million easily, I would think?
Well, look, I'm a simple country lawyer, and I can't compete with the rates that they're charging out of New York. There was a People magazine story that said that Alex's rates can be as high as $2,000 an hour. But, in this business, you tend to get what you pay for.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering. I mean, I'm thinking quick math just in my head, and I'm thinking to myself, it's got to be over $1 million. I mean, it's just my thought from beginning to end, plus, travel, everything all put together, and expert witnesses. Let's get to the next question. At Queen Elizabeth from Twitter asks, do you believe prosecutors wanted to take the case to trial in an effort to help the Hutchins family with their civil lawsuit against Baldwin? What do you think about that, Bobby?
I hope not. I don't think prosecutors kind of weigh in on those kind of things. I think he settled that suit, I believe, already. That civil suit has been settled. So I don't know that this trial is going to have much of an impact on that, obviously. But, I don't think so. I think there was some odd delays in deciding whether or not to prosecute. Me and my colleagues, were wondering why it was taking so long. This wouldn't be a very complex investigation to undertake. Because there's only one location and a finite set of people to interview about what happened. And so we were wondering why. And then, of course, charges were filed and then dismissed and then refiled. And then the special prosecutors were appointed. So I don't know what was happening in that prosecutor's office on the decision and why it took so long and why it was reversed and reinstituted. But I don't think any of those decisions were because of that civil suit.
And there are a multitude, actually, of civil suits in this case. The one with Matt Hutchins was settled. That's Halyna Hutchins's husband. But there is another one. Gloria Allred is representing the family of Halyna Hutchins, who live in Ukraine, her mother, father, and sister. So Gloria Allred's here somewhere. We had her on yesterday. She's here today somewhere. So he's being sued on multiple fronts by multiple people. Alex, though, 834-28052 is asking, aren't Stephen and Alec not on speaking terms? What changed that? Stephen's there supporting Alec. Well, I think that there was some type of, discord there for a while. They have political differences, but he is certainly here supporting his brother, as is their sister. So they've been in court the last 2 days, backing up their brother as he faces trial for these charges. From Instagram, Marianne Winkles, 1976, asks, shouldn't the question be who put the real bullet in the gun and why? John, should that be the question in this case, not whether or not Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger and shot Halyna Hutchins?
That's exactly right. And that's the question that the prosecution can't answer. They can't answer that question. They can certainly blame the armorer who's doing 18 months in a state women's prison. But they haven't established, and they can't establish, how the live rounds got onto the set and how a live round got loaded into the gun. And if they can't link that to Alec Baldwin, I think he should be sleeping pretty well these days, because you heard the opening statement, and there was nothing in that opening that made me feel like the prosecution can close the door on that question. It's just going to be an unanswered question. And if you're a juror in this case, how are you going to consider that in deliberations?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the prosecution's case proceeds and how they wrap this up. AP Gills from Twitter, or X, asks, Alec Baldwin released a reality TV show prior to his trial. How does this make him look? Safa, how do you feel that looks? He's an actor. Now he's doing a reality show, and the news of that breaks before his trial. I mean, is that the best timing?
It's really not, and I always tell my clients, as we're preparing for trial, less is best. We want to keep you off social media as best as possible. We want to keep you out of the attention of the public as much as possible as we prepare for trial. I think the thing with him going and having a live show now, he could be trying to gain sympathy from the public. This is a media case. This is a very high profile case. And so he knows, and everybody knows, people are going to be watching his show, including some people in the Santa Fe area who may ultimately end up sitting on this jury. So there is the possibility to gain sympathy. But on the other end, it's never really a good thing to expose yourself too much prior to trial.
Mm-hmm. At Knowing Samantha from YouTube asks, why isn't he facing more time? Why didn't he take a plea? Well, he's facing a possibility, if convicted, I'm going to take that question, of 18 months in prison if he's convicted of involuntary manslaughter. And according to the prosecution, we really haven't heard this from the defense, but the prosecution outlined in some court documents that they had made a confidential plea offer to Alec Baldwin back in I don't want to say the date because I don't want to mix it up, but they did offer him a confidential plea deal that would not have required Alec Baldwin to serve 1 day in jail or prison. And they said he didn't respond to that. This is all according to Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey in some court documents. She said she then learned through some sources that he planned to accept the plea deal, but then file a civil suit against the original prosecution team, the state of New Mexico, to distract from him pleading guilty. He was going to file the suit on the same day. She thought that was distasteful. She didn't renege on the plea deal or rescind the plea deal offer. But then she decided to rescind the deal offer. This is all laid out in court documents after she learned that he was filming a documentary and that he was pressuring witnesses to sit for interviews for that documentary. So this is all according to the special prosecutor in the case. That is when they decided to move forward with the grand jury process and refile that charge against him. So that's apparently why he didn't accept this plea deal. We've never really heard the defense, though, comment on that. And that's how we ended up here today. Let's get to our next question. We have, who's worse? Well, actually, no, we're not going to ask that question. That's not very nice. Jesse asks, the question should be, is an actor responsible if there's an armorer on scene whose job is to make sure all weapons are safe? Bobby Chacon, is the actor responsible? You've been on these sets. You've been on television sets. I've seen the photographs you've posted on Instagram showing you how you've instructing people. You have photos of you showing actors how to use firearms on set. So should Alec Baldwin be responsible here? Does he have any culpability?
Well, look, everybody in my world, everybody that handles a firearm is responsible for its safety. Everybody that holds a firearm is responsible for its safety. That's the way we operate. And when I work with actors, and I've worked with Oscar-nominated actors on sets with guns, and our practice was we walk over to the armorer's table, we get the gun, the armorer clears the weapon, shows the actor that it's empty. He hands the gun to the actor in front of me, the tech consultant. The actor then repeats that process and clears the weapon and shows the armorer that it's weapon. So they actually just did the same thing, showing each other that then I would walk the actor to set with the weapon, and I would make sure myself that it's empty. So we had triple redundancy. With weapons, obviously, these are deadly weapons. They can take someone's life. We obviously know that. So the utmost caution should be taken, and everyone that's in the chain that handles that weapon needs to ensure its safety. Now, in this case, you had 3 people, right, handle this weapon from the armorer's table to when the shot went off. One has been convicted, one has pled guilty, and one is on trial now. So the jury, I know I've seen a lot of my friends that are non-lawyers get mixed up with this contributory negligence, which is really a civil law concept. But there is a level of different responsibilities here. And so clearly the jury in the case against the armorer felt her responsibility was higher. So it could be a case where you felt like Alec Baldwin might have certain responsibility to do that, but it didn't amount to the criminal act as defined by New Mexico law, which I think says due caution and circumspection or some words like that. And so, they're going to have to decide whether or not he was responsible to the extent that it violated the law in New Mexico and the elements of the crime in New Mexico. So everybody's responsible. Everybody that holds a gun is always responsible. And so as soon as you hand that gun to someone, they're responsible for that weapon. Now, whether or not he's responsible to the extent that it violated the law, that's going to be a question for the jury.
Mm-hmm. Well, that will be the question for the jury. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll still be taking your questions. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and X. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from the courthouse here in Santa Fe for the trial of Alec Baldwin. You are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from the courthouse here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the involuntary manslaughter trial of Alec Baldwin is well underway. We spent the morning hearing testimony, cross-examination by Alec Baldwin's defense team of Marissa Poppell, a crime scene evidence technician with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. She was grilled about how they searched certain places, where they searched, how thoroughly they searched, and the fact that they never figured out how that live ammo ended up on the Rust movie set. We're on a lunch break until 2 o'clock Mountain Time. That's 4 o'clock Eastern Time, and we're taking your questions with a fabulous panel that I have with me here. It includes retired FBI agent, attorney, and firearms expert on movie sets and TV sets, Bobby Chacon. John Day is a criminal defense attorney here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And Safa Robinson is a defense attorney and former prosecutor, also a host here at Law and Crime. Let's get back to the questions, guys. I'll throw this one to you, Safa. Belgian Brawler on YouTube asks, how is this not a mistrial since the investigation was mishandled? What do you say about that?
Well, that's exactly why we're here. That's going to be an issue for the jury to decide. At this point in time, there's no basis for a mistrial, at least from what I've seen. The trial has to commence. The prosecution has to go forward and present their case. If there are things that happen along the line or throughout the trial that are grounds for a mistrial, then at that point, the defense can raise it, and that is a possibility. But until that happens, there's an issue and there's a question for the jury to decide, and the trial is going to continue to go forward.
John, this question comes from Instagram. It's atomps99. She asks, how beneficial will Hannah Gutierrez Reed be for the prosecution? Will it be an intense cross-examination of her?
Well, you know, what we've heard is that her attorney said she is not going to testify. She's going to claim her right under the Fifth Amendment not to say anything. She's got an appeal pending on her conviction. So I think while she is a player in this, we're going to hear testimony about her unless something, you know, highly unusual happens and there's
it's changed. She's testifying.
She is testifying.
She's testifying likely. They plan to call her tomorrow morning.
Okay, I know there was.
Plan. Now we're moving at a snail's pace here, but
Right.
That's the plan.
That was, and again, the local lawyers have been saying that there's certainly some potential for that to tank. But look, you know, the jury is going to see her, if that does take place, as the person who went to trial, got convicted. Are they going to say the person who's responsible has already paid the price? The person who's responsible is paying their debt to society. So why is Alec Baldwin also responsible? I mean, the fact is, I think there's going to be a lot of jury concern, discussion, or wondering about, well, if she's the armorer, she had the responsibility. You know, after her trial, we talked to the jurors in the case. We talked to some of them, and they said, look, all we thought was, all that mattered to us was she had one job and she didn't do it. Alec Baldwin did not have that job. I know Bobby was just talking about, yes, it's a real gun. You're responsible for what comes out of a real gun. But again, this was a movie set where everything else is artificial. So the fact that she has already gone through this process, the wheels of justice have turned and they sort of crushed her, but now she's doing 18 months. So are they going to hold anyone else responsible?
Mm-hmm. This one's from Instagram, Bobby. Eric Holland 85 says or asks, why I just can't stop breaking my brains over is how did this happen in the first place? It is beyond strange. I mean, it is beyond strange, Bobby. You've got some live ammo floating around on this set. It's in the holster. It's on the prop cart. That prop cart was a disaster. It was not organized. So how does something like this happen? Because I looked at that box of dummy rounds this morning when they showed it. I immediately saw the live round. I fired guns before. I'm no Annie Oakley, but I knew what I was looking at.
Yeah, it was hard for me to believe when I first heard this story because the sets that I've worked on, and granted, I've only worked on TV shows, not films and feature films. This was a feature film, sort of a lower budget feature. The things that I heard going on that set would never have happened on the sets that I've ever been on. You had people, crew members out on their off time shooting out in the desert, shooting what they go plinking, you know, shooting cans off fences and stuff. You know, live rounds kind of bouncing around here and there. It was a very very it was a very chaotic set in my mind. And I think back to when the sets I've been on, it was so controlled. The armorers were on top of their game. Of course, these were long-running TV shows, 13, 14, 15 seasons. So the crew was very well organized, and it would never happen. We were so careful. It was a team of myself, the armorer, the visual effects guys, the special effects guys, and the stunt guys. And everybody worked together to make sure safety was always paramount. We had safety briefing after safety briefing. There are certain basic firearms safety rules. There's basically 4, and I would drill it into every actor I work with, and I would make them to say it back to me. Treat every gun as if it's loaded. Never point a gun at something you're not willing to kill or destroy. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire the weapon.
Yeah.
And don't point the weapon without knowing your target and what's behind your target. So those 4, I mean, like I said, I had Oscar-nominated actors actually getting mocking me back to me because I would drill it into them so often. I say, okay, this scene requires a gun. What are we doing, folks? And they would start spouting verbatim those 4 laws. And so you always have to be careful with every firearm you're ever around. I mean, look, my dad was a cop. I had guns in the house. He always kept them locked up, of course. But, I learned from a young age that guns are dangerous things. Whether they're fake, whether they're real, you always treat a gun as if it's real. You treat every gun as if it's loaded. Now, I'm not passing judgment on Alec Baldwin in this case, because I think there is much more responsibility on the armorer. And there's a very big deal with the AD, the first assistant director, who walked that gun from the armor table to the actor. So, and I think who declared it as a clean gun or a cold gun. So I think that there's problems here. There's certainly less responsibility on Alec Baldwin than either of the 2 people that have already, pled guilty or have been convicted in this case. But whether or not the jury finds it meets the elements of the law in New Mexico, that's up to them.
Bobby, thank you for that. I mean, your expertise on this issue is amazing. Let's get to you, John. We're going to take one quick question. We need to keep this one tight before we get to break. Mary Claire Rochelieu on YouTube asked, did they not establish rules of evidence before the trial began? This is absurd. And I think that she is talking, John, about all these constant sidebars and the objections, and then all this back and forth, and the jury's just kind of sitting there like, okay, when are we getting this thing going?
Right. Of course, the effect on the jury is always one thing, but you know what's going on in this case? There's been a lot of animosity between the 2 sides now, and that's normal in a big high-profile case. But man, the level of ad hominem attacks and personal attacks in pleadings and in hearings, and you sense the tension just watching the objections, watching the courtroom. So is that normal for a high-profile case? Yes. Has this gotten a little worse than normal? I think it has. And what's the effect on the jury? It's really going to come down to how they perceive the lawyers for each side, how they're doing in there, and whether they're rubbing the jurors the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's going to be a big part of this. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more of your questions. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime, coming to you live from the courthouse here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy coming to you live from the courthouse here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and you're watching Law and Crime. We're on a lunch break during the trial of Alec Baldwin, and we're taking your questions live. So keep them coming to us on Twitter, X, Facebook, and Instagram. We'll get to as many of them as we can. This next one I'm going to toss to you, Safa. It's from Bishop and Bell on YouTube. Bishop and Bell says, Miss Poppell must be exhausted. How long should we expect her to be on the stand, and will there be redirect?
Miss Poppell's going to be on the stand as long as it takes for the defense team to get out their points and to continue to exploit the fact that this is a shoddy investigation by the prosecution and their team. There will be redirect examination, or at least we can expect or anticipate that to happen, because Mr. Spiro's gotten out a lot of great points on cross-examination, and the prosecution is going to want to come behind him and clean those points up for the jury.
Mm-hmm. And then we could have recross.
That is true.
It could go on until tomorrow. It could go on even longer.
Next week, who knows?
Right. So the judge's tight timeline for this trial could get expanded. We'll see. And then after her, we have Corporal Alexandria Hancock, who is the lead investigator in this case. So, wow, it's going to be a long day. Our next question is going to be for Bobby Chacon. And Jeff in Mass asks, Law and Crime Network, I would like to know why the actors are supposed to trust the armorer and not double check themselves. In life, one is supposed to do that.
Well, yeah, that's the basic principle that I've always adhered to, and the way I was taught and the way I've taught other people is that no matter who hands you the gun and what they say about that gun in your hands is your responsibility. And so you know, like our actors always kind of went through some basic training, if, you know, there's some resistance sometimes that, but no, you're responsible for that weapon. Now, if someone tells you something about the weapon, if it's, you know, if you think it's fake and they back that up and it's cold, you know, then you can say, well, maybe that he could rely on that. So that's what they're going to look at is what Alec Baldwin was told when he was handed the weapon, what he could rely on, what the practice is on that set, how they were working it. Because if that's the way they were normally operating, then he had every reason to believe that that gun was empty. So that's what's going to come in. A lot of this now is kind of not relevant to what Alec Baldwin knew when he was given that gun, what he believed, and the actions he took in those few moments just before that shot went off.
We're going to Twitter next, X, it's formerly known as Twitter. For you, John, I'll toss this one to you. Jay Taylor wants to know, why can't they pull a latent fingerprint off the spent shell casing of the live round? They have it. They should know who loaded it into the gun.
Yeah, we don't know what they did as far as, it doesn't sound like they did any fingerprinting. And if they had, we would have some information either confirming or not confirming that. But, you know, again, it gets into this issue of the investigation here. And I don't think anyone who just saw this morning's cross-examination left thinking that this was anything other than an incredibly sloppy investigation. I mean, I have a lot of friends on the sheriff's office. I don't think anybody in that department would say this was a good textbook investigation. There were so many problems, the delays in searching the premises of the prop warehouse. I mean, you know, the lawyer for Baldwin Spiro did a really good job on his cross. That's the kind of cross that I dream of being able to do in a case like this. And so, you know, we'll see how that affects the jury, but they scored a lot of points.
And it was 5 weeks. It was about a 5-week delay between the shooting and the execution of the search warrant on Seth Kenney's prop house down in Albuquerque. And then there was a question also about how thoroughly it was searched. They said they shook some of the boxes, and Seth Kenney, they implied, was just too helpful to law enforcement while they were there, kind of saying, oh yeah, here you go. And things were marked empty, things of that nature. So there was a lot going on with that cross-examination. They made some interesting points. All right, we have to take a break, but we are going to take more of your questions when we come back. So stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime, coming to you from the courthouse in Santa Fe. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are joining us here live from the courthouse here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. You're watching Law and Crime. Thanks so much for being with me. It is the top of the hour here in New Mexico. It is 1 o'clock Mountain Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, and we're taking your questions live. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. We'll get to as many of them as we can. With me this hour is retired FBI agent, attorney, and he also has worked on many TV and movie sets, handling firearms. Bobby Chacon. John Day is a defense attorney here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Safa Robinson is a former prosecutor and defense attorney. Thanks everybody for being with us. Let's get right to the questions because we have a lot of really good ones. I'm going to get this one over to you, Safa. It's from DJ Say. He is responsible. This isn't overcharged. They got hauls with a negligent use of a firearm. They are over prosecuting this to make an example out of him, ? What is your feeling on that, John? Can they, or Safa, can they make this case? Can they make this case that he was negligent?
You know, that's certainly what they're going to attempt to do. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for them to get there, considering that there were other players involved, such as the armorer and the other director or producer that was also involved with checking the gun. It's going to depend on what the rules were for the set, if there were any set rules or any set rules with regard to firearms, if those were disobeyed by Alec Baldwin, and a number of other things that are going to be taken into consideration. But I think the biggest point here is that at the end of the day, we have a death. And anytime there's a loss of life, the prosecution team is usually going to do whatever they can to bring about some sort of justice or some sort of conviction because of that fatality.
Our next question is coming from Learning Curves. Why did the investigator only shake boxes and not completely empty the contents? And why wait a week after the fact? It was actually longer than that, I believe. So Bobby Chacon, why would they wait so long to go search the prop house when they were trying to determine where the live ammo came from? And you have a guy, Seth Kenny, and his prop house place that brought the stuff to the set. So why would they wait so long?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know why. And a cardinal rule in forensics, especially crime scene work, and I did 19 years of forensic work in the FBI, is you have to get it done quickly and you have to be thorough. You have to shut down crime scenes as quick as possible so they don't get contaminated by people walking through, things changing. You know, now you're hearing testimony where it says, well, I'm not sure that's the condition it was in, you know, who had the gun. So the cardinal rule is as quick as you can, lock down everything and do a thorough search. That just wasn't done here. And you're paying the price now at trial. And that's why you do it early on. You lock everything down. You sometimes get criticized for it, but the quicker you can lock things down and the more thorough you can search, you're going to be better off later on down the road when you get to a trial.
Mm-hmm. John, I'm going to throw this next question over to you. It's from Lisa Gooden. She says, is this nasty guy the defense? And she's talking about Alex Spiro. Obviously, the defense has a job here that they come here and they have to do. So I guess I'm going to add to her question. Is Alex Spiro going to play well? And I think his cross has been really good today, but is it going to play with a Santa Fe jury?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've been watching this thinking, you know, these guys to me look like they're about 11 years old. I was thinking you really need somebody on the team who's, you know, older and has more gray hair, but I'm biased that way. But I think they're actually been pretty effective. You never know how this is going to come across to a jury. You know, is there going to be some sort of hometown element where, you know, the jurors are going to say, well, these guys are from some big fancy New York white shoe law firm. On the other hand, Santa Fe is a relatively sophisticated city. A lot of people here from other parts of the country, from big cities. We don't know exactly what the makeup of the jury is as far as that goes. But while I think he's actually been very effective so far, but at the end of the day, we'll know when the jury ends their deliberations.
There are a lot of older people on the jury, John. You know, the breakdown, you know, there are some older women, some older men. There are some younger people too, but by and large, it's 11 women, 5 men, 4 of them are alternates. We don't know who they are. So you got an older jury. And a lot of them are women. What's the strategy there?
I think a lot of it also depends on, are these people familiar with firearms? Are they familiar with film sets? Are they, familiar with the film business in any way? But I haven't seen anything in the Baldwin lawyers that's necessarily objectionable. I mean, except the fact that they're, they look young and healthy. But at the same time, my experience with juries in Santa Fe is they take their job seriously. They don't really get into the sort of personal considerations unless some lawyer is being sort of extremely obnoxious or not sort of understanding the assignment as far as appealing to a jury. But I think these guys will come across as effective, as aggressive. Big city, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean bad things here in Santa Fe.
Mm-hmm. Bobby, FOH asks, even if someone tells you a gun was safe, you don't then get to point it at whoever you want. He was pointing the gun at people the whole time they were filming. How much is that going to play into this? Because there is footage of Alec Baldwin on the ground after a scene. I've used it a few times, and he's kind of using the gun as a pointer.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a problem because a lot of this testimony we're hearing now is not necessarily going to be directly relevant to. You got to understand there's a statute in this case. There's elements that need to be met by the prosecution. A lot of the stuff about the police investigation stuff, that's all fine and good. But what it's going to come down to is Alec Baldwin's behavior, and was it negligent? Was it negligent to the extent? So you have to look at his prior behavior on the set. The video you've been showing is going to play into that. That's what the prosecution is going to want to say. This guy was reckless. Here's another example of him being reckless. He doesn't have that due caution and circumspection that the law states that he needs to have. And so, that's the real crux of this issue. The testimony that relates to what he was told and how he behaved on that set is going to be, I think, crucial because that's the law. The law doesn't relate to shaking boxes. It doesn't relate to how good the police did a search. The law is going to be, it's a negligent homicide. No one is saying he intentionally did this. Was he negligent in his behavior that caused this death?
Our next question, Safa, is from Janine. She doesn't seem to think that this is going well for the prosecution. She asks, how could the prosecution be so right about HG trial, that's Hannah Gutierrez, and now this?
I was actually surprised at the outcome on the Gutierrez trial. I was thinking along the same lines. There was so much doubt that was raised. Although Hannah was responsible as the armoire, there were a lot of other factors that played in, such as, and the question that still has never been answered, is how did that live round get on set? So I think there's going to be an issue here. They're, of course, going to try to go forward and get their conviction. So we'll just have to see.
All right, and I just want to let everybody know that we're getting late word that there's going to be a hearing starting momentarily. Just attorneys, just the judge. This has to be maybe an evidentiary issue. We're not really sure, but we're waiting on that hearing to begin. It should be beginning momentarily. We're trying to get some more information about it. Let's look. So the judge is on the bench right now. And as soon as that begins, we will take you in there. But we're just being told it will be a hearing with attorneys and it will be streamed. So, of course, as soon as it begins, we'll take you in there. But right now, the audio is not up. We're not really getting much information about what it will entail. But there's been just so much argument about evidence continuing to go up to the sidebar and argue about this stuff. I don't think the judge wanted it to go that way. So we'll see what happens. That judge doesn't hold back. She likes to run a tight ship. Our next question comes from Mark Cooper. Do you think there will be civil suits from her family against Alec or others that you may have heard of? Well, yes, there have already been a number of civil suits. Halyna Hutchins' family, I'll take this question, is her family in Ukraine is suing Alec Baldwin and many other people in the production of Rust. Her husband, Matt Hutchins, had already sued Alec Baldwin in the film production. So that suit was settled. Matt Hutchins for an undisclosed amount of money. He's also a producer on Rust. So there are a number of lawsuits outstanding. Our next question, Hakeem the Dream. So people were target shooting without gun licenses. New Mexico seems wild. So John, I'll send that question over to you. When I got here on Sunday, I went around town and I asked people, what is it like here? What's it like with guns? What are the attitudes about guns? And I was told that really it's like 50-50 here. 50% of the people probably have guns. It's like the wild, wild west. So what is it like here? Is New Mexico wild? Are people walking around here with guns? Are there a lot of gun owners?
It's a good question. Yes, it's the Wild West in a lot of ways, and people have bought into the reality and a myth of the Wild West. I mean, that's why you're getting all these film crews out here. There's a big tax credit for film production, but there's also these Western landscapes. A lot of people here, yes. I mean, as a prosecutor, I remember the statistic was maybe 1 out of every 3 cars driving around New Mexico has a gun in it. There's no permit required for gun ownership unless you want to have a concealed carry permit. There are a lot of people who grow up hunting, a lot of people who grow up shooting. And I think that's actually going to figure into who on the jury is familiar with guns, and did they grow up around them, and did they grow up learning about gun safety and about what you do with a gun, and are you responsible for what comes out of the end of the barrel? So short answer is yes, lots of guns here. It's a rural state. It's a state where there's a lot of hunting, and a lot of people grow up around guns.
Yeah, there is a gun culture here, so that is something to talk about. But this was a movie set, so it was a kind of a land of make believe, and there was a real gun there, and somehow that live ammo ended up there. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be monitoring that hearing to see when it starts, so we can get you in there. So stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
State of New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin, and we have, yes, thank you. We have,
We can't begin without the defendant, please.
all right.
I don't think it's not appropriate. Your Honor, do you have a preference? Do you want the
Well, I would say, given the documents, I agree with you. Given the documents,
Yeah.
given the documents, I agree he should be here. I know you can waive, but this is part of the trial, and he should be here for this document in particular. Yes?
Understood. Do you have a preference about the order, the manner in which we make these arguments? Do you want the defense to go first about why they want them redacted, or do you want me to go first about what I want them in?
Well, they are going to be your exhibits, so you should go first.
Okay.
2 o'clock Central now. It's jury aren't back until 3 o'clock Central, but it's all good. True Seeker, hello. Ruka, hello to Heidelan Shah, hello True Seeker. There seems to be a common theme with law enforcement and AGs. Let's fit the crime to the evidence. So glad that cases are being televised. Yeah, it's a blessing, isn't it? Hope you're well, my darling. Court is back outside presence of jury. Yeah, we're back now. They had off camera stuff, and now they're back on camera, waiting for Alec Baldwin to come back, and then the jury will be back at 4 o'clock. They'll be told to come back at 4 o'clock Eastern. Here he is, 3 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Mountain West time, which is 9 o'clock UK time, 10 o'clock Europe time. So here we go. They're going to discuss exhibits and stuff now, so take that off.
In color, what pages 2 through 5 demonstrate, and I want to tell you. Let me make one. Let me make one correction.
Can I ask something?
Sure.
The highlighted is the portion that you want redacted.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I only see, oh, got the wrong one in front of me. Okay, all right, sorry, I transposed them. Okay, go ahead.
And let me find this part. Hang on just a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I to help make my point, if we go down to the last paragraph of page 4, you'll see where Mr. Baldwin is speaking to someone on the phone, and he says, and just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they've got to deal with. He's talking about, I think, investigators and also insurance investigators, and deal with what they've got to deal with. And we shouldn't let, we'll go have, it'll work, and we'll go. And I believe what he says, and I can play it if you need me to, because you can actually hear it on the audio, even though the transcript says indiscernible. We'll go have a good time. So these are not, at this point in time when Mr. Baldwin is making this statement, he's at the police station. He does not know that Ms. Hutchins has passed, but he knows that she's been critically injured, and she's so injured that she's been taken away in a helicopter. And if the defense hasn't spent all of this time saying how panicked and upset he was, I'm not sure that it would be relevant, but he is actually planning basically a vacation, and he tells his family, still come to New Mexico, we'll have a good time. So this is obviously information that directly contradicts what the defense has argued. And if it would help the court to see his demeanor and hear what he actually says, his family was coming to New Mexico the following day because he had a bit part for his daughter in the movie. So his wife and all of his children were coming the following day, and he is telling at one point, I think he's speaking to his wife, and he has her on FaceTime so we can actually hear her. We can hear her responses. And then he's speaking to another person who sounds like some sort of a family assistant or a nanny or someone like that. And he is explaining that he wants that person to try to convince his wife to still come to New Mexico because they can't get their money back for the plane tickets, and they'd like to go ahead and have a good time.
Where's the thing about the plane tickets? I didn't read that.
So here's where he says it. There's a part here where he says they're not going to give us our money back.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
So
are you talking about lines 19 through 25 on page 4? You object to the redaction on just this portion?
On what page? I'm sorry.
Well, you said 2 to 5, and then you pointed out a particular portion within 2 to 5.
Overall, my position is this is the defendant's statement, and it comes in, and I don't see a reason that it stays out. And the reason specifically that a lot of this conversation comes in is because of the defense statements about his state of mind, and this directly contradicts those.
All right, you're going to come back up here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mel?
Do you want me to stay?
Yeah, I want you to go over there.
Can I leave these here? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just going to set this aside.
So, Your Honor, first, what we have within this section that we're going to be discussing right now is we have also some additional hearsay. So we're looking at not only Mr. Baldwin's statements, but it also includes statements from the female speaker who would be his wife. And then we see female speaker 1, there's also female speaker 2. So there's additional hearsay aside from, again, the statements that we're talking about with respect to Mr. Baldwin. In addition, when we're looking at whether or not this is admissible, the court has to engage in a balancing test as to what the probative value actually is. The court has already indicated and ruled, in fact, at the motions in limine, that Mr. Baldwin's demeanor, even leading up to the accident, was not going to be coming in because the court engaged in that balancing test and said, for example, anything regarding him exhibiting poor behavior.
Broad brushy, my room.
Understood, Your Honor. And so I have actually the court's ruling here, so I'll be more specific. So what it says is that any of the videos or any evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's gun that worked or didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting. There's videos showing that he's cocking the gun, and it says that those would come in. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew or telling people to hurry up, None of that is relevant, and that is propensity evidence.
Right, and that dealt with what was offered, okay?
That is correct.
Was not offered, this was not even discussed at that time, so this
Correct.
is fresh to the court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So what we're doing is we're looking at what the court had previously ruled, and then we're using that also to inform the arguments that we're making at this time. And so certainly when we're talking about state of mind for after the fact, that becomes even less relevant than state of mind or actions that were happening leading up to the accident. So when we're looking at what this is actually probative of, the state is saying it's probative of that he's, talking about he's going to go have a good time. He's really not that distraught about it. But if we look again at what is Mr. Baldwin's state of mind after this has happened, what element does that go to within the proof that the state has to demonstrate in order to meet the elements to demonstrate that he's actually guilty of involuntary manslaughter? And the answer is that none of this here is probative of any effect of consequence to any of the elements of the crime that he is charged with. So when the court is engaging in this balancing test, we have to look to see what is the probative value, and there's none or very minimal. But the danger of unfair prejudice is substantial, and it substantially outweighs any probative value in that, again, he's talking about his family, he's talking about plans that they have, and there's danger that the jury will misinterpret that or misuse that to view him as being callous or that he doesn't care about Ms. Hutchins, when actually that's not accurate. So we are asking the court that the court exclude this section that we're referring to. In addition, Your Honor, when we go over to page 5, if the court will look at the top of page 5, here again, this is just more, them trying to make him look callous. He's worried about, at the top, he's talking about staying away from people.
Over your shoulder?
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. Oh, do you want? Okay.
I just want it because mine's under yours, so I can't
Understood.
see where you are. Okay.
So, Your Honor, so what we're talking about here up at the top of the page is, again, he's worried about being photographed. He does live a very public life, and this is a very, difficult, sensitive time just in general for everyone. And the references to the media here, again, could be taken as something callous or something of that sort. And so, he's talking about, this is breaking news, this is media, and he's trying to keep his family away from that as well. So it's misleading, and when we engage in a 403 balancing test, this should not come in.
Normally, I would agree, but for the fact that the defense actually made his demeanor after the fact relevant. So now that they've made it relevant, it's relevant. And it goes both ways.
All right, thank you. The court makes the following ruling. Under 11401, it says it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the factors of consequence in determining the action. It is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday. So I do find that it's relevant to basically respond to you all talking about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, and certainly that you considered that fact of consequence, and I'm deciding that this rebuttal information is of consequence. I also find that its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and all the other choices that are under 11403. I will say that I think that I'm not going to let everything in. I'm going to focus on page 4, and I'll start with line 16 and on page 4, and I will go to page 5.
And I'm sorry, is this what's coming in or what's staying out?
No, it's coming in.
Okay.
The rest of the yellow is staying out.
Can you repeat that line
Just a
again?
minute, I'm reading.
Okay,
page 5.
sorry.
Okay, so it's line 16, starting with Alec Baldwin, finishes the rest of the page 4, starts on page 5 at the top, and finishes on line 10. The rest of the yellow will will be redacted.
Understood. Are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yeah.
The next one I show, and Ms. LeBlanc, just correct me if I'm wrong, is on page 12.
That's correct.
So this issue goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, and I'm looking, Your Honor, I'm sorry, at basically 12 through 14. He understands that whether there's a live round on set or not, these guns can be dangerous, and he says it right here between 12 and 14. What he's talking about with the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. That's him talking about his knowledge of the danger of these guns. That goes directly to the heart of the state's case. As the court knows, the state doesn't disagree with 15 through 17. And again, when we start here on 18, where Mr. Baldwin says, "I'm told," that again goes directly to his knowledge of the injuries that can occur if these guns are not handled with safety. He says right there, "I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die." And you know what? We can take out this part here that says which both of them died, because that is relevant to the Brandon Lee, John Eric Hexum that we agreed to remove. So I don't oppose taking out both of them died, but this goes directly to the heart of the state's case. And then I think it's 21 through 25 we've agreed to redact. Obviously, this part here on the top of page 13 is very important to the state because Mr. Baldwin says, "My point is I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before where a flash round was." Obviously, what I'm trying to get in is he's got experience with firearms, and he talks to Detective Hancock pretty extensively about that. So his personal experience with firearms on movie sets and off movie sets is all absolutely relevant. You want me to stop there?
Yeah.
Here, let's do this. Let me just, there you go.
So, Your Honor, this was already the subject of a defense motion in limine that the court ruled upon. So we have in the transcript of the pretrial proceedings, the parties were arguing about whether or not this knowledge of danger of blanks would be admissible. And so what the court ruled was, the court said, the court makes the following ruling, weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less probable than it would be without it, and whether its probative value substantially is outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with what I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is that this manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, etc. And then with respect to the alternative is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, and I remember the word confirm, about live ammunition before he pointed it at someone. The court went on. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says the blanks also can kill. But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows that guns can kill. It depends on what's in there. But I think that you cannot mention it, you can mention it, but that's it. We're not going through 5 different questions on tell me how serious this is, and if he's a gun owner and he's done all these westerns or not westerns, but all this gun experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. So that's specifically on this subject, and so we've already argued this, and the court has already ruled. So based on that, we are asking that the court, consistent with its previous ruling, exclude these portions. And the additional portions, there will be a number a number of other sections in the transcript that I think we can dispense with rather quickly once we have the court's ruling on that as well.
Is that the part about when he talks about the commingling? Is one of them about the commingling and the dummy rounds?
I don't recall, Your Honor, I have some flagged, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly and I can identify those to the court every place that is throughout the transcript. But,
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
If I may. So my concern is that I didn't realize necessarily during the motion hearing, I thought we were talking about witness testimony, not the defendant's own statements. And let me try to articulate for the court where I think some difficulty may come in. If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that. So these statements that he made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows that, and the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction. So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules that say don't point the gun at anyone, and this is obviously one of the reasons, is because even if you have largely inert ammunition, it can still hurt someone, or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew that it could kill someone. So I think that this needs to be in for that reason.
Which motion was it?
Your Honor, it was Oliver's opinion. Your Honor, I believe this was number 3. This would be defense 3, is that correct? Defendant's motion only 3, I believe it was. And we have the transcript if the court would like to review it. Based on what the state has just argued in their reply, may I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The new argument?
Yes, that's
her reply, isn't it? Didn't she go first?
She did. She did.
You're doing a surreply.
And if I may have just a few sentences, Your Honor, because I think this is important, as what she stated is new, since she's now talking about disagreeing with the ruling that we had. But we relied on the court's ruling and cover this topic. In our opening, we did not cover this topic.
It's not 3. Where is it?
I believe it's number 3. It's the foreseeability.
7, Your Honor.
Oh, 7. I apologize, Your Honor. Number 7.
You mean defendant 7?
Defendant's 7. Yes, Your Honor. It was our motion to exclude.
I don't have these numbered.
Would the court like me to present the transcript?
No.
The court's giving it, so. Okay.
It seems to be a mess. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to mistrial because it seems to be a mess right now, this trial. So disorganized.
Is it, what is the name of the motion?
The name of the motion.
It's a motion to exclude evidence related to the gun injury, Your Honor.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
The additional flags came up in the opposition.
Okay. Got it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So to allow the state to basically relitigate this, I think would put us in very dangerous territory because the defense relied on the court's ruling and the court was very clear about what would be permitted and what would not be. And I think to say that the state thought that that somehow didn't apply to statements they wanted to introduce by Mr. Baldwin is disingenuous. And so we relied on this again in our jury.
We'll see the transcript.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to push the button.
You know, this was related to, and I think I say it here where I talk about on page 154, which you left out. But this is to Mr. Nikas, where he's saying that the state, Miss Hutchinson, would have died if there were a blank in the gun. That they were asserting that they were going beyond live ammunition, and they were talking about that they expected witnesses to testify, in particular Mr. Carpenter, that blanks can kill as well, and that he should have known that. That's different from his own admissions of his knowledge, and I'm going to let the following in. I'm going to let page 12, I'm going to let line 13, right in the middle. Sometimes the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. It shows that he does have knowledge of guns.
Hang on, Your Honor, just want to use, I see, I'm sorry.
And then on lines 18, 19, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed. And then also lines 1 through 5 on page 13.
And Your Honor, I do understand the court's ruling. If I may, just for the court, just to remind me, because I know we're dealing with the transcripts and we had these arguments earlier. So if I may, just to kind of perhaps refresh the court a little bit, part of what the arguments were about as well was the fact that the way that the grand jury presentation had gone, and in that had not been focused on blanks. It was about live ammunition, live rounds, and that was the basis of what the knowledge must be in order for it to meet the elements of the charge.
This is what in the grand jury, Mr. Carpenter was talking about all these duties that Mr. Baldwin should have had, including the knowledge that blanks can kill. He said that he should have had that knowledge. Everybody has that knowledge when they talk about don't pointing the gun and things like that. And I did not want to belabor the point that blanks can kill. Okay? But that's different from Mr. Baldwin's own assertions of the knowledge that he had with respect to guns. All right. Next.
Your Honor, same argument from the state with regard to the bottom of page 14, the last two words that start with and, I'm. And then if we, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. And then if we move to the top of 15, this is the exact same information, exact same argument. It's Mr. Baldwin solidifying and reiterating what he knew or should have known that goes directly to the elements of the offense. Nothing further.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was actually retrieving my items. What page are we on?
If we go right down to the bottom of 14, and we just start with those two words. And then we just roll over to the first 4 lines of 15.
And so, the issue that we're going to have, again, with this, Your Honor, is that, we did not ask witnesses questions regarding this type of harm and what was learned, and certainly those kinds of things might have been able to come through Ms. Poppell. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection on this, which we absolutely would have. We didn't open on this because of the ruling and the way that we understood it. Based on our review of the transcript. So I do have concerns that this is going to prejudice the defense, and we would ask that the court consider not allowing
Attention to
this.
my ruling, because my ruling was with respect to witnesses, because I particularly told Ms. Morrissey that her witness got to ask her witness one sentence. And that is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about the blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want to move away from the fact that they weren't blanks, it was live ammunition. But this goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, completely different, and I'm going to let this in as well. Page 15, 1 through 4, lines 1 through 4.
Do you know where the next jump is?
Yeah. Just to page 62. Do you want to move over?
Huh?
Do you want me to move back?
No, you're fine. Here we go. We'll just insert that in. Okay, Your Honor, we're jumping to the bottom of page 62. You know what? I'm gonna change my position. Why don't we go ahead and just exclude the bottom of 62 and the top of 63?
Yes, I agree.
What's the next one, Heather, since you've got the tab?
The next one we have is 69.
So I think that as witness testimony, and it's difficult when we're doing motions in limine because the court certainly doesn't know what all the witness testimony is going to be. So part of the issue here is we were intending to ask the court to, not necessarily today with these witnesses, to potentially reconsider this ruling. I don't think it makes a big difference in this particular interview, but we absolutely have witnesses who will testify if the court were to permit them. The safety bulletins speak directly to producers and their responsibility for set safety. I can show it to you. In addition to that, the witnesses who were on scene with Mr. Baldwin would discuss the fact that his role as producer is what enabled him to be in a position to disregard the safety rules. But with regard to this particular line, I'm not married to it. I can try to revisit this issue with the court when we have relevant witnesses on the witness stand.
Your Honor, the court had the ability to reserve.
So all I'm looking at is this line, okay?
Correct.
Both of you, and I'm going to not let it in.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Next is, this one's out by stipulation. Let me see. Next is page 81. A portion of that is out by stipulation, but I believe the next is page 81.
Yes.
The top portion of that is out by stipulation, I believe, but then the lower part of page 81 is still subject to disagreement.
Let me just refresh my memory on what it is. So, some of this contains his, wait a minute, let me I guess the top part of it is directly related to what he's talking about at the beginning, which the court admitted. So my concern is I don't think that if we take out, and on Saturday my daughter was going to be in the movie, we had a little part for her, in this top, so I want to point out that here at the bottom of page 81, Mr. Baldwin says, well, let me ask you this. Originally, this is very complicated. I mean, none of this compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was here. They weren't, but his daughter was going to be in the movie. So again, this goes to the opening arguments, the continuing defense that we are going to hear throughout the course of this trial. Mr. Baldwin, at this point in time, knows that someone's in the hospital and another person has been taken away on a helicopter, is critically injured, and what he is concerned about during the interview is what's happening to his family and whether or not his family is going to come and visit him. So he's actually taking a moment in the interview with the detective to talk about, this is complicated because my family's supposed to come.
All right, thank you. So, Your Honor, the court has already ruled admissible the previous portion of this. And again, I think when the court is looking at balancing, the court can also determine how much of this to permit in. It is cumulative of what the state already has used the earlier statements to reference, which would be his supposed state of mind after the fact. I don't know how much we need to then, continue to allow in all of the rest of this over and over. And certainly, again, him wanting to have his family there with him is not shocking after something like this. It's certainly a very difficult time. But again, the court, as the court is looking at the balancing, one of those things that the court will balance is the cumulative nature of what is being offered. The court has already ruled admissible the previous statements, and we would ask that the court not allow additional statements related to that at this time based on the limited probative value of the testimony or evidence.
All right, I don't think this is of much consequence. I think that the part I ruled on earlier went to rebut the information about his coloring and everything else like that. Granted, there was a lapse in time, so that can be addressed in questioning. But the fact that his daughter was going to be in the movie and he's mentioning that, I don't think that, and she was so excited to come, I don't think that's helpful. He's just describing really his kids. That's not coming in.
Understood. Is the next one on page 83? Is that what you
Yes,
have?
yes. And the first, I think, 5 lines are out by stipulation, and then we're just dealing with then 6.
Right. So 6 through 14. Certainly the top part is an explanation of his comments at the beginning that the court has ruled are admissible. I certainly can forfeit. I told the producers I would stay tomorrow in case anybody else, their insurance investigators, their lawyers want to talk to me. I don't have too much heartburn over letting that go, but I do think that the fact that there are 2 people who've been taken away to the hospital, and Mr. Baldwin is upset because his wife wants to cancel her trip, again goes directly to the defense of this man was devastated.
Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, first the state, this was already part of the stipulation, was through page 83, line 5. So I won't argue that since the state had already stipulated to that earlier. With respect to lines 6 through 14, much of what is being relayed here is actually his wife's statements, about what she thought about, the weird energy or whether or not she wanted to come down. And so I think, again, the state has already is already going to be permitted to introduce those other statements.
related to his state of mind. This has very minimal probative value, particularly considering the court's ruling a moment ago, and we would ask that the court exclude this, particularly, again, considering the fact that a lot of this is about his wife and her thoughts as well. And it's not sufficiently probative.
Yeah, I don't think it's very relevant. I think, and the relevancy goes to the rebuttal of how he was feeling. I think that the pages 4 and 5 directly relate to that, but I don't think this does, so I'm not going to redact it. Last page.
There is further down on the same page. I believe it starts at line 22 of page 83 and then continues on into page 84, line 8.
So, Mr. Baldwin has critically injured someone, and what he's saying to the detective, and keep in mind, Your Honor, Mr. Baldwin was going to stay and complete originally he was going to be in New Mexico to complete the filming until I think close to the end of October. And he is already making plans to return home to New York, even though he's critically injured 2 people. It is the exact opposite of what the defense is going to argue, which is this was devastating to him. This devastating. I think there's even phrases in this interview where he says, "I'm devastated," or maybe it's in November 3rd. So this is completely contradictory to other statements that he makes where he says, "I'm devastated." 2 people are in the hospital and he doesn't even want to stay and make sure they're okay.
Your Honor, he offered to stay, and that's throughout this transcript. It even says it further down on this same page. He says, "Unless you tell me not to, or if you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever it is that you want." He's making himself completely available, but not shockingly, his wife wants him home. He is a father.
The rebuttal. It's going to be redacted. All right, next.
The next one is out by stipulation, which is on page 85.
I think that's it. Could it be?
That may be it on this one. I will let Your Honor.
Stipulated to, okay, what?
Yes. There were other portions within here that we had found that were related to the blank situation. I understand the court's ruling. If the court is willing to consider as part of its gatekeeping function, limiting the amount of that.
Too late. That's what happens when you do 2 days before. Okay, let's go.
Just in terms of, I know that we've got one more statement to try to tackle. So now that the court has ruled on the redactions, because these are the defense requests, I'm expecting the defense to do the redactions and provide them to me quickly, because this is Hancock, and Hancock's going to take the witness stand as soon as possible.
That is our intention.
Well, you're finished, so you're going to do oh, that's right. Okay, I apologize.
So 10 minutes max.
Okay, and then you're going to do the redirect. So while they're doing that, go ahead and provide a copy with the redactions that I've ruled should be redacted, which were minimal. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
What's next?
There is the second statement. Is your copy?
Yeah. The second statement, this is a statement that takes place on
I hope you
November.
got that. Do you need any clarification? Because I don't want this going south when Hancock's on the stand. Do you want to repeat it?
I think we have it from the transcript. I think we have it from the transcript.
No. My rulings.
Yes,
So, okay.
we have the real time.
All right. Okay, good. Okay, what's next? I said the jury comes back at 2. They have 1 minute before I call back the jury. Otherwise, you're going to abandon these.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be quick.
So if we look at this part at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2,
This is what I'm going to do because we're running out of time. I'm going to make a ruling. These were given to, your intended redactions were given 2 days before. And so far, the only thing I've heard that was a surprise was the testimony of his knowledge of guns, but this, so, let's see. Well, I mean, everybody got a point somewhere. I don't find that, I'm gonna redact that. I don't find that's relevant. It's just in passing, really. And he's talking about other people.
Well, if I can,
Sure.
Your Honor, I just want to talk about it in a little bit more context. So what's happening here is Detective Hancock and Mr. Baldwin are talking about Ms. Gutierrez and her lawyers. Ms. Gutierrez is obviously her conduct is being discussed extensively. Mr. Baldwin says, but it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. So if we're going to redact the bottom portion, then honestly, I think that we need to redact the part where he says it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. I mean, I think if we redact the part about the lawyers, we redact everything.
That's fine. It does take it out of like nowhere context. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then if you really want to argue it. All right, page 15. I don't find this relevant.
Okay, Pete, I'm sorry. Let me catch up to you.
Sure. Yeah.
So this is relevant because what Mr. Baldwin is talking about right here to Hancock is his intention to sit for a public interview, and that public interview turns out to be with George Stephanopoulos. It was that interview that led to the accidental discharge testing and all kinds of stuff. Again, Judge, it's the defendant's own statement. He knew he had a right to counsel.
All right, I'll let 1 through 6 in, but this thing about the Kennedy Center is not coming in. 1 through 6 on page 15.
1 through 6 comes in, the rest of it's out. Understood.
Page 18. Tell me why this is relevant or not relevant or relevant. Ms. Morrissey.
Okay, let me just. Sure. So the top part is him saying to Detective Hancock, "You don't know anything about my business. You don't know anything about my business. You're in law enforcement. You're the person who, when they do something wrong, you're the last person they want to see. You live a very, very difficult but ultimately very narrow life. I believe. Hang on. Let me finish it a little bit." Well, it all goes, I think we've got like three or 4 pages, so I think it all kind of goes together. Hang on just a second. Okay, so this part, I mean, the part at the bottom of 18, it puts in context the part at the top of 19, and this goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's motivation to lie about pulling the trigger of the gun. I'm 63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore. He's talking about his career and that he can't rely on luck anymore. This goes exactly to his motivation not to tell the truth. Sorry.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure.
I might go off again. Oh my days. Come on, people. Come on. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. We need to get going now. I mean, the jury are waiting. Carol, she is so annoying. Unbelievable. Where's Baldwin gone? He's like, oh, he's just gone. He's like, fuck this shit. Yeah, Dave, you might. I don't know. Oh, his wife's still there. Let's have a look. Shelley Duval, don't know who.
I don't think this information is that helpful, one way or the other, but I'm gonna let it in because of the lateness of your redactions. So, because it's 2:00 now, and so we're gonna go. All right?
I understand your name. May I just briefly just be heard on that point?
No. All right. Get your redactions in earlier.
Understood, Your Honor.
And that includes 20 minutes.
Everything I put on is coming in. Do you understand? That page forward
Yes, so everything subsequent to.
and that page.
Okay.
Wow, fucking hell, Judge. That's not very professional of you. Just let her in. Yeah, go on, fuck you. Too late. Fuck. Hey, MJ. I think I just had all those thickness allowed in my face. Would look a lot like this, to be honest. Not a good day for him. Yeah. Yeah. I think she's phoned in to get the jury in. I think that's what that was, Carol. I think she did it before as well. Dave, stop it, Dave. I saw you. The courtroom was nice. Oh, you won't forget a coffee, Dave.
No, I know.
He hasn't passed.
We're asking two different questions.
I have no idea.
Probably need a quick cigarette and then coffee. That's a guess. I've seen it do before juries come in.
I gotcha. Did you ask for us to come up?
I presume that's what it was, Cara, more than
I just,
known by fact. So yeah, normally they phone up. So normally, yeah, because the jury are like outside. So we'll see how they do with this witness now. He said they've got another 10 minutes to go with this witness. I do not like this witness. I don't think she's very good. I think the defense had the upper hand. However, when it comes to recross, they'll be here forever. Forever and ever. Jury coming in. Right, here we go.
All right, you may be seated. Go ahead.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Spiro.
Good afternoon. You had seen when you were testifying earlier Mr. Baldwin in court today, correct?
yes.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've seen him since, I believe, since the day that the incident occurred?
Correct.
And of course, you see him here as a defendant in a courtroom wearing a suit jacket. He wasn't dressed like that on the scene, right?
Right.
He was Harlan Rust, and he had his actor costume on, right?
Yes.
And you actually took those clothes and tested him for blood, like you said before, right?
I did.
And he was shaking as you did that, was he not?
He seemed upset as I did that.
And of course, you remember that, right?
Yes.
And the lapel that you've reviewed has refreshed your memory.
Correct.
And you know that he received a phone call from his friend Joel, the director who had been shot, and you used that information to then send officers to the hospital to retrieve the bullet, correct?
I believe we already had deputies at the hospital at that time.
But he told you that and told you that that would be something that he wanted you to do, right?
He indicated it was something he wanted law enforcement to do, but we were already making the necessary, we were already sending a deputy to the hospital to retrieve that.
And he told you that he pulled the gun out, he turned, and he just cocked the gun, right?
He did state that, yes.
He didn't say he pulled the trigger, right?
I don't recall him saying that.
And you never tested the hammer of that gun for DNA, did you?
I do not know the FBI lab's process for processing a firearm for DNA.
But because he told you that, and I'm putting up A10, defense exhibit, that's why you knew that the document that had fallen near Ms. Hutchins that says macro on hammer as thumb cocks it was so important. Isn't that right?
There was a paper inside of the church that indicated a firearm was being used, so I photographed it. We had paperwork that was later collected out of Ms. Hutchins's side bag that was also additional script. And that was collected because it was part of her bag, part of her personal property.
And you see the name Halyna on top, right?
Yes, this is what was taken out of her bag.
And what was at the floor, A3, Russ Colt cocked quietly now. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you and your fellow officers discussed this and said, this is important. It confirms what he told us, didn't you?
I believe that I stated it was important because it was a script that involved a firearm inside the church where a shooting had occurred.
And after this point in time, eventually, you all sent that firearm off, not to have the firearm tested, its hammer for DNA, but rather for it to end up being destroyed in the testing, or broken in the testing, if you prefer.
The firearm was sent for DNA, and additional testing was not conducted until later.
We were talking also, to move away from the firearm for a second, about how the lethal round got on set, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Baldwin, you actually told him that you would figure it out. You gave him that assurance. You said, I get it. I know that there was a live round, wasn't supposed to be on set. We law enforcement are going to find that out, didn't you?
I believe the words that I used was, that's why we're here. We're here to try and figure out what happened.
And one of your fellow officers sort of came over the top of you and sort of confirmed to him, don't worry, we're going to find out.
Objection to whatever a fellow officer.
Effect on listener? What? One word, but objection, yes, what is it?
Objection, hearsay, the officer isn't here, who he's speaking of.
Respond.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted that it was her.
Okay. Well, did you lay the foundation for that? Did you ask her what she did because of that?
Not yet, I can't.
Okay.
And after you,
If he lays that foundation for effect on listener.
after what you said and what you heard from your fellow officer, it is true, as you testified previously, that you did go out to seek the source of that lethal round, right?
Please rephrase your question as to the word seek.
Sure. After you said what you said and the officer said what he said, is it not the case that you made it a priority to try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Our priority was to find the facts of what had happened in this situation.
And one of the steps that you took that we talked about by searching the truck, by going to Seth Kenny, by getting a PDQ. One of the things you then did was you did seek out and try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And as you were doing that, you continued to work with Corporal Hancock, right?
Yes.
You would see her and the prosecutors often, right?
I would see Corporal Hancock more often.
And you testified previously about the search for the lethal ammunition at the trial of the armorer, correct?
Yes.
And a question came up at that trial of this issue of, did Seth Kenny really provide the ammunition to Seth or not, right?
Yes, I believe that came up.
Okay. And eventually there was a verdict in that case, right?
Yes.
And a good Samaritan walked into the police station and gave you the lethal ammunition, didn't they?
After the Hannah Gutierrez trial, there was an individual that came to the police station and stated they had ammunition.
And they turned in the ammunition.
Yes.
And they gave it to you, right?
Yes.
And they told you that this was the ammunition that ended up with Seth Kenny that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
I do not recall all of their statements.
Who did you tell about that?
During that conversation, my Lieutenant Brian Brandel, was with me, and Detective Hancock was aware of that individual, that he had come to the sheriff's office.
And you never vouchered that and turned it over to the defense, did you?
It was a doc information situation.
I don't know what that means. Can you just explain it to me?
Meaning that I was instructed by my lieutenant to create a doc info report on it.
And I mean, what does that mean?
It means we're documenting information that this individual came and gave this ammunition to us.
Okay, but you didn't, I mean, he told you it had to do with the Rush shooting, correct?
Yes.
And he told you actually that he was a police officer in a neighboring county, right?
I believe he said he was a retired police officer, yes.
And he told you all had been duped by Seth Kenny, didn't he? In words and substance, didn't he?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And he said to you, I'm willing to fill out a witness statement, right?
No, I don't recall that.
He told you that the rounds came from a green ammo can, didn't he?
Judge, I have to object to your say.
Sustained.
Did you take the rounds that were provided to you? By the way, they were Starline brass nickel primer live, weren't they?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Really?
That is what I said.
Well, it's information acted upon is going to be my response. But he told you the reason that he was coming in is because he didn't trust law enforcement on this case.
Well, you know what? She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener.
Okay.
Well, you're going to have to lay your foundation better. You are.
So, let me ask this question. How come law enforcement didn't voucher this with the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word voucher.
How come you didn't inventory it and put it with all the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I was instructed to put this in as a doc information case, which I did, and it is under that case number.
You buried it?
No.
Your lieutenant?
There is a supplemental report on it, and that was placed into evidence.
Did you ever turn that over to the defense?
I I have not turned over anything to the defense. My information goes through the sheriff's office.
Are you aware of whether the sheriff's office ever informed the defense that a Good Samaritan came in and turned in this ammunition?
I do not know.
When the defense came to view the Starline brass nickel primer live ammunition with you, you didn't show them this, did you?
I did not have an evidence viewing with the defense. That was my coworker.
Your coworker didn't show this to the defense, correct?
I do not know.
Do you have any reason to believe your coworker showed this to the defense, given that it wasn't put in the same inventory as the rest of the case?
No.
Did you or anyone from the sheriff's office ever tell the armorer or her lawyers that a Good Samaritan came in after the verdict and gave you this information?
I do not know.
But you do agree he did tell you that Seth said this was the evidence from the shooting, correct?
I don't recall what he stated, what someone else stated.
And you told him he didn't have to write a witness statement. Law enforcement was going to type up a report on it today, right?
I never stated any such thing about a witness statement.
He offered to provide a written witness statement so that it was clear. Did he not?
I do not recall that happening.
Okay. Did you give him assurances that you would type up a report on it?
I don't recall providing assurances to him.
Did you tell him that you would write up a report on it?
I don't recall doing that either.
Do you deny it?
No.
So when you testified earlier that you never found the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, that wasn't true either, was it?
Can you rephrase the way you stated that?
Sure. As you sit here today, having had a Good Samaritan turn in these 45 rounds into the precinct, right?
If that's what you're discussing, then.
Yeah. You don't know whether or not you have in your possession the live rounds that killed Miss Hutchins, do you?
The live round that killed Miss Hutchins has been fired. Are you asking me about a connection between those live rounds and other ones?
I'm asking you, as we've talked about at great length, whether or not you withdraw it. I'm asking you, isn't it the case that law enforcement likely has the matching rounds to the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins?
I do not know.
And you do not know because you made a doc report about this and did not put it with the rest of the rust evidence, correct?
Those rounds were not placed with the rest of the rust evidence, correct?
Nor were they sent to the FBI for testing with the rust evidence, were they?
No, they were not.
I have no further questions for this witness this time.
Redirect.
Ms. Poppell, are you a detective?
No, I am not.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in this case?
No, I did not.
You didn't interview Mr. Baldwin?
No.
You didn't interview Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Mr. Spiro was asking you about the Good Samaritan. who arrived at the sheriff's department after the Gutierrez trial. Can you tell the members of the jury when the Gutierrez trial was?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was back in April.
Would you take end of February, beginning of March?
Yes, that sounds more accurate.
Okay. Do you recall the Good Samaritan's name?
I do not.
Would you recognize it if I said it to you?
Yes.
Troy Teskey.
Yes, that was his name.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey is a close friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father?
No, I did not know that.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey had his own motivations for wanting to place blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez?
Objection, leading. Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, overruled.
Please answer.
No, I had no knowledge of that.
Now, to be clear, is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for bringing live rounds on the movie set?
No.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for loading a live round into the gun?
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
To try to clarify some points, Starline Brass, is that a brand of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Is it a brand of ammunition or a casing?
It is a casing.
Okay. And the live rounds from the set of rust had nickel primers, right?
Yes.
Objection, leading every question.
Overruled.
So let me ask you this. When you went to PDQ to conduct your search, because you're not the detective, do you remember whether you had any surveillance video or not?
I don't remember.
So with regard to Mr. Kinney, prior to the search of PDQ, did Mr. Kinney actually bring his own live ammunition to the police station?
Yes.
So before you ever executed a search warrant, he went to the police station and said, I want to give you a sample of my live ammunition.
Yes.
And you took that and you sent it to the FBI, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to ammunition, characteristics of some of this ammunition is it says Starline Brass on the top, right? And when I say it says Starline Brass, describe to the jurors what the emblem is that we see.
It is a star, an arching line, and then another star.
The live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, was it all Starline Brass?
No.
Was it all nickel primers?
No.
Now, in addition to the stamp on the top of the casing and the color of the primer, does ammunition have different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the projectile, we're talking about, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the nose of the bullet, so what actually gets projected out the barrel of the gun.
Hold on, please. Thank you, sir. showing you it's been previously admitted. It's State's Exhibit 26. Remind us, which are the live rounds? The suspected live rounds, sorry, we'll get there.
The ones to the right,
And what are the ones on the left?
they are dummy rounds.
Is there a different shape to the tip of the projectile?
Yes.
Tell us what the difference is.
So the live rounds.
You can mark your screen.
Okay. So the live rounds have a flattened surface to them, whereas our dummy rounds come to a further point. Sorry, I was trying to draw a line. Almost like a curvature to a better point.
At my request, prior to the Gutierrez trial, did you take out a ruler and measure those?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the size of what we call the meplet, which is that very top of the projectile? Do you recall the size of the live rounds?
Yes, the live rounds were 6 millimeters and the dummy rounds were 4 millimeters.
Every single live round, well, suspected live round, taken from the set of rust, was it a 6 millimeter meplet?
Yes.
All of the live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, to include the live ammunition that Seth Kinney brought into the sheriff's station, did any of those have 6 millimeter meplets?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Seth Kinney is the source of the live rounds on rust?
No.
If you know, is there evidence that Hannah Gutierrez brought the live rounds onto the set of rust?
Yes.
What is that evidence? Let's talk about it.
The evidence that I am aware of is a photograph on a cell phone of the rounds in the background of a photograph that was taken with a cell phone. Those rounds are the same ones from the same box that were being pulled from that day, that were handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit to help us. State's Exhibit 12. Go ahead, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and clear your screen, the marks. Is this the box you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez admitted to bringing that box on the set?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez actually provided evidence to the sheriff's department that she was provided that box by her father?
Yes.
And the Good Samaritan who came in with the live rounds and was telling you Seth Kinney's the bad guy, that happened how long after the incident?
That happened well after the incident in after February, so March of this year.
So Ms. Hutchins died in what year?
In October of 2021.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction?
Objection.
Is that right?
Objection. Assumes facts, not evidence. Misleading.
Overruled, unless you want to come up and tell me.
Yes, I do.
All right, come on up.
Oh, good question, Murph. I'm back. Who do we not like? The witness. I think the witness has been. She's a bitch, but I don't like the attorney. I don't like how condescending she is. I just don't like her. Oh. Oh. Sorry. I'm still awake, Lou, just though. Here we go.
Reporter, would you read back the last question, please?
And Mr. Teskey, Hanny Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction. Is that right?
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
In your experience, if Seth Kinney wanted to hide the fact that he had live ammunition at PDQ, he had plenty of time to get rid of it, right?
Yes.
And you found some there, right?
Yes.
And the photograph, well, was all of the live ammunition in the same place?
Yes.
Where was it found?
It was in a box on the bottom of the stack labeled as live ammo.
And for completeness, was there live ammunition found in another room away from this box?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you find any ammunition that was not .45 caliber anywhere else at PDQ?
I believe there were 2 boxes of marked 38 caliber ammunition that were in another room.
Did Mr. Kinney tell you that his personal firearm's a .38?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as defendants A23. Is this, so when we're talking about .45 caliber ammunition, well, let's back up. Is that the only caliber of live ammunition or suspected live ammunition found on the set of Rust?
Yes.
21, you said?
23, A23. So if you find 38 live ammunition, is that important to you?
No.
Because 38 is not .45, right?
Correct.
So the .45 caliber ammunition that you found at PDQ, is this where you found it?
Yes.
Any mistaking that that would be live ammunition?
No.
Why?
It was clearly marked as live ammunition in that box.
And let me ask you, Ms. Poppell, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought to you after her conviction, you still have it?
Yes.
You can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right?
Yes.
And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct?
Yes.
And that is obvious just when you look at it, is it not?
Yes.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kinney?
If I recall correctly, just 1.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set by Hannah Gutierrez?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination, and I think they were related to, let me get the exhibit just so that we know what we're talking about. You were asked some questions about the live ammunition in the other actor's gun belt. You remember those questions on cross?
Yes.
And I think the actor was Jensen Ackles.
Correct.
Do you know whether or not Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
No, I do not.
Whether he did his own safety checks?
I do not know.
Let's talk briefly about, let me make sure I have the proper exhibit numbers for the record. I want to be clear, if you recall, I'm showing you defendants A27. Where did those dummy rounds come from?
These were the dummy rounds removed from the box with blue writing that stated dummy rounds.
And who do you know supplied those rounds?
Seth Kenny.
And I think I made a mistake on direct examination. This is State's Exhibit 30. Is that what I showed you?
Yes, I believe so.
And so those actually didn't come out of that box, did they?
Correct.
Do you know where they came from?
They came from a gun belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defendants A26, is that where they came from?
Yes.
Based on the dummy rounds in both of these pictures, from the box and from the gun belt, do they have distinctive characteristics?
Yes.
Have they been identified? Who do you know who supplied all of the dummy rounds that were in the gun belt and in the box?
Yes, that was Seth Kenny.
All right. You were asked some questions about some documents that you photographed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I'm trying to find them. Are counsel, are all of the exhibits still up here? Take that as a yes.
No, I have these, I have the script of the shells.
Those are the exhibits? Does it say copy? Okay, can I use them then?
Yes.
Okay, as long as they're the same.
They're the same.
Okay, we'll just use your copies. This is Defendant's Exhibit A10. You remember being shown this?
Yes.
Do you have any idea when this exhibit, or I'm sorry, when scene 125 was being filmed?
No, I do not.
Same question for scene, is it 55 or 66? I apologize.
No.
'68,
No.
115,
No.
118,
No.
121,
No.
130.
No.
In fact, if you know, was Ms. Hutchins killed during the filming of an actual scene?
No, she was not.
She was not. Is that right?
Correct.
Same thing here for 118 again. Ms. Hutchins wasn't killed during the filming of a scene, was she?
No, she was not.
Do you know, if you do you know who wrote the script?
No, I do not.
Do you know who the director of the movie was?
I believe that was Joel Sousa.
Do you know whether or not he's going to come in and testify?
No, I do not.
Did he testify in the Gutierrez trial?
I believe he did, yes.
Did you interview the person who wrote the script?
No.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in the room at the time of the shooting?
No, I did not.
So you haven't talked to a single person who could tell you whether these defense A3 and A10 are relevant at all. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked by Mr. Spyro whether or not it was true that live ammunition should never be on a movie set, and you said that was correct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You've never worked on a movie set before, have you?
No, I've not.
How do you know that?
It makes sense to me. It makes common sense.
But do you know?
No, I do not know the rules of movie sets.
You're not aware that there are safety bulletins for the use of live ammunition on movie sets?
No, I did not know that.
All total, including prop truck, the entire scene out there at Bonanza Creek, how many real firearms were taken into evidence?
If I can look at my report.
Sure.
I believe 13 in total.
13 real firearms.
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Kinney being present at the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember why he was present?
I don't recall the details of why he was present.
Do you recall how the sheriff's department got access to the safe?
Yes, Seth Kenny provided us with the combination.
And the firearms that you recovered, real and fake, who did they belong to?
It was my understanding they belonged to Seth Kenny.
Would you say that those firearms were many thousands of dollars in value?
Yes.
And do you know who provided the vast majority of the blank ammunition?
That I do not know.
Okay. Does it surprise you that the person who owns the guns had access to the safe?
No.
Have you ever discovered any evidence that Seth Kenny was ever physically present on the set of Rust other than the day that he helped unlock the safe for your search?
No.
Do you recall you were asked some questions about you had information about a green ammo can? And that was one of the reasons that you executed the search warrant. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember where you got the information about the green ammo can?
I do not.
Did you review any of the photographs from any of the cell phone extractions that were done in this case?
No.
Did you look at any of the text messages between the different witnesses in this case?
No.
Do you have any information that Hannah Gutierrez previously asked if she could have live ammunition on the movie set she was working on with Nicolas Cage?
I do not have that information.
Okay. Now, I understand we've got some photographs of PDQ and it looked like it was really packed full of stuff. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you called it a warehouse. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how big that facility is?
It's a very small facility. It has an upfront office, a hallway that leads to a bathroom, and one small workshop room, and then a room towards the back.
Is it possible for you to estimate the square footage?
No, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. It's a small building.
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene technician, are you trained to find pieces of evidence in difficult areas?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a person's home or apartment that kind of looked like a hoarder place?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's happened to you?
Several dozen.
Several dozen?
At least, yes.
And you're trained to look for evidence in that kind of an environment?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Kenny's business is a prop house?
Yes.
Would you expect a prop house to be full of props?
Yes.
Was the prop house indeed full of movie props?
Yes.
Did anyone live there?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you have any idea, based on the investigation that you did, whether or not Mr. Baldwin cocked the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
I do not have any information based on what I conducted. No.
Because you didn't interview any of those witnesses, right?
Correct.
were asked some questions, or at least one or two questions about your pretrial interview with the defense attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Spiro even present at your pretrial interview?
I don't believe so, no.
I'm almost done. Let me just review my notes.
I have two, those questions from the jury.
Okay. If you know the investigation into the source of the live rounds, did that investigation continue after the case was turned over to the district attorney's office?
I do not know.
As a crime scene technician, in your experience, do revolvers go off by themselves?
Objection.
Yeah.
701, 702.
Withdrawn.
Yeah. All right, thank you. That was sustained.
I want to just back up real quick. You were asked a question on cross-examination about specifically information that you had prior to putting in the request for the accidental discharge testing. You recall that question?
Yes.
And I think you testified that you didn't recall what information you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were provided a document to refresh your memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Are you finished with that prop?
Yeah.
Like demonstrative evidence?
Thank you, Judge. No problem. Thank you.
Ms. Poppell, have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It is 3 pages.
Does that document say anything about accidental discharge testing?
Objection.
That is that is not, that's a refresh of memory, so it doesn't have to.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain his objection.
Okay. But I'm going to ask this question and maybe let's see how it goes. Does it say anything about the gun being destroyed?
No. I'm sorry. No.
Did that document refresh your memory as to what you understood from the FBI about what the condition of the gun would be after the testing?
Yes.
It does.
Does refresh my memory, yes. I'm sorry, can you restate that?
Does that document, the question you were asked on cross-examination was about the information that
counsel, okay, I'm sorry to break you up, but let me give you these.
What the fuck? She fucked up there somehow. She fucked up there because everyone just went, what? She's now reading it. Now you're refreshing your memory. Why did you lie? She's lied a few times now under oath. She's not only now she's reading it like this witness. Tell you, she's not a good witness. I'll tell you that much now. My problem with the defense attorney today is she's so slow. So slow. Unbelievable slow. Get on with it. Oh, I don't know. We'll get there. I don't think she's got much longer to go, and then we'll get to see if there's going to be any jury questions, if they allow that or not.
Ms. Poppell, was a fanny pack collected from the set of Rust?
Yes.
Do you know who the fanny pack belonged to?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Hannah Gutierrez.
And was any of the live ammunition found in the fanny pack?
No.
So after Ms. Hutchins was shot, do you know whether or not the gun was unloaded by anyone on the set?
The information that was relayed to me was that the firearm was emptied by Hannah onto the cart.
Does that include the spent casing?
Yes.
All right, Council President.
Back again. Heather's back, potty mouth. Oh, well, I think we're nearly about to finish with this witness, I think. 4 witnesses in 2 days, man. This is not good. Not good. Is this worse than Ali? Oh, it's close.
I'll pass the witness.
I just have one question. The Good Samaritan asked you, in reference to the ammunition he provided, question, and that's the one that killed Halyna. And you said yes, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
I don't deny it.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take our afternoon bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and let's try to get back in around 3:20. Okay, thank you.
Leave your pads or your chairs. All rise for the jury.
And then we're going to go on the bench conference, but we're in recess for all intents and purposes for bathroom break for the rest of you.
I think I'm not sure what's going on. So they're on break, but the counselor's up at the desk. Ugh. Greg, get some cold soup down him. So we had, I don't know what you missed. We had her cross-examination continued. We had lunch. Lunch lasted for 2 hours and 31 minutes. Oh, sorry,
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in.
2 hours, 2.5 hours, basically, lunch was. 2 hours, 29 minutes, 30 seconds. That's how long lunch was. Then she's been back on there for about 50 minutes. So you literally missed nothing, girls. You missed nothing. Break, Erin. It's just break. They just literally they came back from lunch hour and 50 ago. No, sorry. The jury came back from lunch 55 minutes ago, and they got on a break already. I think they had to go through the jury questions to see if they will ask them, I believe. What's little G saying? His jacket's too short, his tie's too short, he's not even wearing a suit, it's just pants that look too baggy in a sport coat. It's a bathroom break for 50 minutes and then back at it. I'm not sure we will be back in 15. This court is so slow. I just don't see how we finish in 8 days. That's all. We're so far behind. Oh my god, that sounds creepy, Heather. Heather says, Little G, I thought of you last night. Not creepy like that sounds. I bet it was. But I was school supply shopping for Mini Me. I was thinking Little G would love this. Ah, yeah, that is creepy. It is creepy. We'll just say it's creepy. It's Heather. No, it's not creepy at all. There you go, Huckster. Right. I think they're going to go all the way through till 5 o'clock tonight. They have to. Because it's. Ugh, they're so far behind. So again, I don't know how many witnesses there will be. Erin said there was 14 total, but they've recused some, so we'll just have to see. Lunch break was 2.5 hours because they had to go and go through some of the redactions in. They wanted to introduce and redact some stuff, so it went on forever. Heather Taylor, disregard Dylan's commentary. He's just envious that you were in school supply shopping and thinking of him. Always envious. Always envious. Oh. Right. So yeah, I don't know. There's not long to go anyway, people. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm just. To be fair, some people said, "Oh, prosecute." It's just this prosecutor's so slow and so. Oh, I don't know. But if she does a good job, she does a good job. What can I say? You know what I mean? Just not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea, mate. What else? Oh, what's the witness? Did they say they got a witness lined up after this one? It's the one Erin. I think it's the one that you said, Hackster. That something about lips or something. Yeah. Okay. What's Lou say? The defense attorney sounds more like she's cross-examining the witness as well, with a level of detail. Do you mean the prosecutor? You mean the prosecutor? Yeah, I got you. Do you think I will take the stand? Nah, I don't think he will. I don't think so, Greg. Don't think so, mate. What's he got to gain from taking the stand? Nothing. So I think the defense attorney did very well today. I think he discredited this woman. Obviously, Morrissey came back and she did okay with it as well. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Alex. I don't think Alex will take a stand. I think he'll be too cocky to take a stand. Yeah, the people see through that though. People see through it, and I do think that this attorney is very good. As in, I think the prosecutor attorney is actually very good. So I think, like, she'll go into him. So I don't think his acting will be, come into it, because she's going to ask questions about it, like, but you knew gun safety, yeah? You knew about X, Y, and Z, things that he should know. So I think it'll cause more damage than anything. Personally, that's just my opinion, Greg. Did Miss Gold ever respond to her gold alert? Have we found her, or is she still pulling a Stella Carmen Sandiego and killing this game of hide and seek? So she was here yesterday. No, she was here Monday, but not been seen since. Not been seen since. Hey, baseball dad, how we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Hope you are well. And yeah. Oops. So yeah, as I say, my opinion, Greg. But who knows with any of these things? He might be cocky. Do you know what I mean? He might be going, I can outwit this woman. But I think he'd be wise not to, personally. But then actors are very, cocky. They think they can act out anybody. But yeah, yeah. Hoopy-doo, hoopy-doo, hoopy, hoopy-doo-doo. It's that's the only thing. That's the only thing with doing this is Mountain Time or Pacific Time. It really jolts you how your routine. Do you know what I mean? I'm well on my routine now. It's 10:15. Cheapers. I still blame Erin Hack for making me do this trial. He's very convincing in his acting. It's very different to act behind a camera where you can retake stuff than it is in front of the world. And this woman who was going to try and agitate you to lose your temper, and I don't know. I don't think he'll. Also, the jury will know he's an actor as well. So, do you guys do daylight alongside time? What? Do you guys do daylight alongside time? Fucking hell. You drunk or something, are you? Do you guys do daylight savings time? Yes, we do. We do. We do. We do. We do. I know you don't in Arizona. I know. Maybe his Spanish wife will do it.
Of New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin.
Shut up, Rich. Just piss off Alec on the stand. That is all you would need to do. Yeah, you only just need to piss him off, see his temper. Good game. See you later. I left to watch a bit of Turtle Boy's hearing. Was very confused when I came back, and same with this was still on the stand. It's because they took 2.5 hours for lunch, Lou. I listened to Turtle Boy stuff as well. It's 2.5 hours for lunch. That's what she's not been on the stand that long. Just they have to do some redactions and stuff. So, Terry, hail Terry. Dylan again. Thank you for the great chat. Go to Nappy. I will. I'll go to Nappy later on. But thank you, Terry. Jeepers Christmas. Jeepers Christmas. These typos. Cheese and rice, Heather. Cheese and rice. Does have a mighty temper, like Mighty Meat. Mighty Meat's got a temper. Ah, watch out. Mighty's about, you better watch out. Mighty's about. You better watch out, because Mighty's about. Oh, there's another trial started. It's a bit late for me now. Jury, okay. I won't say it out loud. It's fine. Hey, Rhode Island. The land just got my El Chatty t-shirt. Happy days. I hope it fits well. I hope you like it, Rhode Island lady. I hope you like it. I love mine. I haven't got it on today. I'm going to wear mine tomorrow. I like them. I like the cheese and rice ones as well. I should have bought more of the cheese and rice ones. I like them. Happy days. I'm glad you like it. Happy days. Happy days are here again. Happy days here again. Da, 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 da. Oh, happy days, oh happy days, oh happy days. What's that from? Oh happy days, happy days. Where's that from? What TV program was that? Is that not Monday, Tuesday, happy days, Wednesday, Thursday, happy days, Friday, Saturday, happy days. So, is it Sunday? Duh, 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 duh. Is it Happy Days? It was Happy Days. There you go. The Fonz. There you go. I thought his mum said what it was 10 years ago. Too much energy to be. Yeah, you're right there. You're right there. TV show Happy Days. Yeah, the Fonz, isn't it? Monday, Tuesday. Is it Monday, Tuesday, Happy Days? I don't show the whole words though because Saturday, Happy Days. Sunday, Happy. Oh, it doesn't make sense. So I don't know. The Fonz. Ah, Saturday, what a day, grooving all week with you. These are the days, these days are ours. Da, 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 da. Hey, Katie Santos, that's a beautiful dog. That's a cool dog, Katie. New to the channel. Well, welcome, Katie. Welcome. I'm glad you chatted. It's very friendly. Just don't mind Mighty Meat. Apart from Mighty Meat, it's very friendly here. So I'm joking. Mighty Meat's friendly. So welcome. Nice to see you. I'm glad you chatted. Anyone else who's new, just chat, especially today because we haven't got many people in here. So it's nice to hear from new people. It really is. So thank you, everyone. Deb, you go. Arthur Fonzarelli. Hey. There you go. Welcome, Katie Sanos. The Fonz and Who the Boy from the Andy Griffin Show. Tell me you all know Gypsy Rose. Yes. Oh, Gypsy Rose, take me home. She's pregnant now, isn't she? Is she dumped her husband, dated another guy, and she's now pregnant, I believe, isn't she? No, it's not back. I liked it as well. I don't know Ron Howard though. Watching with you on your chat way more enjoyable than watching Law and Crime. Oh yeah, yeah, good. You're more than welcome. always have an opinion. Don't worry about what the chat say. Just always have your own opinion, Katie. You'll be fine. I say Katie, and I'm now calling you Katie. I'm not sure how to call you, but never feel like you can't have an opinion. Always have an opinion. You might disagree with other people, but that's fine. You can agree to disagree. We let everybody, have an opinion here, no matter what it is. If it gets too heated, we might time you out, but only because we don't want you to lose your temper. Do you know what I mean? Don't be offended. So yeah, everyone just have fun. Do you know what I mean? We don't talk over testimony, but when it comes to this kind of stuff, we just talk and sing and whatever and dance and whatever. It's okay, Lou. I knew it was. I knew. I forgive you. I forgive you. I know what you meant. I can mind read you. Mind read? Read your mind. Hey, Heather. That's creepy. Drama for Gypsy Rose. Yeah, hot mess. Pregnant and on parole. And not even divorced yet. I think. Stormcart. Here we go. Sarah P look after you. Don't you worry. Anybody. Sarah P always look after you. Ralph, Malf, and Potsy. Oh, look at that. Ralph. I remember Ralph. Put the screen in front of Mr. Spiro. It did crack me up. Ah, yeah, that was, yeah. Hey, happy days. This is the best place to be, yes. Even if it's only negative, he still lets you have it. Yeah, I mean, absolutely you can. As I say, Mighty Meat speaks his mind all the time. As long as people don't argue, I don't care. I don't want people to argue, and I don't want any politics and stuff like that. That's the only things I don't want. But yeah, always have an opinion, please. Happy days, Donna! Rhode Island, what colour t-shirt did you get? Which one did you get, Joe's? Look at me, my bestie Joe's. Hey, Joe's. She'll kill me for that. Josie. After today, how many people think he's guilty? Do you know what, Terry? I don't know nothing about this. I've not seen enough to say guilty yet, personally. I've not seen enough to say guilty yet. But there's a lot more time to go. Hold on. They're coming. Oh, no, that was earlier. A lot more time to go. But, yeah, I couldn't say guilty yet. I'm proficient at snark, except I don't feel the need here. There you go. Sometimes it gets heated, mind. It does get heated sometimes. And I have seen people I really, really like fall out. And I just always like, please don't fall out. I'd rather time you out. It's really hard though when you get heated and you got an opinion sometimes. But yeah, I just try and tell everyone. I get heated, I swear too much and stuff, but we all get heated. I have to mute myself sometimes. So yeah, and imagine if Dai is here. Fucking hell, when Dai is here, we delete his messages all the time because he goes on a rampage. So there you go. Innocent until proven guilty. So far, they haven't proven it. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. We also I need to listen to the charges and everything. Terry Martin, he could have been set up. You never know. Well, we'll see. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to go. Baseball dad. Me personally, I think Alex not guilty. The people that are guilty have already been convicted. There you go. I mean, Mighty Me has got a different opinion. I respect both. I get both. I understand both. Is a Jacelyn, and we call her JC. Josie. Oh, you call her Josie. Yeah. Yeah, the trouble is with this Josie on screen, you don't cross her. So, you can't get too friendly with her. Do you know what I mean? We have to mute you sometimes too. Fuck. Can't Draper, that's the right attitude. And I was saying, look at these. If there's any snark in if there's any bullying in chat, look, we got Josie, Sarah P, Murph's Turf, we got Erin Hack, we got Hens, we got Jobathan. Who else we got? I don't remember who else we got. Mexi as well, that's the other one. To sort it all out. Here we go. So Murph's Turf, more dogs for you. Thank you. That's my wiener dog named Mocha. Mocha, not Mocha, Mocha. Hannah the Armour was an incompetent train wreck. She was responsible. There you go. Best mods ever. I'm not sure about that. Can't be too nice to them. They give me zero sympathy, so can't be too nice to them. Nah, they're great. Like, hey, can this woman just shut up so I can unmute this? Judge is back, but the attorneys are not back, apparently. Yeah, I gotta put him in the place. Do you know what I mean? I'm going on Sean's channel next week. We're gonna be doing a morning club. Yeah, he's going on in a little bit, but there's still be an hour left on this one, unfortunately. So no, don't worry. I'll be on Sean's channel next week, and he'll be on mine the week after. So it's all gravy. It's all gravy. He's gonna be ranting, raving tonight. He's had his vacation, so he's gonna be enjoying himself tonight. I'll watch Replay Crew tomorrow. I'll watch you on replay tomorrow. Murph's Turf, I'm with Mighty Meat. The guy pulled the trigger and shot that poor woman and man, but I'm trying really hard to be more like Carol Draper. The prosecution has the burden. There you go, Murph. We'll get there one day. Murph. Hey, I get it, though. I understand it. I just don't think they've proven that yet. Do you know what I mean? To me, then. I've not seen it in a law by the... You know it because you know the laws and stuff. I haven't seen that being a lay witness. They've not explained that to me then, how he's responsible. Thank you, Ruka. Thank you for the membership, my darling. Appreciate you for that. It's always nice to get more members here. Who got the membership? Let's have a look. No one. Did somebody get the membership then? Oh, let me refresh. I don't think anyone got it. See you, Sarah P. See you, darling. See you tomorrow. There you go. Yeah, I've not done the morning show for a few days now. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not sure who got the membership, Ruka, but it hasn't come up on my screen at all. Terry, thank you, Terry. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for today. You are the best. Good night. Good night, Terry. Have a good one. I hope to see you soon. Look at Sarah. Go to the house, Sarah. You good? Always modding. Cockles and mussels. It didn't give me a name. I'm not sure. No. Yeah, don't worry. It might mean if it doesn't give a name, the money will go back to you. So don't worry about it. It sometimes does that. Oh shit, we're back. Hang on.
Take a quick break, come back and pick up what's going on in there. Thank you so much. I believe I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Happy days.
Will you raise your right hand?
Happy days.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I would.
All right. Have a seat, tuck into the microphone. May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes, you may. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandria Pietta. I come from Italy. I am a gun manufacturer. I'm actually the guy that made the gun that been used in the movie.
Thank you. You have to answer her.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate all the
Sorry about
information, but I have to ask you a question and then you answer the question.
Sorry.
All right, so you've told us you're a gun manufacturer, is
Yes,
that
I
right? And what company do you own?
It's named Fab Fratelli Pietta.
Okay. And do you manufacture Pietta firearms?
Yes, that's the name of the company in English.
How long have you been manufacturing firearms?
The company has been founded in 1963 from our dad, and my brother and myself are running the company since 2000.
And are you familiar with how Pietta firearms are actually made?
Yes, of course.
And how are you familiar?
I've been working in the company since 1995, and I've been taught by my dad how to produce a gun and assist my brother producing, studying engineering demo.
Does Pietta Firearms have quality control measures and inspections of their firearms?
Yes, we do.
And what are those?
We start from raw material, and then we check all the machining part, and then we got our quality control on the assembly department, and of course, before shipping the gun to the customer. So we got several steps in our procedure line.
And does Pietta Firearms use, what kind of manufacturing technology does Pietta Firearms use?
Well, we've been involved a lot in the industrial 4.0. That means that we are using the most actual manufacturing technology available on the market.
So you're basically high-tech technology?
Yeah, we use CNC machine for control of robotic system. It's not just by hand, but also use the modern technology.
Okay. So, excuse me, what does Pietta Firearms do to ensure that a gun that leaves Pietta Firearms doesn't have any defects? And Mr. Pietta, if I can just have you pull the microphone a little closer and then speak a little slower.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you could just speak a little slower, please.
Sure. We do have our quality control operation, but being an Italian manufacturer, by law, we had to send the gun to a national proof house. It's not a private company, but it's a public company. And all the guns that we produce, all the guns that are imported or made in Italy, need to be tested by this proof house. They have their own standard quality controls, and they also give us a certificate, and they stamp on the gun their marks. So there are different systems that we use to check the guns.
What is a proof house?
A proof house is a public company that shoot the gun, test the gun, take certain dimension. We have CIP homologations that is different from the American. It's called SAMI, but they're very similar on the concept. We have certain dimension and we check in order to be sure that the gun works properly. They also shoot the gun higher pressure, so they know that the gun will not blow up during your regular training section. And of course, they check all the safeties on the guns.
So before the gun leaves your company, Pietta Firearms, do you guys do checks of the guns first?
We do our own final check for quality reports. That means that we also looking for aesthetical defects. And of course, we do our own quality on the trigger pull or on the action to be sure that everything in proper situation.
And so in addition to that, then it goes to the proof house and they do their checks as well?
The proof house check the gun as a piece of steel, if you pass that name. I check the gun for the customer because they want to get a nice gun, so without any scratches or without any cosmetical defects.
Okay. Does that also involve checking the internal parts of the gun to make sure that there are no defects?
That done before by our quality control office, and we do that in the company.
Okay. I'm going
to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50.
No objection.
Your Honor, being that there is no objection, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit 50 and ask to have it published.
Yes. Admitted, published. Yeah.
On the screen in front of you, Mr. Pietta, is State's Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
one
it?
of our single action revolver. Probably, actually, it's written 45 long Colt. That's the caliber, 7.5 barrel length.
Are you familiar with this particular gun?
I know this gun because I know that gun has been produced for a trade show called SHOT Show, and has been shipped to Vegas, in particular for that show.
Were you involved in the manufacture of this particular gun?
I was personally involved producing this sample for that trade show.
And do you recall when this gun was manufactured?
I guess 2016 or 2017.
Okay. How do you manufacture this particular firearm?
Well, I would not say manufacturer. I could say I prepare this gun because being a replica, we need to make our customer happy. And of course, our main customers are collectors. So when we prepare a new sample or a new model, we study the books. So we study the American history and we look for details just to make a new model. That's why I've been involved to introduce this gun during this trade show.
So you said this was a single action revolver.
This is a single action type revolver. It means that every time you want to shoot, you need to pull the hammer, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger.
Is that what a single action means?
Yes.
So you have to cock the hammer before you pull the trigger?
Yes.
Okay. Is this different from other Pietta single action revolvers?
It's different on outside because the details are different. We are not used to make any marks on the grip, or we are not used to write the caliber on the trigger guard. But this is basically is the same gun with a different configuration.
So are the internal components of this gun the same as for others,
Yes, correct.
Pietta?
Correct.
Are the internal components of this particular gun, are they interchangeable with other Pietta single action revolvers?
Yes, they do.
Now, is the hammer to this Exhibit 50 that we see in front of us, is that different from other Pietta revolver hammers?
As the sides of the hammer and being polished just to create a different color.
Okay. But is it similar in as far as specifications?
It's the same.
It's the same to other firearms? I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 6. If I can have the deputy bring it up and ask you to put on some gloves.
Sure.
So you can.
Yeah. Go. No, I don't.
He has it.
Oh, good. Thank you.
There's a pair of scissors there.
Sure.
If you can open the box, Mr. Pietta. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yeah, it seems to be the same gun that's on the screen.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51.
No objection.
I move into evidence 51, Your Honor, with no objection.
Case 51 is submitted, you may publish.
Now, if you can take a look at that firearm, Exhibit 6 that's in front of you, does it have a serial number?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's our invoice that probably has been used to ship the gun to EMF.
Does this invoice contain or list this particular gun that's in front of you, Exhibit 6?
Can I check the serial number?
Yes, please.
Can I touch the gun?
Yes, we do both.
Yeah, it's the same serial number.
Okay. So did Pietta Firearms then ship this gun, Exhibit 6, per this invoice?
Yes, we did.
And when, and to whom was it shipped?
Has been shipped to EMF company. That is one of our customer that show with us during SHOT Show. So to get the gun inside United States, we need to get someone can get all the license to import the gun for us. That's why this sample has been shipped to EMF.
Okay. What kind of a company is EMF?
EMF is an importing company, and they sell to distributor, dealers, and to individuals.
Is EMF associated with Pietta Firearms?
Yes, it is.
How?
We, Alberto and myself, own EMF.
So you own EMF?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so when did you ship this particular firearm that's in front of you to EMF?
It's written on the invoice of the 27 November 2017.
So that's when it left Italy to go to EMF?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me go back to ask you a question about this hammer. You had said that it's nickel plated because this was for a particular.
No, it's not nickel plated, it's just polished.
Oh, polished, I'm sorry. Does that change its functionality?
No.
Okay. Did this particular gun go to the proof house?
Absolutely.
And was it approved by the proof house?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
Well, there are some marks on the frame that is clearly on the top of the serial number. So you can see them. There's also another proof mark on the cylinder. So they're easy to understand that this gun has been proved by the proof house.
And what does that mean to you as a gun manufacturer that's been approved by the proof house?
That we have produced a good gun, follow the CIP regulation, and the gun can be sold to anyone. Without that marks, we cannot sell or produce or export any guns.
Now, once it comes to the United States, do you know if your guns or these guns that you import are also subjected to testing by American agencies?
No, actually, all the guns that want to be imported in the United States need to be approved by ATF first. So when we start producing this single action revolver, we send a sample or few samples to ATF agent and they approve the gun for us.
Do you know what ATF does in order to approve the guns?
Mostly they have a schedule and with details, so they need to check if our guns, actually a gun, match their requests. And also they got they call drop test that is used to see if the gun is safe enough to avoid any kind of malfunction.
You said a drop test. What do you understand that to be?
Drop test means that the gun has to be approved. They have a safety, and in this particular gun, the safety is on the cylinder, and they put the safety on. They put a primer, not a light brown, of course, a dummy. They put the hammer in the first notch, so the firing pin is lined with the primer, and they take a weight, let it drop at 8 or 4 feet, something like that, 5 times. And the gun, the system should not shoot. If that is okay, they approve the gun.
And so does your Pietta firearm revolvers get put through that test by ATF?
Absolutely.
And that's to test to make sure it doesn't fire on its own?
No, that test means that we have safety on the gun.
Okay. Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
What does that mean?
Well, what does it take to
you need to
make it shoot?
You need to cock the hammer and pull the trigger.
Do you know this gun that you have in front of you will fire without a pull of the trigger?
Actually, this gun cannot fire because from what I see is missing some parts. So
Okay, I'm talking about when it was first
Oh, sure, of
manufactured.
course.
Would it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No,
Why not?
because the mechanic, the design of the hammer and the trigger has been designed since Samuel Colt made this gun to work in that way.
And can you explain under what circumstances it will only fire?
Well, when you cock the hammer, the trigger will engage the firing knock position. That is the farthest one, so the last position of the hammer. And if you want to release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. The trigger is just a sear that locks the hammer in that position. And if you want to do that, you need to pull the trigger.
Okay. Now, is there also a manufacturer's warning about whether or not the firing pin should be sitting on a primer?
Well, actually, it's not just a manufacturer, it's a standard rule between shooter when you carry your gun, in this particular gun, to load just only 5 ammo and not 6.
Why is that?
For safety reason. So you will know that you will not, if eventually the gun falls down, nothing happens.
What could happen if the gun falls down and the primer's...
Most of the time, nothing, because the hammer is against the frame, and so if you hit the round, the primer will not shoot the primer. So it's just a safety rule that has been taught to every kind of shooter. So I've been a shooter for myself, and that's what they told me to do. So load 5 rounds on the cylinder instead of 6.
And will it fire? Let's say you load 6. And what could happen if you load 6?
Nothing really, just know that you load 6 rounds instead of 5.
Okay, but if you have the firing pin on the 6th round?
If the firing pin is in the rest position when the hammer is down the frame, so the firing pin is not against the primer, nothing happens, because if you want to shoot the primer, you need to apply a certain quantity of force to shoot it. So you can get a thick touch on the primer, but the gun will not shoot.
Okay. If the firing pin is actually on the primer?
Close to.
Okay, but you had said that if the firing pin is on the primer and you drop the gun, what could happen?
Usually, it's based on the primer technology. The powder in the primer is not at the top of the primer, it's just a little in the middle. So you need to press it a little more. And when you reach that point, you can shoot the load under the firing pin.
So what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like the only way you can fire this gun is by pulling the trigger?
That's the way that should be done.
Is there another way to fire this gun?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me ask you, what condition was this gun in when you shipped it, when Pietta shipped it to EMF?
As I said before, this gun is being produced for a trade show. So we ship the gun without the firing pin. That is mandatory for this trade show, that all the guns are safe. And doing that, there are inspectors that check all the guns for us and put a tag. So the consumer, the customers, will know that they cannot use the gun to shoot to anybody.
So not having a firing pin in that gun while it was used in trade shows, does that alter it or change it in any way?
Well, you are missing one part, that's it.
But does it change any internal components of it?
No.
Now, did Pietta Firearms own EMF while, during the time EMF owned this gun?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did EMF do anything to this gun?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Pietta. When Pietta Firearms shipped this to the United States to EMF, did it send the firing pins with it?
I don't remember, really. Sorry.
How hard is it to install a firing pin?
Pretty easy. It's just a pin and that's it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, but the other lawyers will.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pietta.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple questions for you. We'll be out of here quickly. We heard you say that you personally made this gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it was shipped from your company, Pietta, in 2017?
Yeah, that's what is written on the invoice.
Between 2017 and October 2021, you don't know how this gun was handled by any particular individuals. Is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
Your knowledge of the gun's functionality was limited to November of 2017 when it was shipped from your company. Is that fair?
That's not correct, because my knowledge about this gun was also during this trade show that's been held in January. So probably the last time I saw the gun was in January.
So roughly beginning of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so you don't know what condition the gun was in on October 21st, 2021, when it was being used on the Rust set by Mr. Baldwin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the gun was sent to the FBI for testing in 2022, you were not asked to inspect the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, the Santa Fe sheriff didn't ask you any questions about the gun at that time. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Or at any time?
I never see anyone, except today.
Even though you personally made it. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And so the first time that you had seen the gun since about early 2018 was about 2 months ago. Isn't that right?
I saw the picture of the gun during a preview interview that we got on Zoom, in a Zoom meeting.
Someone held up a picture of the gun on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, this picture probably.
And that was the first time since 2017 you had seen the gun. Yes.
Well, of course, I got this picture on my computer, but I never recall that was the one that was sent to everybody else.
And at that point, the gun was already broken. Correct, sir?
It's the first time I see the gun, I may say yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Justin Neal.
All right.
I know she has to house the call, so I'm just gonna.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Did they get the gun?
Yes.
Okay, I need it. Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name is Justin Neal.
And sir, how are you employed?
I own my own marketing firm.
And what kind of work do you do? What kind of marketing work?
My marketing firm is a very stereotypical ad agency, and we have another leg to our company where we recruit and manage sales reps for our clients,
What kind of clients do you have?
primarily outdoors.
And are you affiliated with Pietta Firearms?
Yes.
How?
Pietta's a little bit more robust than the other clients I have. I essentially handle North America for them as it pertains to sales and marketing. And I also handle EMF, which they are part of, as their sales and marketing.
What is EMF?
Early Modern Firearms is an importer, and it's based out of Santa Ana, California. They have been in business for 65 plus years, and very much back in the day, they used to supply a lot of firearms, Pietta and otherwise, to Hollywood.
Who owns EMF at this time?
Alexandria and Alberto Pietta.
And how long have they owned EMF?
I believe 2017.
And what exactly is it that you do for EMF?
I handle, again, the sales of the guns that they have of Pietta's. EMF only imports and distributes meaning sells to retailers, Pietta firearms. So I handle the sales of Pietta firearms through EMF through distribution.
Are you required to have a federal firearms license?
I am.
And why is that?
I am an RP on the FFL for EMF. There has to be two responsible parties, and the Pietta family or the Piettas entrusted in me to be one of the RPs on that FFL.
And RP is what?
Responsible party.
And what does the responsible party do?
The responsible party is responsible for the distribution, the importing of the firearms, and all the paperwork thereof.
So as the responsible party for EMF, are you also required to be aware of what transactions take place, what firearms are sold by EMF?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how EMF maintains its records of sales?
Yes.
In September of 2021, do you recall a transaction between EMF and a company called PDQ Arms and Prop?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall that?
I recall that because I saw the actual sales record or the shipping invoice and the packing slip.
I'm going to show you, well, let me ask you this. How did PDQ contact you, or how is it that you guys learned that PDQ needed to purchase arms?
Yeah, they contacted EMF.
Okay. And what was the request for?
The request was for firearms that he saw on the website. EMF obviously has a website, and he wanted some revolvers. And at that time, 2021 was the heart of the pandemic, and Pietta and every manufacturer, gun manufacturer, was back ordered. So we didn't have any. The lady in which he talked to initially said, we do have display guns that we show at trade shows. And so we didn't offer, we said we had those guns.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 52.
Mm-hmm.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence 52.
States 52 is admitted and may publish.
I'm going to show you, well, before you is States Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
What is it?
It is a Pietta single action revolver.
And how do you recognize that is a Pietta single action revolver?
Because that was a display gun that we had at some of the trade shows in which I attended and I monitored.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 6 and ask you to put on some gloves and take a look at that gun.
Okay.
Yes, please. Do you recognize States Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the same gun that's shown on screen, the Pietta single action revolver.
So it's the same gun as depicted on 52? State's Exhibit 52?
Yes.
And tell me, was this one of the guns that was sold to PDQ?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's. Keep that in front of you because I may ask you some additional questions if you can just close the box, but I will ask you some additional questions. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
Would move into evidence State's Exhibit 53.
States 53 is admitted.
Mr. Neal, do you recognize what's in front of you as State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a shipping report, and that is shipping invoice
From whom to whom?
from EMF to PDQ.
And when was that?
It was in 21, order date 9/29/21.
Okay. So on September 29, 2021, were these firearms that are listed on this invoice shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
And is Exhibit 6 that's in front of you one of those firearms that's on this invoice?
Yes.
Which one is it? You can actually touch the screen and it'll mark.
Oh, well, okay. I'd have to see the serial number.
Okay, so if you want to look at the serial number of the gun in Exhibit 6. Actually, if you want to open it and you can check the serial number.
Yeah, it's right here.
Is it not making a mark? It might be your gloves.
It's the third one. I've got gloves on.
Okay.
It's the third one.
So
E52277.
this one right here?
Yes.
So the number 3, the third gun on the invoice is Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Now let me ask you, when did you become affiliated with EMF?
2018.
And do you recall approximately, was it beginning, mid, end of 2018? And when you became affiliated with EMF, did EMF already have Exhibit 6 in its inventory?
Yes.
And did this gun, Exhibit 6, remain with EMF from the time that you were with them until September 29, 2021?
Yes.
And what did EMF use Exhibit 6, this particular gun, for?
To display at primarily industry, trade shows, business-to-business shows, B2B shows.
So it was owned by the company the entire time?
Yes.
Did EMF do any work on this gun?
No.
Did EMF inspect it for quality assurance purposes?
Before each show, functionality, it wasn't, they didn't take it apart together or anything, just to make sure it functioned properly. And then they would put it in what we call a sock, which is basically a soft case.
And when you say functionality, what does that mean?
That the gun works properly, not firing it, never fired, just the 4 traditional click of a Colt firearm and the trigger work properly.
And at any point during 2018 to September of 2021, was there any indication that this gun malfunctioned or had any defects?
No.
What condition was it in when it was sold to PDQ on September 29, 2021?
It was in perfect condition as far as I know.
You said that how often was this gun checked for functionality while it was owned by EMF?
We do approximately 5 shows a year, and so at least 5 times.
And you say 5 shows, does that mean, is it in a display case? Or?
It is in a locked glass display case.
So people can't just come and grab it?
They can't grab it, no.
Do you also, well, let me ask you this before we move on to the next topic. When this gun was shipped to PDQ, do you know what it was shipped in?
Yeah, EMF follows standard operating procedures, which they do for any gun shipped, whether it's to a dealer, a big box store, distributor, influencer. It is in Pietta makes and supplies EMF with a very hard styrofoam box that's molded for single action. And it's placed in there, then a cover over the top of it that's fit to it, and then another cardboard box sleeve that slides over the top of that, sealed, and then it is put into another shipping box with whatever other guns or accessories the attended person or store requests.
Would that have been the manner in which it would have been shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
Do you also handle customer service calls for Pietta guns in the United States?
I handle quite a bit of the customer service calls, yes. Not all, but a lot.
Approximately how many would you say?
Over the years, since 2018, I probably on average handle 5 or 6 a month.
Okay. Have you ever received a complaint or a call about a Pietta revolver going off by itself?
Never.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Am I familiar with how it fires?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
May I have a moment here?
Yes, I'm here, Councilor French.
Oh, Council Approach. I do wonder what this is. And Delaney's still awake and I'm struggling. It's only 6 p.m. here. It's 11 here. I'm fine.
Mr. Neal, if this particular gun, Exhibit 6, if it had displayed any defects in functionality, would it have still been shown at trade shows?
No.
Why not?
The purpose of Pietta or EMF going to a trade show is to sell firearms to FFL dealers, holders, not the public, but sporting goods stores, if you will. And if a buyer who wanted to specifically see this gun or any other was to hold it under our watchful eye, of course, and it was defective, he would probably not buy that gun or any other gun that we have.
So would it be fair to say you put the best of the best that Pietta has to offer?
Absolutely.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Does the court want this one? Thank you, Mr. Neal. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
We have no questions from this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused, sir. Thank you. Next witness.
Well, not pointless. That was pointless.
Give me just a minute, we're just a little out of order.
Hurry up then, get back in order. Hurry up. Oh shit, my mic's here. Sorry, I'm not sure you can hear me. I hope they get back on it. That was a pointless witness. Oh, yeah.
One moment.
Hurry up with your one moment. Just one moment. Da-da-da-da. Like that, born free, free as something bird. Bev would have called it a day, yes. They're like La Liga. They're just like, come on, where's your next witness? Come on. You should know this. Oh, the witness is not there. What a mofo.
Give me just a moment. I'm missing my notes.
Okay.
Born free, free as the wind blows, free as the something blows. Alex is like, what am I doing here? Yeah, do you know what? I was going to say something similar. Stephen Baldwin, definitely. He looks like he's sleeping half the time. He might have sleep apnea as well, Chrissy. You and me and Steve. Mofo.
Found it. The state calls Corporal Alexandria Hancock.
Face the judge and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone.
Just state your name for the record, even though I know it's repetitive.
Alexandria Hancock.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
It will be 7 years in November.
And how did you become involved with this case?
In 2021, I was a detective with the Sheriff's Office. I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division. On that day, we had received a call for a shooting at a movie set on the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
And you said you were on duty, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you. What were you at the time? Were you a corporal?
No, I was a detective.
And did you show up to the scene there at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 p.m.
And so can you kind of give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what was going on? Were you the only detective on scene? Were there other detectives? What was happening?
Yeah, so when we had originally, it's called a briefing, essentially, back at our office, at the Sheriff's Office, we had a short briefing with all the detectives that were there that day about what had been learned thus far as to what occurred on the ranch. And so after that briefing, the detectives were assigned at that point on who would be handling and who would be assisting. And then from there, the entire team of us went out to the ranch.
So approximately how many people were in the team?
I want to say maybe 5 or 6 of us.
And how does the Sheriff's Department traditionally, is one detective named primary, or are there more than one? How does that work?
Just one is primary, and then typically they will have a secondary just depending on the case.
And how did it work out with this case?
Originally with this case, a different detective, his name's Joel Cano, was assigned the primary detective, and then I was assigned secondary.
And just so that we're clear, at some point, did you become primary?
Yes.
And at what point was that?
Probably at least a couple weeks later.
Okay. Now, in that interim, in those 2 weeks, were you actively working on the case?
Yeah, I was assisting with it.
And as the assisting detective, did you conduct interviews with witnesses on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview on that day? And then we'll back up.
Okay. On that day, I interviewed Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
So I want to be clear, you as the assisting detective interviewed all 3 of the people that were ultimately criminally charged.
Yes.
So if you were interviewing all of those, what I'm going to call sort of main players, what was the primary Detective Kano doing?
He was, on the day of the incident, he was interviewing the numerous people that needed to be interviewed back at the ranch.
And give us an idea of who those folks were.
That Detective Kano interviewed? Mm-hmm. They were people that were said to be inside the church at the time of the incident, or members that assisted with the armor.
Why was it necessary to have 2 detectives doing interviews at the same time?
Because of how many people were involved.
Okay. And have you continued to be the primary investigator with the Sheriff's Department on this case since 2 weeks after the incident?
Yes.
Now, when you were dispatched, well, it sounds like you weren't really dispatched, were you?
No.
Who called you in?
My lieutenant at the time, which was Mike Martinez.
And you indicated that you had a briefing.
Yes.
And tell us kind of what information you got at the briefing that you had before you went out to the scene.
Yeah, so during our briefing there at the office, we were told that there was a movie being filmed at Bonanza Creek Ranch, and then sometime during that day, shortly before we were called in for that briefing, that 2 people had been shot on the set.
Did you receive information that the shooting had been characterized as an accident?
I do recall reading that on our CAD.
And as a detective with the Sheriff's Department, when you get called to a shooting that's being characterized as an accident, does that mean to you that there will be no criminal charges?
No.
Have you been dispatched or involved in accident investigations in the past that turned into criminal cases?
Yes.
So I just want to be clear. I know that the jury's heard some of this. So you interviewed Hannah Gutierrez, correct?
That's correct.
And what role did she have on the set?
She was the armorer, the main armorer on Rust.
And you also indicated that you interviewed someone named David Halls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what his role was on the set?
He was the assistant director.
And then, of course, you interviewed Mr. Baldwin, and we understand that he's an actor, correct?
Correct.
I want to just take you back for a moment. During opening, did you hear the defense attorney say that Sarah Zachary was not interviewed on October 21st?
I did hear that.
Is that correct?
No.
Was Sarah Zachary actually interviewed on October 21st?
She was.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Joel Cano with the assistance of Detective Ray Arndt.
And who was Sarah Zachary?
She was the props master for Rust.
If you would try to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the relationship between the prop master and the armorer based on your understanding.
What I understood between the prop master and the armorer, as it pertains to Rust, is that they're technically two different departments. They have different functions, different roles, do different things. But in the case of Rust, the prop master and the armorer assisted each other because of what they would describe to be prop heavy this movie was.
And did you get an understanding of when we say prop, exactly what we're talking about?
Yes.
So one of these gun holsters, would that be a prop?
Yes.
Would the guns themselves be props?
Yes.
Even the live gun, the real guns, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And the ammunition, would that be considered a prop?
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include glasses and cups and plates and silverware?
Yeah, anything that an actor would use in a scene, excluding like wardrobe items.
Okay. And I understand that you indicated that Ms. Zachary was interviewed on the 21st of October by Detective Cano. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with Sarah Zachary at a later date?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I believe it was sometime in November.
So just the following month?
Yes.
And you testified that you conducted an interview with Halyna Gutierrez on October 21st. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with her at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when was that, if you recall?
I want to say that was in November as well.
And you interviewed Mr. Baldwin on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
And did you have subsequent contact with Mr. Baldwin after the interview that you did on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
And how were you having contact with him? Was he in New Mexico, or how was that happening?
No, he wasn't in New Mexico at that point, but I would receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Generally speaking, was it Mr. Baldwin reaching out to you or you reaching out to him?
It was him reaching out to me.
So he had your cell phone number?
Yes, my department cell.
And just to be clear, do the defense attorneys also have your contact information?
They do.
Have they sent you text messages?
I don't know exactly her title, but members from their team, yes.
Okay, so they actually have your cell phone number?
Yes.
And you've made yourself available to them?
That's correct.
And you do that whether I'm there or not, right?
Yes.
With regard to your November interview with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez about who loaded the gun?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That she loaded the gun herself.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez concerning the box of ammunition that was holding that one suspected live round?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That it would be a box that she would have provided.
Objection, hearsay, unless this is information acted upon.
So my response, unless you want us to approach, is that these are statements against interest and they come in under that exception.
I don't believe that they are, but like I said, if it's information acted upon, and we can cross on it, it's fine.
All right, go ahead.
Did you have conversations? Well, let me ask you. Ms. Gutierrez indicated that she brought that box of ammunition on the set. Is that right?
That it was similar to one that she would have provided.
During that interview, did she produce a photograph for you?
She did.
And the photograph that she produced, did she tell you where she got it?
I don't know if she said in that interview exactly where she got it, but she did describe it to be a box like that was in the photo would be what she provided.
And the photograph that she showed you during the interview, did it match exactly the label on the box that contained the live ammunition?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any question about who introduced the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
Who do you believe it was based on your investigation?
Hannah.
Did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about her firearms training?
The one that she conducted?
Yes,
or her own experience?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
I think we should approach. Do you not want to?
Go ahead. Come on up.
Oh, come on up. Come on. About half an hour. Oh, shit. Probably about half an hour to go, people. I know. It's hard. It's tough. We're hanging in together. I know. It's been a long, long day. Oh, but we're still going on. It's been a long day today. The stream's been going for nearly 9 hours. Whoa. Oh, it's all good though. It's all good. El Chatti. Thank you, El Chatti. People that have stayed around. I appreciate you. It's tough, isn't it? It's a tough one. Oh. Is his brother gone now? Brother must have gone somewhere. It's been long. It's every day's like this now. That's a problem. Carol? Phew. It's just what makes it long is that thank you, Stormcat. Thank you very much. What makes it long is that these breaks and stuff. I will be. Yeah, Trucker, you're back. I will be exhausted. I'm exhausted already. Oh, Stephen's back. I like free flowing. You know, I don't like all these stop start stuff. You know, let's get going. Why are we doing this? There's a lot of wasted time. I feel in this trial so far. Once they get going, I think today's been okay. With the okay, yeah.
You conducted an interview with Mr. Baldwin, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you learn during that interview whether or not Mr. Baldwin received any training regarding the use of these firearms?
Yeah, he had mentioned that he did a training session shortly after with he said Hannah, which was the armorer, and then I believe he said Sarah and their assistant Nicole was there.
Okay. And did you interview Seth Kinney?
Yes, several times.
How many times do you think you talked to him?
I don't know if I could. I'm not sure I could put a number on it. I don't know, probably at least between 5 and 10.
Okay. And was Mr. Kinney cooperative with you?
Yes.
Did you request any search warrants in this case?
Yes.
What search warrants were requested?
I had drafted the search warrant for the prop truck as well as the search warrant for PDQ.
And PDQ, is that Mr. Kinney's business?
Yes.
Let me ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set before?
No.
And have you ever investigated a crime on a movie set before?
No.
On October 21st, 2021, did you know what a prop truck was?
No.
At some point through your investigation, did you learn what a prop truck was?
Yes.
And what's a prop truck?
It was an area that was used for storage.
Storage of?
This particular prop truck?
Yeah.
It was actually multiple departments that were using it. I don't know exactly which ones, but the armorer and the props department had approximately half of like the back of the truck.
And I think we heard previous testimony from Ms. Poppell that the search of the prop truck didn't happen until the 27th of October, I think.
Yes.
Is that right? What was the delay?
Well, I was not the case agent at that time, and so I really wasn't the one in charge of the investigation. And so what happens with your case agent is they kind of develop the flow and decide what's needed based on the information that they have and what we need to get.
What was one of the first things that you did when you became the primary on this case?
Started reviewing a lot of information.
How long after you became primary did you request a warrant for the prop truck?
Well, I wasn't the primary at the time that I requested that warrant. I was assisting.
Okay.
And so, I mean, between the day that the incident occurred, which was the 21st, and then the day that the search warrant was, I think, applied and executed for was the 27th, so 6 days.
And was the prop truck secured during that time?
Through my interviews, I found out that it was secured.
And how was it secured?
So the set, one of the individuals that worked on the set of Rust.
Objection, you're set. You're distracted. She knew it at the time.
This is information that she learned during her investigation.
But afterwards, it has nothing to do with.
Ask her did you get that date? Time?
In terms of when she learned?
Yes.
When did you learn? Let me ask you this. When you showed up on the 27th of October, did anyone meet you at the prop truck?
Yes, and then we also had deputies that went out there at least a couple days before we had drafted that search warrant to secure the truck with 24-hour surveillance.
So when you went to the prop truck on the 27th, did someone have to meet you there to open it?
Yes.
Who had to meet you there to open it?
Her name was Ro Walters.
Okay. So on that day, did you understand that it was locked?
Yeah, inaccessible.
Okay, because she had to open it for you.
Correct.
And other than props generally, tell us what other things were stored inside that truck.
There was a firearm safe with firearms in it. There were firearms outside of that safe. I think there were like a bunch of chairs in it and maybe some like shade tents and stuff like that. There was quite a bit of stuff.
After you were let into the prop truck and it was unlocked for you, describe for us the safe. How big is it?
Maybe about 4 feet tall and maybe about a foot wide.
And did someone have to come and unlock that safe for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Seth Kenny.
And when you executed the warrant on the prop truck, as it relates to this case, just summarize for us what you found. I mean, you know, we don't care about tables and chairs and stuff.
Additional firearms, more ammunition. I think that was kind of the major things that we got off of it.
And are you familiar with the ammunition that was provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Where was that ammunition found?
Inside of the prop truck in a bag.
And when you say in a bag, was it inside something else?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Was it just loose in a bag?
Well, it was inside of a box that was inside a duffel bag type thing.
Okay. And is it also, did you locate a black gun belt?
I don't think I was the one that located that.
Okay, all right, no problem. And we understand that you also executed a search warrant on PDQ, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was on November 30th, I think we heard?
Yes.
So prior to executing that search warrant, had Seth Kenny talked to you about live rounds?
I don't, yes, I believe so.
Do you recall, did Seth Kenny at some point bring live rounds to you?
He did.
Do you know whether that was before you searched PDQ?
It was before.
So you knew before you searched PDQ that he had live rounds because he took them and told you?
Yes.
Did you receive information prior to the search at PDQ regarding a green ammo can?
I did.
Who did you receive that information from?
From Thel Reed, which was Hannah's father.
In part, was it based on the information from Hannah's father that you executed the search warrant on PDQ?
Yeah, the information I learned from him was some of what I used.
And just to be clear, I want to be clear, the reason that you went and searched PDQ, one of the reasons is because Mr. Reed said Seth Kenny's got live ammunition, right?
Yeah, he did say that. He actually said that he was the one that picked up that live ammunition.
Who was?
Thel.
Thel picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Corporal, did it occur to you that Thel Reed may be giving you inaccurate information to protect his daughter?
Objection.
What?
I mean, unless we're going to be able to ask witnesses, never.
Continue.
I'm just asking you, I'm not asking about anybody else. Did it occur to you when you took the information from Mr. Reed and got the search warrant, did you know who to believe at that point in time?
No.
Okay. And I want to be clear, did Mr. Reed, and this is just why you did what you did Mr. Reed indicate to you that the ammunition at PDQ he thought was the same ammunition on the set of Rust?
Yes.
did that turn out to be true?
No.
Even though, well, let me ask you this, the live ammunition that was collected from PDQ, did it just visibly look dissimilar to the live ammunition from Rust?
Yes.
Even though it looked dissimilar, did you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We did.
Did you ever discover any evidence throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Seth Kinney was present on the set of Rust until you met him at the prop truck?
No.
During your investigation, did you ever discover any evidence that Mr. Kinney modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
Do you know whether or not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he was.
And the fact that you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have anything to do with it?
No.
Does as a law enforcement officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away? And
Do they have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects or witnesses, whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Who makes the final charging decision in a criminal case?
The district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
Right.
Now, in addition to searching the prop truck and searching PDQ, did you also ask to search cell phones?
I did.
And whose cell phones did you search or ask to be searched?
I requested searches of Alec Baldwin's cell phone, Hannah Gutierrez's, David Hall's, and Sarah Zachary.
Did you review all of those cell phone extractions?
I did.
And when you review the cell phone extraction, what do you get to see? Do you get to see text messages?
I do.
Do you get to see photographs?
Yes.
When you reviewed the photographs from Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, did you notice anything that stood out to you?
I did.
What was that?
There was a photograph taken, I believe it was maybe end of November, that she was, there was two bullets, 2 rounds, in I believe her hand. It caused a little bit of concern. And then I think I actually had found a couple photos of it. And one of the bullets in that photograph was circled, kind of how you can edit a picture. And it said, I believe it was dud on top of it.
That bullet that was circled that said dud on it, was it a Starline brass casing?
It was.
Did it have a nickel primer?
Yes. Well, silver.
Silver, nickel.
Yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of the color.
Yes.
And in terms of the projectile shape, did it match the live rounds from the set of Rust?
It did.
All right, counsel, we're going to stop for the day. Jury, I want you to, instead of 8:30, I want you to be here at 9:30 downstairs. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
Oh, did you see it? Oh, it's an exhibit. She's having. Oh, exhibits.
All right, we're not dismissed for the day. We're not dismissed for the day. While I'm taking a break, I want you all to get your exhibits over to here. Everything. Okay. Welcome for the day. I'll be back in 10. Okay?
Okay, please. Haven't technically been and
I don't know what's going on now. So they're not dismissed for the day. She's coming back, she said. Where's that zooming into? Tomorrow the jury are back at 9:30. Oh no, Jesse, piss off. Jury are come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning, but are the court come back before that? I don't know what's going on now. Just take 10 minutes, get everything sorted. Court's still in session. The fuck? We're still in session, guys. So I don't know what you're going outside for. Oh, fuck it. They're not going to do anything tonight, are they? So what? Cable record time. I don't know either, little G. I don't know what they're going to be doing tomorrow. I'm all tangled up here now. So there's no point. I have no idea what to do now. I'm going to close it down for the night. I know that much. But tomorrow, I might just go live at 8:30 then tomorrow. 8:30. Oh, they're leaving. Which is 10:30. But what are they going to do? Yeah, but what are they going to do? That's the question, isn't it? So I might go live. Because I don't want to do a massive day tomorrow if there's nothing on. I might just go live at 8:15 then, Mountain Time, which is 10:15. No, which is 9:15 Central, 10:10 Eastern, 3:15 UK, 4:15 Europe. Yeah, we'll just do that. I won't do a welcome thing tomorrow, just in case, because Oh, this court, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'll do it. Well, so if court's happening at 8:30, I'll just start at 8:15 Mountain Time. I'll just do that tomorrow, which is fine. I can deal with that. I don't need to watch that. Cool. Thanks, Ruka. Thanks, Little G. I'll just do that. I'll change the time now because I got the video ready. I already uploaded it. Mofos. So I'll change it. Yeah, we'll do that. Halyna Gutierrez is testified tomorrow. Oh, yes. 10:15, yes. 10:15, yes. Because just in case, because court might start at 8:30, just the attorneys, but what are they doing? I don't know. They're just the jury be told to come in at 9:30. It's like, it's mental. Mental. Get some rest. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, Carol. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll just do that. All right, I'm going to switch off now because there's nothing happening. I mean, they might go back into court, but it's only exhibits, isn't it? So let's do that. So yeah, be back at 10:15 Eastern tomorrow then, which is later than usual, but you know, I think it's fine. So, right, lovely people, thank you for sticking with us. I do appreciate it. Paddington. Thank you, Yaya Trucker. Thank you, everybody that's new here as well. Hope we can come back as well. Right, I'm going to switch off. I'll do my outro and see you all tomorrow. I do really appreciate you being here. I do. Thank you so much. Night, night, everybody.